Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. My name is Lucifer, and along with me, I'm joined by Raider here, and we are here to find some amazing teams all across the shores and the borderlands of India. And we are looking out for the best because it might be the end of the year and the season, Raider, but we are
hmm
not done with the action and the grind that all the teams have put into and their chance to represent us on Pokemon Unite on an international stage. But before we get into the actual information and the tournament ahead, I want to ask you, Raider, how are you doing this fine evening as we start and kick off this tournament?
Well, I'm doing great, and I'm excited to see that what will happen today and how the teams are actually going to perform. Which Pokemons are they going to choose, and how they're going to play in the top and mid lanes and stuff like that. So definitely a lot of let's say excitement is there. But let's
Hmm.
see how the impact is going to be there, how the people are going to fight and get the glory for the team, and eventually, as you said, it's international stage coming up ahead. So definitely, teams have to do the best they can.
Oh, yes. They will have to put a lot of efforts as we are speaking about it. It's going to be a grind, not only from the qualification stage later to the playoff group stages, etc. They're also fighting for a big chunk, and the at the end of the day, right, calling themselves the champions here at India
Hmm.
Open 2022 is the main thing that they're actually fighting for. So it is going to be very interesting of how teams will be pulling it off, and especially with changes here and there. And overall, I would say yes, we have had a patch today itself that has been deployed, but in general, how Pokemon Unite as a game has developed over the months, years coming through, it is just brilliant in terms of
Yeah.
they've always balanced the Pokemons. Earlier there was a scenario like if you would have picked a couple of Pokemons, it might have felt like it could have been one-sided, but now
hmm
you cannot say that. And I think that brings a lot of change in the meta of how they kind of pick the Pokemons, whether they will have an heavy on the all-rounder side, pick a mix of the speedster attackers
Yeah.
coming through along with defenders. It can be all the cases, but they have to play at the end of the day as a team. That is what is going to be crucial, and who will be coming out as victorious,
Definitely.
that'll be decided once we see the match done after the 10 minutes.
Well, definitely, those 10 minutes are going to be very crucial. And apart from that, choosing the right balance is also going to be very important. Are
Hmm.
you going to go with the attackers or defenders are going to be there? How they're going to place themselves, in which lane they are going to fight for, and how they're going to pull their game all together in the goal zones, and eventually how much chaos energy they're going to actually gain, and how much ruckus they can actually create is something we have to check out. Because at the end of that 10-minute marker, we'll see a team being glorious. But this is a best of three, if I'm not wrong. So
Yes.
definitely winning two back-to-back good matches can be a good motivation booster for the team. But eventually, if that balance-like situation comes in, where first match is won by Team A and second match is in the bag of Team Two, well, that would be absolutely lovely as well.
I mean, one thing right now all teams will be looking out forward to is one thing as we talked about the champions title. But on top of
Mm-hmm.
the champions title, they are fighting for a huge chunk of money, a
Oh
big,
man.
damn hefty briefcase. The total prize pool for Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 is 22.5 lakhs, out of which the champion team will be getting 11.25 lakhs, 11 lakh 25,000 is what they're going to be
Amazing.
walking away with. I mean, I'm already ecstatic for the tournament, but seeing a champions title as well as this big prize, I think
Mm-hmm.
everybody is looking forward to grasping this and running away with the tournament.
Well, indeed, I guess the teams have to do their best and eventually get this whole championship in their favor. Apart from
Hmm.
that, when it comes to the runner position, 5.25 lakhs is going to be the reward, 3 lakhs for the third position, 1.5 lakhs for the fourth position, and if I talk about the fifth, sixth, and fifth and sixth position respectively, well, there we are going to give 50,000 rupees, I believe, and apart from that, seventh and eighth position will get you 25,000 each.
So, top 8 teams will be rewarded here in the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. So, you
Hmm.
put all the efforts, it'll not all go down in vain, but again, we need to
Precisely.
understand, the teams need to understand that to get to top 8 is itself going to be a big rumble. It is
Hmm.
going to take a lot of efforts, it is going to take a lot of strategizing against your opponent, but also to start things off, that we have not seen all of these teams play here on the stream in Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. So there will be a
Hmm.
lot of surprises. But right now, let's quickly jump into the matches scheduled for today. And for all the viewers wondering, what are we going to be seeing today? It's going to be the zonal finals. So have
Oh.
6 zones, and out of every zone, there is going to be two top teams fighting out today. In all the previous qualifiers that have happened, we see
Mhm.
two top teams from that particular zone. And Raider, one is only going to be standing up and then jumping next to the next stage.
Definitely, man. That competition is something which is going to be quite amazing. And the day starting it off with zonal finals is absolutely amazing. From Seoul Zone, it's going to be Team Mutiny and Zeher team representing the South Zone, Team Hyderabad Hydras, and X Contribution representing the East Zone. West Zone comes up with Stand in 5, and eventually Ryzen Esports is also as well there in a competition in a tug of war between those two teams is going to be there. Quite amazing as expected, I believe. Apart from that, if I talk about the North Zone, it's going to be Pride Officials and Team Jupiter. As FS Esports and Throw Gaming, I believe, are going to represent the Central Zone, and Northeast Zone is going to get represented by Sixuppermoon and Team Conclusion.
Amazing set of 12 teams is what we have
Yep.
here. But
Mm-hmm.
as we said, it's only going to be trickled down to six, meaning half of the teams are going to be saying a goodbye, even though
Yeah.
they've put all their efforts, tears, blood, sweat, whatever it is, to get to this
Mm-hmm.
stage where they can kind of represent their zone and be the top team. But it is not
Mm.
enough. They get out from their zone, move into the group stage, the bigger stage, and they fight it out. And the first match here itself, it's going to be a tough one for South Zone, and they have to look forward to getting back into the groove, fighting it out from there, and make sure if it's either Team Mutiny or Zeher team. I'm not too sure. As I said, for us here on the stream, it is going to be the first time that we'll be seeing the teams fight out. But on the
Mm-hmm.
other end, for all the viewers, for you to understand, these teams have already played, fought, and now they're here in the South Zone finals. So they have had all those first game jitters, they've had all the mistakes corrected, they have reformed and gone back to the drawing board. And today they will be trying to take them down. And especially them being from South Zone and their opponent also from the same place, they will know how this team is and would have a chance to understand each other. But understanding will only go so far, because when it's time for the game, you don't know what you can
Mm-hmm.
expect. And we say, right, whichever team is having a good day on that particular given matchup is the team who's going to be have getting that victory as well. So we are going to
Well,
be in the wild
definitely.
card.
Yep. Yeah, indeed, indeed. We have to check out that how those things actually follow up. Apart from that, as we were talking about a prayer, that the right balance of these attackers and defenders and all rounders and pizzas and supporters are going to be very crucial for these guys to actually play with.
Hmm.
Apart from that, we'll see that who is going to first off put their unite move and showcase their
Oh,
talent up. And a lot of things can actually change the game. We have to expect the unexpected at this moment. But as you said, Sam, that six teams are going to bid a farewell. Well, I believe for them, it's either going to be win it or learn from it. So definitely there is no sense of loss, I believe. Yes,
hmm,
of course, that prize pool and the glory of being the champion is going to get away from that particular team. But apart from that, they're going to learn something new and many more
yeah.
seasons which are going to come from Pokemon Unite. They're going to cherish it in that.
Exactly, I agree with you. I mean, whenever there's a tournament, you should never be disheartened if you kind of get eliminated. One
Yeah.
thing is to take away that you got a chance, fight, and also understand that the opponent against you might be a little bit better. For you,
Mm.
now it's kind of a revenge story or a hunger story where you want to take up that revenge, seek that victory out again, and go through all that grind and get back to a spot to call yourselves the champion. I think that'll be the
Right.
best gift or like the best victory that you'll ever have, once understanding how your opponents are and now how you re-strategize against them. But quickly jumping into, for all our viewers again, this is the zonal finals that is happening today. From tomorrow we are going to be seeing another hectic fight coming in between the top teams
Definitely.
here in India who have already been invited. On the other end, we will be seeing these qualified teams who are going to be joining them. So there are six teams who are already waiting in the group stages, and then six from here will be joining them in two different groups, which will be eventually explained tomorrow, because we have already a big schedule today. Six matches, Raider. It's going to be a tough
Indeed.
one. And I think we are getting ready for the first one here. As I did speak about it, I'm looking forward to how we end up seeing the fights go through, because it's always about the balance. So let's jump into the Sky Ruins and the
Oh.
Pokemon selection. And it is going to be Azumarill coming in along with a Greninja and
Mm-hmm.
Blastoise coming in with Mew and Snorlax. So no Speedster coming in on the side
Mm.
of purple team, but on the orange team also looks a similar composition. They do have two attackers very same to the purple team.
Well, that's great. Now we have to check out that how in the lobby they are going to perform. 15 more seconds to go. After that, the battle will start. And eventually, guys, this is the battle between Team Mutiny and apart from that, Zeher team. And this is representing South Zone. So definitely a
Mhm.
interesting fight is about to be there. But in Sky Ruins, things can actually go quite difficult, quite critical as the match actually passes around. But there we go. The match is about to start. Let's see how the Carnage is going to forecast.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw the Pokemon selection and we have an
Hmm.
idea of what they're going to be doing in terms of
Precisely.
the battle strategy they have in plan. But I feel like having a two defenders and then one defender and a, I would say, supporter on the other end, the orange team, uh,
Mm.
I don't know which can work out better. Again, if double defenders play together, take up a lot of damage, and also relay that damage on the opponent, then all
Right.
their attackers have to do is jump in at the last moment. As we saw, there is a Mew. The solar beam coming in from such a far range can do so much damage, and then when they need the KO, it can just work out. But on the other end, they have one supporter and one defender. So one defender can take all the damage that they can gain. On the other end, the supporter can help heal and then move forward from there on. And then we have Lucario, as we saw from that team, so they might have a chance to immediately jump in. So I feel like when we end up seeing the fights, as we start here, the first battle of Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. We've started off, it looks like Mutiny's attacker. He's just running right into goaling these first two and getting the first goal for himself.
Oh, indeed. He's just ducking down the Chaos energy and he's trying his level best to rake up the points for the team. And apart from that, he has to just level up as soon as it's possible. On the other corner, when it comes to the Chaos, well, there we go. This particular guy, Chaprika, is also trying really hard and going to be going against the other team.
Now, we still see that Mamoswine being there is not evolved and needs to level up. But look at this close to mid battle happening. Three Pokemons. We generally see just farmers running down center. But it looks like Zeher have an idea that what Mutiny like to do. They like to breach the center and they'd send three people down, did the damage. But on the other end, Lucario is already at level 5, can do so much damage. Zeher team constantly putting goals, even though if it is 1-2, it doesn't matter. And now this is the advantage of having a defender. Look at how much damage Mime was trying to relay, but it wasn't enough to take him down or KO him. He was already level 5. On top of it, there is also a support coming in from the Venusaur.
Oh, indeed. Look at that beautiful kind of strike coming up, and that's absolutely amazing. If I talk about Chaprika, level 3, level 5 to be precise, but then again, they are trying their level best to forecast the damage. Delivering the fight in their favor is something which is going to be quite crucial for these guys. But look at that, the damage has been dealt. If I talk about Saiti, well, that Pikachu is just trying to rev up the damage.
I mean, Lucario as of now has not done a lot of stuff, but now he's trying to fight with Azumarill, which is going to be tough. But just what time in between to a goal, and now they're trying to run away with the Serena. I'm sorry, Eldegoss.
So a lot of damage is done. Look at that.
Wait.
Man, look at Team Zeher as well.
I thought he will go for his steal of the berry, but didn't. He just came back, reunited with his teammate, or just got back to his goal zone and just heal himself. But on the other end, it looks like Eldegoss finally is leveling up, and then we will see how the fight is going to be happening. Now they're trying to corner Azumarill from two ends, and then just keep fighting out, keeping him at bay, not letting him run away and get that berry. And before they could do it, there was Snorlax who immediately pitched in the battle, and therefore they would have to take a step back, but still not giving up this top lane fight. They want to make sure it is Zeher team having control, but feel like Lucario is going to be the first one KO'd, and then we might follow the Eldegoss as well, because Eldegoss is super low. He's run. Yes, looks like will be gone back to safety. In the meantime, there was a help coming in from the Venusaur, but again, it was not enough. Eldegoss was also KO'd before he got to the berry.
A lot of tough moments are coming up for Team Zeher team at this moment as well. Mutiny is trying to rake up the points. Fortunately, Lucario manages to bag one out. Once again, a KO comes in. That was absolutely amazing. Apart from that, when it comes to Team Mutiny, slowly but surely, they are raking the points, and that's great coming from their corner. When it comes to, I believe, attacker wheels, let's look at that. Level 7 is about to be there next soon.
Yeah, but right now it's time the boss Pokemon from the top and the bottom lane or down the legendary Pokemon will spawn. We'll just see who's going to take up the initial battle, but right now looks like Team Mutiny, their initial battle and the couple of KOs that they got was not enough, because an answer back coming in from there is super good. And now all of them are targeting Regieleki. 3 players from Mutiny have started attacking it, but on the other end 3 players have also made their way from their team as well. So it's going to be a tussle between both of them, but I'm looking forward to which is going to be the team receiving the first KO. It looks like Team Mutiny, but in the meantime Snorlax trying to buy some time, going to sleep in between. But look at Mew, how low it is. Azumarill trying to take all the damage on himself and then trying to prevent it, but the Regieleki has already been taken, and the top lane and the top victory advantage has been taken from Zeher team as they break the first goal zone.
Man, about 4 minutes are about to go down to the rust, but look at that, how Zeher team is just trying to rake up a point. They are actually at a lead of 150 points, and eventually the top lane is already been covered up. Now moving up ahead, let's see how they're going to deliver the fight. So look at that, another chaos, another takedown coming from Destroyer's corner. Lucario is actually going to be quite precise in terms of the damage that he takes.
Now you can see there is farming happening from Team Mutiny because they understand somewhere on the level it is getting tough, but Lucario EV on the top tried to fight with Azumarill 1v1, did not work out, and finally did get KO'd. But on the other end, there's Eldegoss who came back, tried to help out. But look at the Zeher team. They took the top objective. Now they immediately return to the bottom, take Regi's, and now they have that healing advantage that they can quickly get for themselves. And they're again quickly trying to go for a goal. But look at this, trying to prevent it is going to be Destroyer, but not enough. As there is still the attacker coming in, two attackers fighting with the defender, and the defender is just pushing them back. And finally, the bottom goal zone also being broken. And look at this, 200, a double century already coming in from Zeher, whereas Mutiny still not made their way to the first century. They're 3 goals away.
A tough fight for Team Mutiny at this moment. I think they're being a little bit more comfortable. The way they are dealing the damage is absolutely amazing. He is once again trying to be quite consistent and eventually gathering those jungle Pokémon and gathering those Eos energy is absolutely amazing. And now, I guess they have to farm a little bit more so that they can learn at how the enemy is trying to evolve with it.
Yeah, almost everybody from Zeher team is at double digits, whereas on
Exactly.
Mutiny you can see it's only 2 or 3 at this moment who is eventually evolved with the mime coming in. But still, in terms of the goal is what they have to do about. But look at the solar beam was enough, and they cornered one player. They get one KO out. Is it enough? It is actually not. Wait, it was not a KO. They were fighting with the wild Pokemon. My bad. On the other end, Zeher, look at them. They're immediately running to the next legendary, the next boss legendary Pokemon, and quickly trying to take it away. They're draining its health and just melting it with all the moves that they have, especially with the double attacker coming in with the all-rounder as well. They're able to do so much damage, and before anybody could prevent it, Azumarill, who just came in to creep inside the grasses, got immediately KO'd, and a 4-man push on the top lane coming in. It's going to be super tough for Snorlax as well.
Right. It's definitely going to be tough for these guys, but particularly at this moment, Team Mutiny is actually trying to get us to a point. They are coming back and forth. Snorlax is at some point and look at that. They're just trying to defend the goalpost. But is it going to be a possible task? So they are trying, fortunately, but look at the Ruckus forming at that top corner.
Oh no, Snorlax looks like he's going to be KO'd. Yes, he did. 2 KOs follows up. And look at the 2 more right now trying to defend the zone. It's not happening, especially with the advantage and the support coming in from Regieliki. They're able to get one more, and they would have to clear this top lane, give them space, and one more goal zone has been broken, which makes their home goal zone or the center one completely vulnerable here for Team Mutiny, whereas Zeher team are raking up in terms of the goals and trying to reach 400 at the meantime, and we are not even close to the end game. We are not even close to that end fight. Last 2 minutes are still to be awaited.
Well, I guess they are actually going to come very soon. But apart from that, when it comes to Shogai, let's see how he's going to farm. I believe he's going to farm for a little bit more so that he can learn where the enemy are going to come from. Apart from that, once again, some more damages are coming up with the red. Oh, again, Agio. Beautiful one indeed. And look at that. Snorlax also gets taken down.
Brilliant control and brilliant change of lane that we are seeing from Zeher team. They're constantly keeping a lookout in terms of both the top and the bottom lane. And if they're thinking we want to attack the top lane, they're immediately switching not just one player. They're calling in reinforcements, and now look at this. Azumarill knows. Shogai knows that there will be reinforcements coming in, and Eldegoss is going to be the reinforcement. Immediately helps Emperor come back, because understanding that there is one all-rounder which does so much damage in the time of Azumarill, along with the defender which can take down Venusaur because he's an attacker at the end of the day, but still having a petal dance gives him an advantage. But look at how they're sneakily waiting in the tall grasses. Zeher team playing all the mind games that they want, and now they can understand. But in the meantime, Mutiny, he sees a couple of circles at their players close by, but I think Pikachu, if not caught right now, immediately will be caught in a very difficult spot. Eevee in the meantime gets spotted and will be flushed away. But just because Mamoswine was there in time, nobody could do anything to the Pikachu. The Pikachu still survives, and everybody else right now trying to be KO'd from Zeher team.
Well, Zeher team is just trying to make this fight a little bit more harder for Team Mutiny. But let's see how Mutiny is going to recuperate with it. If at all, Emperor is the right level that he's going to perform at this point. Look at that damage that they are actually dealing. That's absolutely amazing. Can they actually go ahead and get the Rayquaza?
I feel like Zeher team right now have complete control of it, but in terms of how they're playing, look at this. They're like, okay, Mutiny, let them come closer, let them try to fight and waste their utilities, waste their moves, waste their unites especially, and then look at Zeher team using one by one all their unites coming through, doing so much damage. And look at how many people are getting trickled down. One player, okay, make it 2 have been KO'd right now. We're looking forward to maybe the 3rd KO going, but the players are just returning. They're giving them space up. Azumarill trying to buy that time. In the meantime, looking forward to doing damage more to the players who are super low. But Venusaur is helping with the petal dance coming in, and Azumarill Shogai will be KO'd. Yu was there with the solar beam, but it was a little bit too late. And look at this, the fight has gone away from the Rayquaza. They're all just trying to KO every player from Mutiny one after another.
Whoever comes in front is going to eat the damage that they are actually trying to dish out. Caprica on the corner moves forward. Let's see how they're going to deliver this particular damage. Sonics is actually there. Look at that. The defender is working its charm at this point. But if we talk about Mr. Mime, let's see how he's going to perform as well. 53 seconds more to go. I mean, not a lot of time period is left, but still the battle is actually coming in the favor of the head team, but it can turn at any second.
Just because they have the defender, so much damage at able to take up that Mammoth line. Taptica doing brilliant job and Venus from the back helping out, but both of them get KO'd. There's only 35 seconds left, and now if the Rayquaza is taken, or even if Team Mutiny get a chance to goal, because look at how close the goal is, and they are going in. Only 2 players are alive, and they're nowhere close. But Eldegoss is waiting, immediately jumps, makes sure that the goal does not happen. So we are still at a difference of 274 and 396. In the meantime, we see from 344 it gets jumped of 50. So somebody did get a chance to goal. Mew also sneakily wanted to go up goal, and Zeher, what a play in terms of defending their goal zones. Whereas on the other end, Mutiny, even though they were able to kind of get back into the battle and deny that Rayquaza, it still didn't work out in their favor this time. Oh my god, what a fight to start things off here in the south zone. It went so close, so hectic, but it is still Zeher team on top.
I mean, Team Mutiny did try their level best to
Yes.
actually catch up to the score, but eventually the way Zeher team held it up was absolutely amazing. Look at this. Saiti is the one who actually was having a lot of points, and Chaprika become the MVP, if I'm not wrong, at this perspective.
Yeah. I mean, Chapdika took up so much damage, was always like making sure is there for their team, along with
Mm-hmm.
Eldegoss as well, Mutinant coming through. These two players playing so well with their teammates. At any point, you would always see that either Chapdika is leading the front or Mutinant. In case Eevee goes a little bit way forward, they
Right.
were always like go ahead, take that damage, and make sure that their attackers and all rounders are backing off, making sure that they have a chance to heal. And even if they get KO'd, they immediately make sure that they just hold their zone and they wait and delay time as long as possible so that their teammate can be respawned. And look at this. There was like within the early minutes, we did see that both the teams were little close. But
Mm-hmm.
once the Regieliki was taken for the first time from Zeher team, from there they did not stop at any cost.
I mean, why would they? Because
Yeah.
they were actually leading and they wanted to actually give that dominance on the particular perspective, and they did it quite beautifully. Apart from
Mhm.
that, Chaiti and Eevee, they had a beautiful combination. The way they were attacking was absolutely amazing. If we talk about their supporters, they also did the beautiful job of whenever the support was needed, whenever they wanted to
Yes.
recuperate at their, let's say, base, they were able to do so just because of their supporters.
It's very crucial. I was wondering, having a double defender setup, what will be the play coming through? But
Mhm.
it looks like it was not a double defender. Maybe they were just playing with our mind. It was a single defender as well as supporter coming in from both the teams. I was for a second, it was like, wait, two defenders coming in. And I think they were just playing with our minds in the initial Pokemon selection screen. But you can see the damage in terms of dealt as well, 49,000. But look at Emperor. I did talk about the petal dance. It was so damn good. And along with that, the bombs coming in to leech their life out from Emperor was too good. He was like doing damage at the same time, taking their health away, and that was more than enough coming in for uh,
But look at Shogai.
Zer's team.
But look at Shogai
Yeah.
for a moment. The damage that he has dealt, that is absolutely amazing. Recovery was also quite amazing coming from his corner, but Shogai was one of those amazing members which was doing a lot of heavy lifting for the team particularly, but
Hmm.
eventually he was also taken down. Just like that, Team Mutiny, despite of all the efforts, is having a score of 0-1 because their team, they are leading by the score of 1. Remember guys, this is best of 3. If their team does
Hmm.
this same kind of, let's say, performance, gives this same kind of performance in the next one as well, it's all going to be in their hands particularly.
Now, with Azumarill that you pointed out, it is very crucial that Azumarill is left to hold a lane completely on their own and also made sure that has help at certain points. But you saw
Mm,
that Azumarill at most of the times was always running for the way front foot of fights. And I feel like
yeah.
that is the reason, even though we see so much damage, it was not enough of value because you saw how well Zeher team were playing. I mentioned about it, the quick lane switches coming in. If everybody thought of pushing bottom, they would always keep one Pokemon in the watch out on the top lane.
Right.
And however they switched up, if it's bottom lane, same. It's going to be vice versa. There'll be one person point guard at the bottom lane as well. So that was a brilliant play. But in the start itself, reading Team Mutiny, understanding that Snorlax will creep into the jungle very early. They immediately stopped that. A three-man hold was there. Eldegoss, Pikachu, as well as the Venusaur. Both of them, they just were holding there, understanding that there will be somebody who will try to take their buffs and deny that buff, as well as push them back, which kept the top lane under control and also made sure that Lucario had enough, I would say, farming abilities and chances for that Pokemon.
I mean, from the start, Zeher team was quite aggressive, but that doesn't mean they were not able to defend their particular goalposts as well.
Exactly.
They were defending it quite well, and eventually at the last of the game, I believe they were left with their three goal zones. And when it came to Team Mutiny, I guess in the starting area, I guess first two goal zones were taken down, and after that, the third one also was taken down. Remaining two, they actually just pretty much left it out, and eventually were able to give a lot of KO damage to the enemy. Team Mutiny, they were getting KO down quite a few times, and eventually despite of their efforts, but they were unable to recover. But
Hmm.
Shogai, that one guy from Team Zeher, Team Mutiny to be precise, did
Yes.
a lot of heavy lifting for the team.
I agree. I think team needs to figure out to play somehow around him to make sure they're
Yeah,
able to do a lot more in terms of the damage and capitalize on it. Again, Shogai on that Azumarill is an all-rounder, so we know he'll be able to do a lot in terms of damage, but somebody needs to be there to kind of immediately capitalize on the damage. Even in that
right.
Regieleki top fight, right? Shogai did so much damage, but
Hmm.
because there was Snorlax on the other end, all Snorlax had was either a slam or then a block shield coming through. So
Precisely.
having these two abilities, it does not do a lot of damage, right? And I think Snorlax couldn't immediately capitalize. So it was not the best combination maybe played from Team Mutiny. In terms of defending, yes, it would have worked out well, but how they were losing duels, it kind of did not work out in their favor. But one thing, Raider, I'm not too sure if you missed. I did miss out in that first match, not seeing any speed stealers at all. Not from both the ends.
Hmm.
There was no
You're right.
Dodrio. I thought maybe Zorax might come into play because it is not the newest, but at least close to the new, and it has also quite received some buff. When earlier I saw it and tried to play it, it felt like might not come into the meta because again figuring it out, especially speedsters being a little bit squishy, makes it a little more tougher. But then they gave little bit buffs to it, and it feels like Zorark is right now very manageable and also a very good Pokemon to play with if you know it. And one more thing that Zorark has is that illusion, which is so annoying. I was playing a match yesterday, Raider, and like our opponent had the Zorak, and I'm fighting it. I was a Buzzwall, and he immediately becomes a Buzzwall. I mean, he uses the illusion move and becomes a Buzzwall. I'm like, wait, how did a double Buzzwall spawn in? Opponent did not have a Buzzwall, and then immediately I realized. So catching the team off guard is what I think we saw really, really well coming in from none other than Team Mutiny. I mean, sorry, Team Zeher.
Well, indeed, I believe the art of deception is something which is going to help them a lot. Apart from that, when it comes to, I guess, pizzas, high mobility, and they also deal a lot of damage. But that particular type of, let's say, Pokemon was not used in the previous battle. Let's see what happens in the next one, how they're going to perform, and eventually how they are going to recatch the
Hmm.
particular gist of that particular fight. So that is also as well quite important. But moving up ahead, let's see what is going to come up next. And once again, the players are actually going to choose their Pokemons.
And like changes coming in from Team Mutiny. I think the purple team on the left side, Shogai is still playing the Azumarill, but we have a change here. There is going to be a Blissey coming in, and then
Hmm.
we are going to be seeing again Snorlax being the play, but they change and come into a Tyranitar and also bring in a Sylveon. But on the other end, looks like Chapdika is given it to his teammate. He's like, you play the Mammoth, and I've already shown what I can do. I'll pick up the Mime. And Seti, he's moving into a Ninetales. Emperor still playing brilliantly in terms of how he played the Venusaur. I want to see what Eevee picks. Lucario was the previous choice, but this time, not too sure.
Well, let's see. Eevee, what he's going to choose for, how which Pokemon he's going to take with. If I talk about Emperor, once again goes with the same Pokemon that he was using in the previous battle, and I believe once again those battle dances and eventually abilities like that are going to help them a lot. Eventually, at the last, I believe 2 or 3 minutes, we saw a lot of Unite moves being dealt in that particular era where Rayquaza was there. So definitely using the Unite strategies, using the let's say Chaos Energy at the right time period, at the right moment, and developing their skills is something which is going to be very important throughout the match.
Oh yes, Raider. We'll be looking forward to how they'll play out with this Pokemon setup coming through because it's not going to be an easy one in terms of
Right.
like losing it and then immediately trying to come back, right?
Hmm.
They've lost the first BO3, so it's going to be very crucial for them of how they kind of remake on this second one. If
Right.
they're able to kind of replay and re-strategize well, I think they might be able to push it to the last of this BO3. But if they're unable to, it is going to be a very tough one, Raider. They have made some changes, but is the changes enough for the adaptations that is necessary? What do you think?
Well, they have to change, I guess. They have to evolve throughout the way so that they can eventually equalize the score, particularly because this is one of those amazing chances which will actually either give you the pass to move on to the next round, or you are going to bid a farewell in this particular round as well. So definitely quite a critical move to go with. So definitely, I guess, evolving on the way and performing the way, I guess, the competition demands is something which is going to be quite crucial for these teams.
Yes, I agree. Kind of how Pokemons evolve as we progress. I understand it. It might
Yeah.
be a little bit in terms of animation rather than the actual Pokemon here in Pokemon Unite. It still feels good, but with that context, it is about you evolving your playstyle, adapting to how the opponent, or how your opponent that you are right now fighting, which for example Team Mutiny is going to be Zeher team, how they adapt on top of them. There is
Yeah.
a little change coming in from Team Zeher as well, but Zeher team, I don't know if that is a thoughtful change because we saw how well Chaptica played, right, with that Mamos fight, but giving that
Hmm.
away and picking up Mime and then just exchanging the blows and trying to think like, okay, let's just try this combination. Again, it is a good chance for them to kind of figure out what works well for that player. If they make mistakes, they have a chance because right now they have a safety net, right, Raider? Best of three, they got the first one. They have a
Exactly.
chance in the
Exactly.
second. If it doesn't go, they have do or die on the third. But one thing they have to understand is if they've taken a risk here, if they lose this both matches consecutively, they're out of Pokemon Unite India Open.
Well, I guess we can say that they have got the breathing space of winning one match, and
Hmm.
but right now they can actually play quite calm and maybe let this match go out of their hand. But I don't think so. It's going to be a wise strategy because
Yes.
if Team Mutiny manages to cape up on you and eventually get the third one as well in their favor, that's it. That is actually going to be a very bad loss for this particular team known as
Hmm.
their team. So definitely replacing Chaprika with Mime, that is absolutely amazing. We'll have to see that how this particular supporter is going to work. Is it going to be possible for them to dish out the, let's say, kind of support, or let the respective teammates heal at the right time period or not? So yeah,
Hmm.
definitely, I guess if there is a new kind of strategy, if there is change in that particular game, we have to check it out, that how those 10 minutes which are going to be there anytime soon are going to pass out and how the damage is going to dish out for the enemy.
I agree. These 10 minutes will give us an idea what can happen. What
Yeah.
Team Mutiny have figured out with the Sylveon coming through, with the changes in them bringing the Blissey as well, because we saw the Eldegoss maybe I think on the opponent side felt overwhelming of how Eldegoss was able to heal and also do damage at the same time to the opponent to keep them back in their goal zones or just push them back at any point of wherever the fight got started. So
Right.
these minute changes with a quick exchange coming through in terms of trying to adapt might be a good one. Sylveon, yes, I've seen that they play really well with the Growl coming in the flames as well, but they have to make sure they use it well. Growl is just one directional. Once you use that move, you have to make sure you constantly keep hitting it, hitting the opponent Pokemon. If you miss it, they can immediately go behind you and do a lot of damage. But right now, both the teams can be happy is none of the teams have something to be worried about of a quick attack with speedsters coming through. So I think that is
Right.
one thing that they can be not worried about and just play a little bit safe, wait, farm, level up, and then start dishing damage. Unites as well. We didn't see a great lot of Unites coming through. We saw
Hmm.
Unites coming when the Regieliki fight happened once, and then direct Rayquaza fight happened, which kind of swung both the ways. And I think their team felt a little bit hungry, but thankfully, as you said, right, their team were also there always to keep a lookout in terms of holding their goal
Definitely, yeah.
zones.
Yeah, I mean, they were aggressive, but at the same time, they knew how to actually strategize a defensive position for the team,
Hmm.
particularly. And as you were talking about, when the team wanted to move on the top lane, they were actually leaving a Pokemon, a character, a teammate on the bottom lane, on the mid lanes as well, so that they can actually scout. And eventually, if the enemy is pushing from that corner, they were able to recuperate and eventually get there and retaliate at the best. So,
Hmm.
definitely, these were the few things which actually gave the upper hand for Team Zeher team. But now, moving up ahead, if Zeher team is able to do the same thing once again, it will be quite beneficial for them. But I guess
Yeah.
now Team Mutiny is easily going to learn some new strategies and eventually see and forecast, or should I say, predict that how the enemy will perform in this one.
Yeah, I hope they predict. They do
Yeah.
have a big Pokemon. We keep talking about Pokemons which can take a lot in terms of damage onto themselves. They have the Tyranitar coming in. So I think they're here to do a lot in terms of damage. We saw Azumarill already trying to do damage, and with the Tyranitar also coming in. Yes, again, It needs to evolve, level up very quickly. That's when you'll be able to do damage. Otherwise, in its, I would say, feeble form or the lower forms where it still has to evolve, it takes a lot of damage. It does do a lot of damage with the poisons coming out, but it is not enough to KO anybody like when it becomes big, the Tyranitar itself. So I hope they figure a way to fast aggress that evolution as well as level up, get to unites as well. But is it going to be still enough? I mean, yes, there is a Blissey as well. We spoke about it, but on the other end, to even slow things further down, we already saw how Chapdika was so good with Mamoswine, with the ices coming through. They have Ninetales also on top of it, but I think there
Hmm.
was a small glitch. So we'll be jumping back to the Pokemon selection, looking forward to the changes, and
Okay.
there is a wait. Okay, I was like double controller. Previously, I got confused with a double defender, and finally we see it is going to be a single controller, uh, single supporter. My bad, single supporter coming in with a defender and one attacker and two all rounders. But on the other end, Lucario is still alive with Eevee and Mutinant. He's going to be switching it up, as I said. Chapdika is going to be on the Mime, and Mamoswine changed to Mutinant, and Saiti coming up, a surprise one. I was not ready for this. A Ninetales. So
Hmm.
very interesting setup coming through. A double ice setup already with the Mamoswine's ices. They get slowed and they get frozen. And there is more to now worry about the avalanches coming in from the Ninetales.
Well, I guess right now, if we talk about the Elren's Ninetales, I guess replacement, that is absolutely amazing. Beautiful attacker. So definitely, I guess the damage is going to be quite crucial. But eventually, we all know that the endurance is not that much in terms of the attacker. So definitely,
Yes.
using right defenders at that moment is also going to be quite important. Using the supporters, which will able to help the attackers to maybe get the heals done, maybe get the support done, is also going to be very important. So we have to check all of those things as well. But apart from
Mhm.
that, still missing, I believe, the speedsters.
Yeah, I will. I will until and unless I end up seeing a speedster coming out and then and also figuring out which speedster it is because again, as we keep talking about that speedsters do change the game in terms of the momentum of
Right.
what can happen next and where can you expect the attack coming from because we've seen speedsters love to run around. But right now, let's run right into the second matchup between these two gens, which did go close, but how close can it go further? This time, look at the Snorlax has switched up lanes, hitting bottom with the Sylveon that they have, but Ninetales is also here, trying to cause a little bit of trouble, but Ninetales is not evolved, so Ninetales needs to be worried about trying to fight with Snorlax might be cured, but it is all distraction. You saw the Mime going in for a goal, and Seti, he's able to back off, get berries for himself, and in the meantime trying to deny the goal, but the opponent was super low. Now Seti
Oh,
just needs to back off, gets the berry, and is going to be safe, but on the other end, Mime is still there. Mime from the entire bottom has circled and come through, but that has been spotted, and now they're trying to fight with the Mime in the bottom lane, trying to corner him and KO. But in the meantime, two of them get KO'd on that Mime, and on the top you can see Eevee along with Mutiny trying to do damage, but Mamoswine not evolved. Emperor a little bit too late into the battle. The three-man hold coming in from Team Mutiny works out.
well, right now at this moment, if we talk about Team Mutiny, with the way they are catching up to the fight is absolutely amazing. The still Zeher team is moving up to the start and they are gaining some good points, but on the other corner, Sonic manages to put in the shield and eventually gets damage as well as associated. Apart from that, look at that.
Again,
Ninetales is still coming up.
the screen and the confusion ray is so brilliant now. Awesome, tried to run, but it is not enough. Again, back-to-back streaks on both the lanes. Two streak on the bottom, three streak on the top lane, and Zeher team back into action. It was just slowed down for a couple of seconds, not even a minute, and then they're just back into going and just getting their score up. And already at triple digits, 106.
What a score! What a score coming from Zeher team. From the start, they are actually being quite chaotic. The attackers are actually moving a little bit back once again. They are trying to just repass themselves and eventually move forward for the clash. But there we go. Once again, a KO comes in. Eevee is as just trying to be quite dominant. I would love to see how Shoga is trying to deal. But at this point, if I'm not wrong, Shoga is once again taken down. But moving up ahead, let's see what happens.
Right now, being a pillow swan itself, along with Eevee, is just they're playing so good. Look at this again. The screen's coming in. At this point, is too good from Chaptika, and then having the confusion ray. He's blocking and immediately throwing a huge ball of psychic attack. And look at the amount of damage. Luna on that Snorlax, yes, can go heal, go for sleep, but if getting blocked from their teammate, what can Luna do? And that's what happened. The Sylveon again gets blocked and immediately gets KO'd. And now look at the Seti all Seti is doing at this point is making sure that Mime with that shield is able to do a lot in terms of damage, and that ice is coming out from the Ninetales is doing so much damage. And look at this Luna, he's also KO'd. In the meantime, the Tyranitar switches lane and tries to fight it out, and as I talked about it, the poison is coming out, but it's still not the Tyranitar, it's still in its lower stages of evolution, and they take control of bottom. In the meantime, they're not even giving them chance to get to their goal zone. Zeher team, what is this destruction? Oh my god, Pillow Swine takes his tusk right into the opponent Pokemon and just dumps it to the other side and takes a KO.
And now they are moving to Resilience, and they were able to dominate on that particular perspective as well, I believe. Apart from that, the petal dance once again comes from the Emperor's corner, but let's see how Emperor is going to deal and dish out the damage. At this moment, the Pokemons coming from their team is actually looking quite great because they are actually leveling up quite fast. They are gaining the points. Reggie is again another Pokemon that is actually having the damage from 9 kills coming from, but moving up ahead on the upper corner, I guess another goal is actually trying to get dominated by the
At this point, Zeher team is just looking like they're trying to run away with this. With the Regieleki advantage that they have, they're still trying to deal KO on top of KO. And look at that, Emperor and Mutinant both pick 1 KO each, and Regieleki is still not down. Regieleki helps them to get another KO, and now it's the last player left alive. Zisilion trying to fight, again gets KO, 3 KO streak coming in. Looks like Mutinant will finally be KO'd with the shield coming through, and yes, they're able to isolate it. But in the meantime, look at how many goals they've scored, and it's just not even properly 5 minutes. We've just seen 4 minutes of the game and they have a triple century, 307 goals, and they're looking unstoppable. Zeher team on a streak, and Mutiny not even able to score a single goal after 25.
I don't know what is happening to Team Mutiny. They started it off quite well. They had a score of 25 when Zeher had only 23 if I'm not wrong, but the way they are catching up, the way Zeher team is leading this course is absolutely amazing. They are absolutely trying to be dominative. I believe the top 2 circles are pretty much top 2. I believe the first and second goal zones are pretty much occupied, pretty much taken down. Yeah. Apart from that, when it comes to the center region, look at that team. Zeher is just trying to fall back a little bit, and they know that they have got the lead, so Team Mutiny has to catch up with them now.
Yeah, and look at this. They're still looking forward to taking the objectives, the buffs for themselves in the top or the bottom lane. And with 12 seconds to go, it'll come through. But in the meantime, they're able to isolate one of the players, and they're trying to jump on that Sylveon. But somehow Sylveon is able to back off. But right now, it is going to be a face-off for the Regieleki. 5 Pokemons coming in from both the ends. They're both holding here, trying to fight off each other. And Unites are going to be dished from both the ends. And look at that, the Unites going out. You see, it's trying to do a lot in terms of damage, and it's not working. But it's just damage at the point. But Tyranitar as well with the Unite comes through, does not work at all, and goes for a huge slumber here. It's going to be Snorlax. Unstoppable is all he is as he's healing himself. In the meantime, Regieleki did not receive any damage, but quick on the respawn is going to be Team Mutiny. They're back into the game, making control use of this low health on the players of Zeher team. They find the KO on Emperor. He got a 3-4 KO streak, and finally he is dealt with, and quickly Team Mutiny are acting upon it. But a steal! Zeher team, they're able to steal the Regieleki and they push it to the other end, and now look at what Team Mutiny is trying to do. They're just trying to KO that Regieleki, but in the meantime they've lost so much life that they're about to be KO'd again.
Well, indeed, once again the players are actually going to go down to the rush, and look at that, how beautifully Mutinant is also trying to perform, but Mutinant gets taken down if I'm not wrong. The KOs are there, Eos energy has been suppressed as well. Let's see how the performance will be coming up. If we talk about Pumpkin King, once again he's just trying to go wild on the jungle Pokemons, but apart from that, if we talk about Unstoppable and the other guys, they are there back in the goal so that they can just heal themselves.
It has been just a battle here, back and forth. Nobody has got a goal. We talked about 307 and 25. Oh, hiding in the bushes, Eevee. He thought he can pull off a sneaky, but Luna slowly walked up and saw in the tall grasses. But Chaptika also on the other end is doing the same thing, but Team Mutiny get an idea that they have no control of top lane with that. But in the meantime, look at what bottom shenanigans Zeher team are trying to pull off. They're trying to get this Regirock for themselves so that they have good defense as they progress.
Well, the way Team Zeher is trying to perform is absolutely amazing. They're being quite aggressive, but at this exact moment, look at that. Emperor is actually at the back foot, and he's starting at the second goal, I believe, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, definitely he's trying his level best to be defensive as well. Eevee once again trying to just hold his position and maybe give a surprise attack. If we talk about Mutinate, same goes for him. But on the other corner, it's going to be Ninetales coming up. Look at the jungle Pokemon's getting obstructed. Eos and Energy once again coming up. This guy is pretty much ready with 44 points.
30 seconds to go. They might just wait out for the Rayquaza. and
Hmm.
maybe also they look forward to a quick KO on Reggie Aliki. But with less than like 5 seconds between the both, I don't think Zeher team will be planning for it. But you can see both the ends, they're just farming up their unite move at the point and making sure when it's time to fight off, their unite moves are just thrown out like a wrecking ball and keep continuously hitting the players of Zeher team. But Mutiny,
Right.
this is their only chance. Barrier is so good coming in from Chaptika is doing damage. They've pushed them back, but look at this. They've just pushed them back so that they get control of Rayquaza in terms of just holding the angle, not doing the damage. Eevee hiding in the bushes, make sure that the Azumarill does not get any chance. But look at this. There's just too many players that rushed on from Team Mutiny's end, and that's the reason Zeher team just decided to back off. But they still have Rayquaza under control. Nobody is taking it away from Team Mutiny.
Well, I guess they have already got a beautiful lead, no doubt in that.
Yes.
So definitely they just have to actually wait it out at this moment. And Team Mutiny, they have to push forward. They have to be the aggressor at this point. And eventually the team which is trying to be defensive, they are actually defending it.
Apologies, guys. A little bit of that, but you're back, and we saw how dominating their team was in this matchup. I mean, I would say both. The first one at least was close Raider, but the second one was just a storm coming in.
Definitely. The second match was something quite amazing. Before that, was something that was 396 was the score that Team Zeher had, and they were apart from that. They were able to demolish, I believe, 3 goals if I'm not wrong. But when it came to the second goal, it all started out quite well. In the second match, Team Mutiny had 25 points, Zeher team had 23. But what happened at that moment was something absolutely amazing. Slowly but surely, Zeher team started catching up the point. They had 31, and then at that exact moment, the way they were dumping the points, the way they were dumping the Arsenal team, the goal post was absolutely amazing. 9 deals from the back corner, the ice damage was absolutely on point. Mine also came in and delivered a lot of damage. In just the span of 2 minutes, I believe they were able to have a 106 points. Their team, they started off quite well, and after that, in 1 more minute, they were able to catch up to 172 points, and that was absolutely amazing. Team Mutiny, they were still at 25 points. Meanwhile, the goal post, the goal zones were just leaking out.
Oh yeah, I mean, there was nothing. We saw 300 being reached from Zeher team, and Mutiny was left at 25. The last fight coming in, the Rayquaza battle was like super intense, but unfortunate for Team Mutiny, they much needed that Rayquaza, but it still did not work out in their favor. And I was like worried maybe Chaptika switching the role with Mutiny might would have worked like kind of backfired, but it was not the case, Raider. It still worked out really, really well, just like how well Chaptika played on that Mamoswin previously. He was able to relay that role back in, and look at this, how nicely they were able to clean sweep, wipe that entire squad off. And look at Mutiny just running to get another 47 goal in. Unfortunately, his Rayquaza shield was broken and he was denied of it, but still a great game coming in for Zeher team here. Mutiny on the other end, unfortunate, as they will not be the team who will be moving ahead as we progress.
Well, definitely Mutiny is going to pay us favorable, but they are actually going to learn something new. They are going to learn something brilliant. The head team, the way they performed is absolutely amazing. But now moving up to the next stage, I believe their competition is just going to catch up quite a bit. But now the second match, well, it will start off with E Zone, where teams like Hyderabad, Hydras, and next contribution has come up for us. So definitely a lot of competition is something which we are going to witness. So definitely, I guess the clashes, the retaliations are something which is going to be on point from these particular teams.
Mm-hmm. That's something we'll be looking out for, Raider, because it was a very interesting matchup coming in to start things off here in the South Zone battle itself. But as you said, this is not done. We have a lot more battles coming in, a lot
Yeah.
many zones coming in, and we will be looking forward to how the next matches pan up. And you can see the next zone right in front is going to be East Zone. Coming in is going to be Hyderabad Hydras versus X Contribution.
Well, now this particular matchup is something which is going to be quite crucial because Hyderabad Hydras are again another beautiful team which has actually maintained its legacy in the future, in the past to be precise. So I believe they are actually going to maintain it in the future as well. Apart from that, when it comes to X contribution, I have to see how their gameplay is going to enhance this particular competition, or is it going to be Hyderabad Hydras dominating the way Zeher team did on Team Mutiny? Because this kind of domination, well, it is absolutely amazing to see the ruckus. But then again, one thing I'm actually missing out from this whole dominating type of scenario is the balances the competition that the another team is unable to provide. So definitely that is something which we are actually going to focus on. But moving up ahead, let's see how the whole clash is going to get delivered from this particular team as well.
Yeah, I would tell our viewers be ready for the next upcoming battles because we talked about the East Zone, but there
Hmm.
are other zones that are still up west, north, central, and northeast to end the day. But this quick hit coming in from Team Mutiny, they shouldn't be disheartened. It is not a done deal. There is still a long way to go. There will be a lot more tournaments coming in. Keep the grind up. It has just told you where you fell short of, and their team, they came very well prepared. How well they played with the switches coming in. They understood that you will try to switch up and try to adapt to their meta, their comfort meta, and then they immediately made minute changes, not even big one. Eevee still playing the same thing in terms of the Lucario. On the other end, you still did see the Mamoswine, but it was just a different player making these small switches. I thought Team Mutiny were just kind of caught off guarded. And look at Zeher team understanding that the force was high and hot coming in from Team Mutiny with the Tyranitar also being picked up. They immediately backed off. They gave
Hmm.
themselves a little bit of a breathing space, and from there on, what did they did? Heavy stomp right into the top lane, and at the same time a stomp at the bottom lane as well. And there was nothing else that they could kind of prevent or stop from happening. Chaos on both the ends, and chaos streaks. Not even just KO, it was a chaos streak from both ends that we could see.
Exactly.
So Team Mutiny, something to work on. But don't be disheartened. There'll be a lot more action for you guys. So keep up the grind. But on the other end, Zeher team, congratulations. You will be jumping to the next stage. It does put you one step closer to having a chance to see the cash prize and becoming the champions. But it does not confirm it for them, Raider.
Well, I guess for them, the competition is just trying to evolve the way these Pokemons are trying to evolve, the way these
Hmm.
people are actually trying to evolve throughout the competition. So definitely, in the next stage, these teams which are going to move forward, they have to build up some new strategies. They have to rake up some good points and maybe able to deliver themselves to the finals, to the grand finals to be precise of this whole series. So definitely, I guess a lot of anticipation is there that which team is going to reach out to that level and which team is going to be the champion of India Open 2022. So definitely a lot of difficulties are going to be there along the way. We are here as the storytellers, as the casters. We are going to see and tell you guys as well that what will happen all together.
Yeah, now that you have an idea, look out for what Zeher team can do up ahead. And this is not just a lookout thing that we need to tell our viewers, but also the teams which is waiting in the group stage, the six teams who are already there.
Right.
They have one idea here of seeing how Zeher team have played, but there is also the other thing that Zeher team might come up with a surprise because I've never seen in fights that inside a matchup, inside a BO3 itself, teams switching up the playstyle, giving up the Pokemon to someone else when they've already been comfortable. They might make an entire meta switch in that fight they want in the Pokemon selection that they come through, but not just switching up and giving it up to each other and still doing so much of a damage and making it one-sided. So I'm worried for the other teams when Zeher team is up against them, but maybe wait early to call this, Raider, because this is the first matchup we have seen here in the Pokemon Unite
Exactly,
India
exactly.
Open. So there's a lot more. The other 5 zones, I think they're also here to astonish us.
Well, definitely teams like Hyderabad Hydras and other teams like X Contribution, many more teams are there which are going to show their faces and their talents to be precise today. But apart from that, we are going to move forward and see much more from these teams as well. So definitely, I believe there is a lot of speculation coming up. We
Hmm.
know that Zeher team did an exceptional job, but moving up ahead, is it going to be Hyderabad Hydras dominating on them on Team X Contribution, and maybe in the upcoming stages they will face off as Zeher team, and what will happen in that tussle? We have to check it out. So definitely the story is way too hectic to actually talk about in the day number one and match number one.
Oh yes, the first one was just chaos happening at certain points, and it looked like one of the teams were trying to figure out what should be the next move. But in
Yeah.
terms of when we talk about the objectives of the boss legendary Pokemons, especially on the top and the bottom lane, consistently and consecutively, both Zeher
Mhm.
team were able to pick it up. Whether it is going to be a defensive shield advantage that they used to get, or it is going to be a HP advantage that they used to get, or maybe even the attack advantage they did not get. But let's jump into the East Zone matchup right now, as teams are ready with the Pokemon selection in front of our screens.
But indeed, they are just trying to actually choose the best they can actually for the teams. Moving up ahead, if we talk about HS Mewtwo, well, there we go. The Pokemons have been selected. Trooper and Levy are also trying to go for the Pokemon selection. On the other corner, Sleek is also coming up with some good Pokemons. Clipdus is, I guess, going to use the Snorlax. Apart from that, once again, Lucario is going to come for Professor.
Ooh, there's a Dragonite coming in. I'm enjoying, but on the other end, I mean, I never thought a Scyther would make it into the meta, but with the recent buffs that Scyther got, but compared to when it was introduced, it is looking like a Pokemon very viable to do a lot in terms of damage. But yeah, I was about to be worried coming in from, I think, X contribution here, that having a triple all rounder might be just a little bit too much. You need a little bit range as well in your Pokemons, and that's the reason they bring out the Mew. And with Mew's Solar Beam, it has been annoying. Trust me, Raider. Whenever I've played, especially when I keep constantly shouting on the mic. Unfortunately, to my teammates, like he's 1 HP. Go get him KO'd. But on the other end, there is me, who's also 1 HP because I've been trying to fight so much, and then a solar beam hits right on my face, and I'm KO'd rather than the other
Yeah.
one who just gets saved and just backs off. So it is super annoying. Let's see if right now X contribution will be able to do that as we start off this match between them.
Indeed, the battle is starting. It's Hyderabad Hydras versus X Contribution. You can already see Hyderabad Hydras sitting in the blue corner. They are trying to move forward on the top corner. Some good people like Mr. Mime is there on the bottom corner as well, along with Mew. But now they're going to get some good AOS energy from the jungle Pokemons as well.
Terrain quick, looking forward to getting a couple of AS energies, and I think he should be looking forward to going and getting a goal. There are 2 Pokemon in the bottom lane, but when you look at the top, there is a push from their end as well, looking forward to getting the initial goal. But the first goal coming in, it is going to be from Hyderabad Hydras, and they're not looking to stop it. Light screens coming in, but from both the ends, the screens are
Oh,
going to be there. But this is the solar beam I was worried about, and look at the immediate next connection coming in from Terrain. On Terrain, he does back off. The opponent also has a Mew, and they're trying to kind of exchange the damage. Fortunately, nobody gets KO'd, but on the other end, top lane push, which was done from Eldegoss as well as Lucario, which is Floki as well as Brosier, did not work out. But now Scyther comes in, so it's going to be a triple man setup coming in at the top lane. But
mhm.
Athex, he's just hiding in the tall grasses.
He's just waiting so that the enemy may actually show up and eventually the battle is going to rise. And now he's going to look at that. Super manages to bag out some good damages. Definitely, Kotako Professor is going to go back to his goal post and goal zone to be precise to actually clean up and gather some more energy and maybe fight back once again. But there we go. Another KO comes in. And the Barrera with 4 points. Extra contribution still has to start it off.
Scyther, unfortunately. Yes, he's respawned very quickly because it's still the early stages of the match, but the surprise that he wanted to did not work out. But this bottom lane fight is not stopping at all between Snorlax and Mew coming in for next contribution, but on the other end, Mime and a Mew coming in. Kai tried to help out over there. The damage has been done. The Solar Beam just waiting for it, and it's the next. But fortunately for the Snorlax, had backed out into the goal zone and will be healed.
Well, they are going to repass themselves on the other corner. If we talk about Kai, the Mew is actually coming up on the other corner. If we talk about the other members coming from Team X contribution, they are just trying to move on the upper corner, if I'm not wrong, and maybe get the first goal zone in the table.
Oh no, again Fighter looks like it's in a tough tussle, might be KO'd, but they find the first one on Gardevoir. Again, Gardevoir is a very brilliant Pokemon in the range and the psychic attacks it has, but they need to make sure they level it up very quickly, but it did not happen. But on the other hand, Hyderabad Hydras come up with a quick exchange with the Mew getting a 2 KO streak, but immediate answer with the same 2 KO streak, make it a 3 KO streak for the Mew on X contribution side, and quick goals to follow up, but immediate 3-man push coming in to find the first KO on X contribution side, the Gauss. But in the meantime, Snorlax as well as the Mew, they're able to back off. They're not giving their KOs up, and bottom lane control still under their hands, and X contribution, they have got their goals raked up and right now sitting at 52.
Well, they have got the points, they have got the pressure on the team of Hyderabad Hydras. I was expecting Hyderabad Hydras doing something exceptional, but I believe we are waiting for a few more seconds, few more minutes where this particular team is going to form up the glory and maybe get the points in the favor. And YouTube, well, he's just trying to be as passive as his team is possible. Apart from that, Catherine supports in the Pokemon as well.
I like the name. We don't have a Mewtwo currently in the Pokemon Unite. There is a Mew, yes. So having a Mewtwo name and then playing Gardevoir when you have a Mew itself, just irony around it. But right now, what is X contribution doing? They're immediately trying to get Regieleki, but look at mine. He was there. He wanted to go for a steal, but Sleek saw it from his hindsight. Quick on the screen, and then the solar beam to follow up. And Terrain, he should be KO'd. He's trying to run away. Scyther trying to hold him in, but in the meantime, yes, does get the KO. But quick on an exchange to get another boss Pokemon. Hyderabad Hydras going for the Regi steal to improve their attack.
It's quite difficult at this moment to actually build up the points for Team Hyderabad Hydras because the lead is already in the hands of X contribution. They have already gained one of those amazing goal zones in the favor. They have already gained the knowledge that particular area. But look at that now, Kai, they're trying to dunk some good AOS energy on the goal zone as well. But is it going to be possible for them to devour it? That's the biggest question.
I don't know how I made it alive. Thankful to his teammates, the team and play. But look at what Hyderabad Hydras, they decided to go right on the faces of these players, and Tyranitar finds one KO on Snorlax, make sure that he is put down to the ground. And look at Tyranitar buying time for his teammates to get the goals in, to get that first goal zone out, just like they've done in their top area. But it is not worked out. Only one player was able to goal, but immediate quick exchange coming in. Tyranitar has been KO'd and followed up with the Lucario KO coming through. But Terrain sneakily did put a couple of goals, that's all I can say, on the top lane, and then back to the base and now running right into the bottom lane. But before they could, bottom lane first goal zone has been destroyed.
Again, the tussle is rising at this moment. As you can see, X contribution is coming up with a double century and some they are slowly catching up to the points, but is it going to be a possible task for them? Mewtwo on the other corner manages to back out some damages. Professor has to go far away from this particular situation because his HP is not very great, but the level is 10, and as you can see, now he's going to farm a little bit.
Levels are looking way damn good coming in for X contribution. Everybody is at double digits, but Hyderabad Hydras are not far too behind. But quick on this farming is X contribution. Level 12 is what we are seeing already. 8th X on the Scyther, and they're just right now holding, looking forward to seeing if there is any action. But the action is right, jumping into the bottom lane. Quick on the goals. They're looking forward to finally finding a way to destroy one goal zone at least. But what is the interest of X contribution? It is Regieleki, and they're just melting it immediately as it spawned less than 10 seconds. And they have Regieleki on their hands as they're pushing to the second top goal zone.
Already catching up to the score. Hyderabad Hydras is doing a decent job of actually acquiring some good points in their favor as well. Apart from that, one good, I guess, goal is already in the table. Apart from that, when it comes to, I guess, more damage is coming up. Mystery Terran is actually trying to be quite passive in that particular perspective. Hytex manages to bag out some good damages. Reggie Rock is going to be the Pokemon he's trying to develop.
Hyderabad Hydras read into this play, taking Regieleki on top and immediately switching lanes, hitting the bottom. They understood that there will be a quick switch in where they will be looking forward to goaling. They were able to stop that goal from happening, but unfortunately Kai, he might just be stuck and KO'd. He thought he could go and steal that Reggie, but it did not work out. He was eventually KO'd. Right now Eldegoss trying to deny this from happening, the goal. Tyranitar also pits in. Gardevoir comes in with a Ignite, does a lot in terms of the damage, but they're still able to back off from it. None of them have given up their KOs. And look at that, the block also coming in helps the entire team of X contribution from Sleepy's to back off.
beautiful comeback coming from Hyderabad Hydras. That's quite a decent type of fight coming up from the corner. But right now, Hyderabad Hydras, well, they are left with only 3 goal zones when it comes to Team X contribution. They've got 4 goal zones in their favor. And if we talk about this particular guy, Lucario, he's moving forward. Professor is the guy who's trying to be quite aggressive at this moment. But is this going to be a possible
Oh
chance to look at
no.
the revolver and get the KOs done? Look at the damage getting dished out on Professor. He's once again going to fall back.
Yeah, he's going to call himself to the base, and from there on again try to look forward to making his move ahead. But now with 50 seconds left, both the teams need to actively look forward to recharging their unite move. They need to make sure they're ready for the last battle coming in when the Rayquaza spawns. But in the next 10 seconds before the 50 is over, they're going to see the Regieleki come up. But a good idea and a read coming through that there should be somebody hiding in the bushes. The solar beam does connect a little bit on Aethix, does damage, and Aethix would have to let it go. But in the meantime, Regieleki has spawned. So it's going to be right now a 4v4 fight coming in the top spot. Terrain is just waiting, looking forward to X Contribution making their first move. Previously, when Terrain went, he was immediately KO'd. This time, he's waiting for the right opportunity. But look at this. Reggie is giving away Terrain's position with the Thunders coming in, and Terrain, not too sure what he's doing. Terrain, make a move. You'll be KO'd itself. But X Contribution, quick understanding of the time that they had, and also understanding that if Hyderabad Hydras did not take a move, I think they're waiting at Rayquaza, and immediately X Contribution move towards Rayquaza, and from there on the fight continues.
Well, again, the tussle is rising. As you all can see, the last few minutes are left. I believe 1.5 minutes is actually there right now. But let's see how the players and the other guy is actually going to form and eventually build up the synergy. On the other corner, let's see the reverse. Well, we have got Mewtwo on the back foot. We have got Mew on the front foot. I guess Sky is the one who's just trying to devour and dish out a lot of damage at this point.
We go ahead right now. As you can see, it doesn't matter whether the Rayquaza is being taken or not. The contributions, and they're just still going for the goal. Professor was trying to, but in the meantime, it was just a distraction. Aethix on the top, he's getting 100 in, and that is going to be pushing to 300. Where Hyderabad Hydras and X Contribution very close, it did not work out right now.
So the tough task at this point is actually Hyderabad Hydras has to catch up the points with the 300 that is apart from that, when it comes to the Rayquaza, that is actually taking down. Now we can look at the number of points that each contribution is having 300, and that's absolutely amazing. A lot of players are actually getting followed up, but on the other corner, look at the Professor. He's going to dunk down 54 runs.
Professor was stopped previously, but right now he doesn't want to stop. But on the other end, after getting the Rayquaza, look at what Hyderabad Hydras are doing. Having the shield, they're just putting goals on top of goals, making sure that they are the ones who are going to be looking forward to getting this advantage. And they've rightly done 599, one less of a 600. Whereas X Contribution, even though they reached 400, it does not work. But look at this. Levy is like, I just have a couple of goals, does not matter, let's just goal. If I goal 2, I'll get 4. So I'll just try to keep goaling as minimal as possible and still keeping I would say advantage for himself. And look at him, he still has the shield, and the shield has not been broken. He's again trying to go for a goal, but finally the Rayquaza shield being broken, not giving an advantage to goal, but he still managed to do that. So he is just surviving here at this point. And with Hyderabad Hydras, what a play coming in at the last fight, get this victory for themselves, Raider.
A beautiful damage done and dusted. Look at the way Team Hyderabad Hydras has actually caught up to the fight, particularly 609 amazing points coming from Hyderabad Hydras. This is how you wrap up the game in style, and that's absolutely amazing. Coming up to X contribution, it was absolutely an amazing start, but eventually the game is pretty much in the favor of Team Hyderabad Hydras. It's a 0-1 score coming up. Let's see how far they can actually move with this particular kind of consistency.
Oh, Hyderabad Hydras, where we were wondering that they are having a trouble. They waited, farmed, and got unites, and then immediately jumped on the Rayquaza when they timed it perfectly. Whereas X Contribution, 2 players, both Aethix and Professor, went to immediately goal without getting the Rayquaza, and I think that's where tides turned around. Losing their one all-rounder and attacker who jumped into going for the goal, it just switched up and gave them the advantage, where all the players from Hyderabad Hydras were able to fight with their Rayquaza. And you can see how it has jumped. It came so close. 189 and 200 was when the last final stretch was there. And then they waited. It reached the 9-minute mark. And at that 9-minute mark, when X Contribution started separating, Hyderabad Hydras as a team jumped on Rayquaza and immediately got that. And from there on, less than like 10-15 seconds, they started going into the goal zone, started goaling, using the advantage of the shield as well as quick advantage of that goaling speed. They made it work.
Yeah. A beautiful synergy worked out for Team Hyderabad Hydras, no doubt on that. But at the last few seconds, I believe they were able to catch up to this particular fight. But eventually, if this scenario would have not been possible. X contribution would have easily won this particular fight.
They would have. Oh, a tough fight for X contribution from recovering from, because they're not
Right.
going to be happy of what has happened. Unfortunate for Clippius, you saw he has zero chaos. He was there for some assist, but being on the Snorlax, look at the damage. It's just 10,000. He's taken a lot in terms of the damage, but I feel like it was not enough. He should have come closer to maybe 20,000 in the damage that was done. But on the other end, you can see how much damage Mewtwo. We did speak about the Gardevoir. Initially, when it was not completely evolved, it was still in its initial stages. Took a lot of damage, did get KO'd, but when it was
Mhm.
time for it to be Gardevoir completely evolved, you saw those moves coming in. Those psychic attacks were so devastating that they were getting trapped in those psychic wells, if you want to call it, and they were just constantly kept hitting with that psychic rocks. And finally, when the Unite also came out, they were getting chaos, and that just turned the tide around in their favor, Raider.
Well, now my question comes up that is it going to be a consistent performance coming from Hyderabad Hydras or X contribution at the last few moments, the way they choked up the whole match?
Hmm.
Is it going to be possible for them to evolve in the next one and eventually equalize the score as a 1v1?
We have to watch Raider because Hyderabad Hydras at this point, they might be happy. I would say they were a little bit lucky as well, where X contribution, little overextensions coming in on thinking of, okay, let's go for the goal rather than go for the Rayquaza fight, whereas their majority of the teammates were around the legendary pit.
Hmm.
And X contribution will not be happy about that, especially having that initial control, having the lead as well. I'm pretty sure constantly they've been seeing the cards. Great game. We are on a lead. But when it came to the last stretch, the final stretch, little small mistakes. And that's the reason we talk about in Pokemon Unite, it is a team game. You have to figure out a way to always play together. Even though you might get KO'd at the top lane or the bottom lane immediately as you're spawned, it is not your fault. But there is a way to get back into the game. You have to wait for it, time it perfectly, and that's what Hyderabad Hydras were able to do in this first matchup in their East Zone best of three. They still have two more if X contribution make a comeback. Otherwise, Hyderabad Hydras can have a clean sweep here, Raider.
Well, just the way Team Zeher team did, I guess, yes, of course, there is a possibility that as Hyderabad Hydras is also going to get clean sweep. But let's see how it's going to be possible. But before that, let's talk about the highlights. Look at that from the start, Hyderabad Hydras was able to manage out and get the 4 points in the favor. But after that, what happened? They were unable to catch up any kind of points in the favor. And at the last few moments, I believe, from the last few seconds, I believe they were able to catch up a lot.
Even when the Tyranitar was in its Pupitar stage, if Tyranitar wouldn't have evolved, they couldn't have got themselves a little bit of advantage. And you saw Levi how much he did. Yes, he was KO'd here in the bottom lane fight, but you saw how much space he made, because of which a couple of girls from Hyderabad Hydras was able to put down, and those goals helped a lot. You wouldn't see that help in that early stage where the difference was more than 100, but in this last fight it helped them to regain that space. It helped them to push to 600. Just imagine if they didn't even get to 100, there would have been a situation where Hyderabad Hydras would have been stuck close to 400 or even around 500, which is a good score, where you saw the side of X contribution were also at, they were sitting around 400. So a little couple more goals if they would have put at 500, 500 would have been the case, and maybe it would have gotten neck and neck battle, and decision would have been done on maybe just one or two goals from either end. But again,
Yeah.
much needed, keeping up the composure, playing it until the last one, not giving up at all, even though they were constantly being KO'd.
Hmm.
It says a lot about Hyderabad Hydras.
Well, definitely that experience, that kind of lesser dominance is actually pretty much there. In the last few minutes, they were able to catch up to the game in a way where I believe X contribution was completely surprised, and that was actually quite amazing the way Hyderabad Hydras was able to catch up to that particular play game. But
Hmm.
now moving ahead, I guess once again coming from the East Zone, Hyderabad Hydras and X contribution are going to face off for the second match of their particular BO3. So definitely we have to check out that in the second match, is it going to be X contribution once again starting it off quite well and
Hmm.
maybe choking it off in the last few seconds, or is it going to be X contribution once again starting it off quite well and maybe balancing the game all the way to the end and winning
Hmm.
this one and maybe maintaining the score?
This is what I love about MOBA. It's about the right fight you choose with your team. If you choose one small wrong fight and one decision where your team kind of becomes a little weaker. Even though you might have a great meta coming in the Pokemon selection that you had, but one small move which makes your Pokemons weak, like imagine there is no supporter, the supporter is playing somewhere else, it makes life difficult. But right now, we are jumping to the next matchup here in the BO3 in the East Zone, and we have a new face joining us, which is going to be Necros here. As we see the Pokemons as well, I want to get an idea from you, Necros. I'm pretty sure back in the lines you were watching the matchup, and what idea have you gotten between Hyderabad Hydras as well as X Contribution when they're starting off in this? Is there a way that X Contribution are coming back in?
But I really believe, thank you for the warm welcome, Lucifer. But at the very point, I would love to see that, yes, there was a backlash in the previous match, the first match that they played between themselves. Hyderabad Hydras overpowered them for sure. But this time, if they anyhow manage to change their tactics a bit more, I really believe that there will be a chance to actually come up with an equalizer against Hyderabad Hydras. But yes, that Rayquaza fight will be very, very much important in their favor. So you have to look into that factor, and you have to look after that what is going to come up next onto their side. But well, with that flow, I really, really wish to see that Hyderabad Hydras, if they actually maintain this same flow and the same game that they're seeking for, they can actually come up with a 2-0, and then they can actually win this one pretty well.
They can. They right now have an upper hand after getting the first one in the BO3, the first point for themselves. But can they? Is going to be a question, because I'm pretty sure X Contribution will not be happy and they will come out as a ravenous monster. They'll try to come immediately on top of them without giving them any chance of any chaos. But right now, let's jump into the game itself as it has started, and you can see right now, I hope in this matchup at least, with the picks coming in on TPS, is able to do a lot more, because TPS fell a little bit short previously.
Well, this team for sure, but sneak. But we talk about it. Tools that they have for execution, they will try to score up a little faster and level up as much as possible. But about players will just trying to not let them do what they want at this point. Yes, there are counter goals, they have their end. They just try to manage it up, but this mind, but regarding that from their side is Mirel leveling up on the other side just to level up, using the right Pokemon. But well, on the top lane, we also get to see some more action popping around the corner. And yes, it's definitely a sign that there might be some more clashes, because Levi is holding his Azumarill, will be coming with some moves, some basic damage in the flow. He has to be very, very much cautious, because he has to level up. Because Eldegoss factor is always a key factor for each and every team.
Having a supporter is very crucial, and they will be able to take damage, and in the same time will be able to quickly give you a chance of healing and maybe certain time shield, depending on the Pokemon that you have. Right now on Mind's end, he will be able to block the players off who are trying to aggressively push you, but this time it looks like Mew is like, I have a screen of my own, I'll put it up and make sure that they're unable to rush through. It was okay. Levi is still in the Pupitar stage. From Larvitar has moved ahead, but Pupitar needs to get to Tyranitar. So taking a fight right now head on will be tough. But in the meantime, look at Azumarill constantly hitting shots on that Eldegoss, who's not yet evolved and is going to be able to take one. Professor quickly changing, getting to that Azumarill, is making things work. Has a 2 KO streak, and he's right now farming in their jungle in Hyderabad Hydras jungle, which is making life difficult right now for X Contribution.
Easy. That is something. That's definitely something. But Scyther, meanwhile, he wanted to try to go a bit aggressive, but yes, Pupitar, he's just trying to go back into that jungle area once you get those KOs in front of him so that it can level up a bit faster. But I really believe that Pupitar is actually being successful in that case. He's just trying to go a bit aggressive, trying to get the things right on the track. But now, believing that Scyther is targeting Mr. Mind and will be getting that KO in his favor. But yes, I'm really looking forward when Scyther will evolve up to Scissor. That moment it will be some good action to really watch out for. But he's on a 3 KO streak at this point. He wanted to go a bit more aggressive, but well, this time he will have to back off, because fragility is the one objective that I really Hydras is looking for.
Now you can see how X contribution, they are hungry. They are not happy about what the result was in the previous matchup. And quickly they melt down that Regieliki, get it for themselves. And look at what they're doing. They're doing the same switcheroo that they did previously, which was red from Hyderabad Hydras. And this time as well, they have a couple of Pokémons, but will they be able to stop? They've let the couple of players from Hyderabad Hydras in the top lane to fight it out, but look at what has happened in the bottom. They were able to fight out with the Regi at the bottom, got themselves a little bit of the boost, and now they're immediately fighting with Regieliki. And Jupiter is able to try and deny it as much as possible. And look at this, Apex gets stuck in the opponent's flux zone and immediately gets KO'd. Professor trying to run through it, immediately trying to go for a goal or also at least take some damage on himself. He will be able to. He is still surviving, but he has to back off because his teammates were low, and that's the reason he was able to pick up that fight for a certain time until his teammates were able to back off, and it has backed off. So this bottom lane fight, it has not worked out in anybody's favor. In terms of the control, it is still Hyderabad Hydras having it.
Well, I'm really afraid, Sam, at this point, because if you just see the previous match, it was almost similar to this point. Hyderabad Hydras, they didn't had a great start. They were very in such a position. They were a bit lagging behind with the score sheet until and unless it went down to the Rayquaza fight. But after that Rayquaza factor, it changed the entire table. The entire table actually turned out in the favor of Hyderabad Hydras. But I really believe this time it can actually happen the same way. They do have the points lead. If you just talk about X contribution, they do have the points lead at this point. They're 93 up against 78. But when it comes down, they're just trying to score some pretty much goals. It might be a bit beneficial, but I believe that the evolution of Zeher is really, really crucial at this point.
Yeah, I agree. I'm looking forward to it happening, but in the meantime, how Hyderabad Hydras are also playing is they're not taking space. They're like, let's just keep constantly farming, waste as much as time as possible for X contribution, but look at X contribution. They've understood that Hyderabad Hydras are playing a little bit low, not going very aggressive, and brilliant attack as well as an all-round usage coming through, and they're immediately able to get this Regieliki for themselves. So again, X contribution trying to lead charge right now, take control of the top lane completely. The first KO being found from Professor, and Professor, he's still hitting inside their lane. He's gone and breached through their defenses and still fighting it out and still survives. He might be low, it doesn't matter for him. On the other end, Mew does get KO'd, unfortunate, and that's the reason there's a breach coming in at the bottom. There is a push coming in on the other Mew as well, but it was not enough because Snorlax quick to help out immediately as they defend the bottom zone. But in the meantime, the top zone gets defended. They find players out, they do KO them or at least push them back. But look at how much time is being wasted of Hyderabad Hydras to prevent this goal zone from being lost.
Well, they are just trying to hold on to that position with Regieliki. I really believe that it will be completely defeated at this point because I don't see any HP of that, and for sure it was a successful defend. But when we bottom lane, if we just talk about, there is a massive cluster which is actually happening at this point, and with that Scyther will be getting Regirock in their favor, but Slippers will be going to the goals, and this time I don't think that Hydras will be able to defend this whole tower. But it's 186-78 down, and we are almost around the corner because I really believe that there is less than 1 minute's time that we are going to see Rayquaza spawning up in the middle lane for now.
It's going to be a fight that will be waited, but there is just so much chaos happening both bottom and top lane. Looks like it is going to be Hyderabad Hydras who are getting control of it, and again Levy, just like he did previously in the bottom lane, push the players back. He's doing it again, and finally Hyderabad Hydras get first goal zone destroyed. But look at what Professor is doing. He's like, that's just the first one. We still have the lead, and I'm pretty sure of it. What I'll do is going to be a farming because Azumarill can do so much damage. We saw in the first game itself, 1 lakh was the damage that we saw in the previous game, and the Azumarill coming in. Yes, the team did not get, but if that is the amount of damage that a team or I would say player can do, they have to use him at best. And look at what happens. Regieliki again spawns, and there is nobody from Hyderabad Hydras fighting for it. It is again very quickly X contribution taking control. If 3 players are fighting, Snorlax also trying to pitch in, but before Snorlax has come through, Regieliki already is being taken from X contribution.
Well, this time you have to say, if you get to see X contribution, they're more into the objectives rather than what Hyderabad Hydras are doing at this point, which is actually giving them a plus point. But the match of XP. But well, the Ravitar will be trying to block up Regiliki, and he will be successful for now. The Trooper, Levy, they all will be advancing to the main motive that they're seeking for the Quad at this point. Quad has already appeared, and this time X Contribution will definitely try not to repeat the same mistake what they did in the previous match, and not to let Hyderabad Hydras take his victory home with a 2-0 on the board.
There's still 5 unites on both the ends. So 10 in total.
Yep.
It has not started. Tyranitar Levy along with his mime, they're trying to hit Rayquaza with a couple of shots, but they're waiting for Contribution to make the move, and Professor is the first one who uses the jump pad, immediately comes in, but it does not work. He's backing off, but in the meantime the Unite from Mime comes through, does a lot in terms of damage. DPS coming in with all those slams and as well as this block, but it's not enough. But it feels like Terrain might just go down along with Mew. This is a ranged attacker, and when they jump on Mewtwo, unfortunate, range is gone, becomes just squishy, and that's going to be Mewtwo going on a 2 Chaos 3 coming in for X Contribution, and this time they're not into making a mistake, and Terrain also goes down a 3 Chaos 3 coming in for the Scyther, looking unstoppable and now stomping. But Levy acts smart, immediately runs to the bottom zone, going for a goal, does get it, but still there is a difference of 50.
Well, you got to say at this point, while X Contribution is busy taking Rayquaza, on the other hand, Hyderabad Hydras, they were trying to sneakily approach the goal towers to score what they want, but with the Scyther, he has got the... I really believe Lucifer at this point, he's definitely the match MVP. The way he has played overall throughout the match is really commendable, but that's a direct surrender coming up from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, and with this, our dear friend, X Contribution advances up with an equalizer, and it's 1-1 as what we see at this point.
What an equalizer coming in, Necros. I mean, it was brilliant. The match, as we kind of predicted, right? X Contribution was not happy of giving that first matchup itself. They knew they had it under control, but that last decision of moving players a little bit away, it fell flat on their faces, and now you can see how quickly they were able to answer back. Yes, Hyderabad Hydras were the first one who initiated the battle, and that's what X Contribution wanted. They didn't even walk into the tall grasses. They were in their own farming area, and they were just waiting in that jungle, and as soon as there was a hit coming in from Hyderabad Hydras, X Contribution jumped in with their unites, and they just started taking down players one after another. Levy, smart over there, went to goal sneakily, but again, it was only him. If it was another player also who pushed top lane and got another 100, there could have been a chance, Necros, because you saw it was only like around 300, 400 is what we saw, whereas 200 was already reached from Hyderabad Hydras as well. So that's why we say you need a little bit chance that you have another teammate also to go and goal further, and it was not even 400, it's just 368. So difference is not that huge.
Well, exactly, and yes, you have to just say that it was also mind work that Hyderabad Hydras really needed at this point. They were completely preparing for the Rayquaza fight, but did not actually see the outcome in which X Contribution would have actually overpowered them. But if you talk about Athex, bro, this player has really got the main caliber that we were seeking for.
Oh, yes.
If you talk about, he scored 180 goals, but he's got 8 KOs in a row, and back to back, he was just going on all out position. The way that player actually played in this entire match, he deserved to be the MVP, and he is there for sure. But well, it's a very good play from the side of X Contribution, and we did expect them to bounce back in this way, but the way the difference was made, you can see that it's from 114 and 78 where they were a bit close, but after that X Contribution, they just jumped on, and they did not give a single chance to Hyderabad Hydras to bounce back.
I mean, we keep talking about the Regieleki. You might take the Regirock, Regiice, Registeel. It just gives you a little bit of a buff and a boost of maybe health regenerating, your defensive buff, or the attack buff. But on the other hand, Regieleki, the top legendary Pokemon, is super crucial. And constantly, consecutively, as we saw previously also in the previous matchup, the South Zone and the East Zone as well, constantly hitting it was X Contribution. As you rightly said, Athex, huge credits to him. But alongside him, I want to give credits to Professor as well. You might see him not doing a lot in terms of both the goals and KOs coming in. I'm wanting to see how much damage he has done, because in so many of the times, he was just running around, taking so much damage and dealing the damage in exchange. But it looks like here also, it is Athex only stealing the show.
Well, Ethics, he has already got an overall performance. Might it be damage deal, might be damage taken and
Yeah.
recovery, all the fields. He is the one who is almost leading. You can see Sleepius will have a much more damage taken percentage in that comparison, but for sure, on an average, on an overall view, you can just see that Ethics has done a complete all-rounded job what he was desired of. That's
Yeah.
the main thing that's coming from the side of X contribution.
Ironic, but as an all-rounder, needed to do it, did it. But on the other end, look at this. Mewtwo on the Gardevoir, not a Pokemon that I look forward to doing a lot in terms of damage, but she did. I mean, initially that was the Pokemon I started with when I played Pokemon Unite. I loved it, but once I realized it is squishy and you cannot go close, I kind of left it because I'm like that Machamp kind of Pokemon who likes to go
Millie.
closer, or maybe Speedster, right? Run in their
Yeah.
faces, the Aurora coming through. So I had to let go of it, but playing it in such a brilliant fashion was Mewtwo here. But again, fell a little bit short because again, we keep talking about it that you need to play together, figure out a way where your shots, when you hit and do the damage, there's somebody to capitalize. So Hyderabad Hydras, it was a little bit separated when they played. They were able to do the damage, but it was not enough. But that one team bottom lane push that they did, where they got the bottom first goal zone destroyed, that worked out. But after that, similar kind of execution, we never saw Necros.
Well, exactly. In this match, I really say that X contribution played a better game than Hyderabad Hydras. Hyderabad Hydras actually
Mhm.
played much better in the match number one
Yes.
rather than match number two, if you just see around the overall performance. But yes, match number three will be the verdict to just
Mhm.
get the results at which team will be advancing with the victory title. But for sure, it's already 1-all on the board in this BO3. The third match, I'm really looking forward, Sam, to some kind of changes in the roster. Maybe we can see some new Pokemons coming up. Maybe some new
Yes.
changes that they want to apply in the strategy to get the victory, to get the second win. Both the teams are seeking for the second win and to just win this BO3. But I really want to know, Sam, if you are willing to give any predictions about your concept that yes, they can actually take this kind of Pokemons for the third month.
See, until I see a speedster, which I'm already disheartened from the first match that nobody is picking it, I will not make any kind of judgments or like what can
Okay.
happen, because I want to see a speedster. I want to see somebody coming out with a Gengar or an Upsol, maybe a Zerora, whichever they like. Even a Zorark. I did mention it previously as well. I mean,
Yeah.
he's been fantastic. How people have adapted with him. He's also annoying at the same point. I think speedsters are that one Pokemon. Yes, like we see those tankers who take so much damage on top of themselves, but speedsters are like they come in like a very fast wind and they just disappear the next second. They're not even there. Before you could exchange that KO, they're already run out. They've already taken two players out from your team. So change of pace does happen with them. But all these teams, still now that we have seen four teams at least, they've strongly sat on the Pokemons which they kind of know that they can take hits on. All rounders coming in, attackers coming in, supporters coming in, defenders coming in. So they're very inclining towards Pokemons which can take damage and then that share the damage, send it back as well. So I think that is also a decision and a judgment left up to them how they want to play the game. If they want a couple of squishy Pokemons, they would have to give up some of the other stuff. So I think coming back to your question after this big explanation is that I'm pretty sure we are going to be seeing changes from both the ends little,
Exactly.
but I'm not predicting for a big change like they changed that entire meta that they had. There is no Muse coming in. I don't think things like that will happen.
Yo, I really like give a +1 to the point because I really believe that there won't be big changes, but yes, one or two slight changes might happen because I really believe there will be Eldegoss, there will be
Hmm.
Mew, but in that case, as you just mentioned earlier, you needed some speedsters, and I really believe that Zorar can be one of those factors that you can actually play on and rely on. But if anybody is willing to take that risk for Zorak, it's really good on we can see. But I believe Gengar, that can also be one of those crucial speedsters that they can adapt with because it's already been a long time we have seen Gengar doing a tremendous job and
Yes.
can be one of those game-changing Pokemons for many of those crucial matches that we have seen in the previous time. But yes, in this crucial match, which is a decider almost for both the teams, I believe that a Gengar can be that X factor that we can look up to.
Mhm. Also, I mean, okay, speedsters are one thing that, as we said, right,
Yeah.
teams are looking forward to Pokemons which can take damage rather than immediately being squished as speedsters. they're bringing out all rounders, attackers, and supporters and defenders. But on the other end, I still want to see Pokemons which are very speedy and also have very limited range, like Pokemon such as Buzzwole coming through. I mean, he is a monster. So the only way to figure a way through to kind of counter him is pick Buzzwole itself and play that Pokemon. So I'm looking forward to where players try to go for that similar mirror exchanges coming through. Yes, there was a Mew fight coming through where I felt that the X contributions Mew was a little bit more deadlier compared to the Hyderabad Hydras Sky. He did try, but you knew that the minute second where that solar beam came earlier from the X contribution found more value compared to the solar beam which came maybe a millisecond later from Kai. So I think these kind of minute instances and fraction of seconds need to be worked out, because those minute experience points as well give you the level boost which might help you getting the move or move buff.
Well, exactly. Some small moves. Very few small moves can actually make that X factor in each and every case, in each and every match, and we really look up to that for sure. But this third match, which will be coming up very shortly, will be the most interesting one of those,
Hmm.
because in the previous match, if you talk about the previous BO3, we saw 2-0, and which was a brilliant one. But yes, for now it's 1-1. We actually expected some of the games to be a close contest, and which is already happening in the very second BO3 of the day. We're yet to see the other actions which are still awaiting in this entire day. But for sure, if we are seeing this amount of contest in the very second game, Lucifer, can we do expect some more close battles coming up in the next few matches as
Oh
well?
yes, we started off, we didn't have an idea, and that's how I would feel every tournament starts, right? You don't have the right idea what is coming up. Even for the teams, they might be from the same zones, but sometimes maybe because of the format you never met each other, you became the top two teams, and after
Yeah.
that you met in the finals itself. One of them might be getting surprised, or again they will be grinding out. So at certain points they would have met each other on scrims, but again, scrims does not give you the right idea of what is happening and what is not. So I can't give the right decision here or conclusion of how the next matches are going to kind of unfurl in front of us. But for sure, viewers, you can be excited and also looking forward to them being super high intense energy, because certain times it happens like so chaotic, a four versus four fight, or even certain times 5v5 fights coming through, and that is the ones I really love, like that minute unite move exchange coming through and one just stands tall. Right now, let's see if our wishes will be fulfilled. One wish for me, yes, it has been
Oh.
fulfilled. Zorark is out, the speedster. I'm more than happy.
I'm happy too, because I also prefer playing a speedster in this case. But yes, there are other picks which are yet to be revealed. But yes, there is the only change I really believe that we have seen. But yep, there is no Mr. Mime from the side of X contribution. But well, the main lineup, they are going to stick up to that they have got success with. But yes, I really believe that, Sam, we have to just wait for our wish to continue, because I really believe that there has been a small change as we see Dodrio coming up from the side of Mewtwo.
I mean, it's fine. Still a speedster, so I'm gonna be still okay with it. Um, let's see how much in terms of the play that they can make, because Dodria is also in the meta, especially with those I would say goals that it can do, right? Like in consecutive breakdowns that it can do, like breakdown in total number of how much ever it has, goal it twice when it's in Dodio, and then when it goes in Dodrio, three is already in its name with the three faces that it has. It splits its goals into three portions and goals it very efficiently. It is actually an advantage compared to any other Pokemon, which is kind of a passive ability that it has, and because of which it also gives it the chance that get that minute goal in and run away. Speedsters, they have that chance, even though their range is not that good, their attacks, they are kind of ranged, their moves are kind of ranged, they immediately jump on top of the opponent. So let's see with that pick coming through, is it going to be finding a lot of damage, especially with the unite. And I've seen one thing, Necros, for sure, is Dodrios love to go for steals, whether it's the top or bottom legendary Pokemons, and even Rayquaza, the legendary main Pokemon in the last stretch as well.
Well, yes, the trio is always one of those key factors which can actually help you get some easy steals in those objective fights as well. But yes, for sure, we will be looking forward to what this time Mewtwo is planning up and what strategy they do have upon their sleeves, because this is the decider match, ladies and gentlemen. If they win it, they secure this BO3, but if they lose it,
Mm-hmm.
they lose this BO3. And now
Yeah.
that this is the main factor. You're taking a gamble, but yes, a good gamble indeed, because Giorgio, I believe, can be a very, very good factor of what Chile Hyderabad Hydras is seeking at this point.
I hope they're prepared for it. I hope they're ready for it because
Exactly.
coming up with a switch up like that and then figuring out, okay, this is something that I wanted to do, but I did not do it earlier and taking a risk. Now it's a do or die situation. When it was the best of three, you knew that you had chances of two matches that you could have played in it and maybe one and one lost. And that has already happened. Now we are kind of back to a best of one, how their initial qualifiers was. So a do or die situation, and also at this point, they will not just be out of the tournament, they'll be out from one stage, one position away from reaching to the group stage, the national players, the national qualifier. So I'm looking out for if and who which that team is going to be here, Necros.
Yeah, like this is Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. Each and every match is counting, and each and every match is going to decide till which point are you going to make it in this big event, in this big tournament. And as you see, there is a bit of competition. Few teams and few players, they have got some more caliber
Mm-hmm.
coming up on their side. They do have a bigger gameplay to showcase on the biggest stage, and this is the time, this is the moment. If you are grinding up for months and for weeks, this is the moment to showcase what you have been preparing up. And now it's the time. You lose it, you will have to wait for the next time, but if you win it,
Yeah.
there is a bigger reward awaiting for your side.
And yes, when we see to the next national playoffs coming through, we will have 12 teams, but there is still a prize for the top 8. So you would have to battle with 4 teams and try to push them off the edge of the ship and then get a chance to become the top 8. But again, when we talk about teams looking forward to getting in the top 8, they're not just looking forward to like 6, 7, 8 positions. They're always eyeing for the first position, which is the champions title and which has the major stakehold of this 22.5 lakhs of cash prize, right? This is so big, and out of which 11.25 lakhs is going out for the winners.
Yeah, like you can just see that there is a very, very huge chunk of amount of prize pool that you can actually take home, and as well as the entire bragging rights. That's the main point, that being the champion or being one of those finalist team in this big event will
Hmm.
actually gain you a big chance to come up for the next events as well. That even when you just come up, there are many underdog teams and many teams which have already established themselves in this field of Pokemon Unite. And if anyhow this, and I'm really looking forward to those matches, especially where we can see those new teams, those new aspiring teams coming up against those most established teams of the entire Indian region to just compete each other in the zonal phase as well as in the national playoffs. Because in that case, the top teams won't have an idea about the underdog teams those are coming up and facing them, and that's the main point where they might lose. As you can see, Hyderabad Hydras, they're definitely trying their level best, but this time they were not prepared for X
Yeah,
contribution.
I mean, as I said, right, we saw X contribution not being happy because they lost the first BO3 in a minute, I would say, 10-15 seconds. That's where it immediately fell flat on their faces, that small decision that they took. And now, the second matchup that they played, they're like, we made a mistake. We are making sure that it doesn't repeat, and we are going to be going full all in, all guns blazing, running right to the faces of Hyderabad Hydras. If they even bring a head-on fight, we'll somehow try to figure out a way to create a pocket of air. They create it, and then they jump back into the fight. And I think Hyderabad Hydras, yes, that quick adaptation coming in from X contribution and playing it very smart and cautious to not make similar mistakes that they did in the first BO3, they also putting a good show was not enough. Now Hyderabad Hydras, they have to step up their game and they have to go one ring above the ladder and make sure that their game is even better than X contribution, because I feel like these two teams are evenly matched up. The scoreline also in the second BO3, it was not too far apart. 200 odd coming in for Hyderabad Hydras
Yeah.
and 360 was where we saw coming in for X contribution. So there is still a chance for Hyderabad Hydras to pull the reins back up.
Yes, and the first game was definitely close until that Rayquaza fight happened. But then again, the second time, the second match, it was again that Rayquaza factor that actually made the difference quite big. Though we can see that X contribution, they had a better lead from the very
Hmm.
start of the game. this third match, as you again mentioned, they have a close contest, they have the closer chance, and this third match will be that key factor that we are definitely looking forward, because at this point, I really wish to see how close it can actually go. But as we talk about 241, 123 already, where Hyderabad Hydras, they are they have already taken a good amount of lead, which is quite beneficial for them. But as we talk about Rodrigo, he has already leveled up to 11 to 11.
Apologies that we kind of missed the initial fight. We had some glitch, but we are in. And as we were talking about Hyderabad Hydra stepping up the game, Necros, they've rightly done so. And look at how cautiously they're playing. They've understood the Ethics is loving to take fights, and he's also being supported from his teammates. And he's always been able to deliver a lot. So he's already at level 12. He already has a chance to gain 50 AOS energies, and he has all the 50 AOS energies for himself. But unfortunately, Hyderabad Hydras are not giving them the day of light where they can get a chance to push up. And look at this, how evenly being fought. Regieliki always constantly being taken from X contribution, but this time it was once taken from X contribution, but the immediate next was also taken from Hyderabad Hydras. Finally, a fight started off between Hyderabad Hydras and X contribution, pushing towards to Hyderabad Hydras lane. But look at this, this is what I talked about. Dodrio has potions that it splits up its goals into, and that's what he's doing. And along with, I think he has a goal shield here, the handle item, and he's able to constantly goal with portions, and he does it.
Does it pretty well, but well, there are some unite moves popping up in the bottom lane. Well, Kai, if we talk about Tyranitar, he's trying to demolish each and every, but there comes the trio targeting Mew. Seek will just manage barely to survive from that position, because he is quite aware that they cannot afford to go cannot actually afford to get any more chaos. But well, Azumarill tried to get those goals, got what he wanted, but still he will be completely stacked up by the players of Hyderabad Hydras, and that's the KO coming up from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. Lucario, Alkai, and the all other players, they are actually coming up as a pack, and they are really here to hunt down Regieliki at this point.
Yeah, they don't care with it, like 15 seconds left. They want the Regieliki, get a push to the base goal zone, and then immediately jump on the Rayquaza itself. And with 10 seconds to go for Rayquaza, they're also farming up their unites. Two more Pokemons, Mime as well as Tyranitar are the only two Pokemons. But look at this, what happened? TPS a little bit too early. If you'd have waited a couple of seconds, 4 seconds at least, he could have doubled that goal and got the score maybe above Hyderabad Hydras. But look at what Hyderabad Hydras are doing. They're quick. They want this Rayquaza done and dealt with in their favor. And the exchange is going on, but it is still going to be Hyderabad Hydras. X contribution did try to kind of get a steal. Does not work out. And look at this. They're just going in, going for the goals. And Hyderabad Hydras are here to close the game.
Well, that was indeed some super fast action in the middle lane. So we can see that Snorlax is barely trying to defend his goal, but to be honest, there are no loopholes at this point, because Hyderabad Hydras, they've already done what they wanted to do, but now it's the time for it to please get some KOs in a retaliation. With Kai, you can see he's waiting with all 50 of those goals, while other players will be distracted for just scoring. Kai is looking for that main loophole opportunity, and he got what he wanted. He's going for the goal with the 100 back. He's coming with 699. Less than a minute, the time is up. But Dodrio with those more 43 goals, he's also marching towards that end to score the last few goals that he has left with him.
Again, these potion goals coming in from Dodrio. They're raked up to 785. Unfortunate. And look at what Hyderabad Hydras are doing. They're just pushing back the players until now from X contribution. Once their teammates had already pushed up and got the goals done, then they started getting these KOs. And now look at this, 4 of them are KO'd. Sleek is the only one surviving, who's battling for his life, but being chased by the Tyranitar, and Tyranitar is using all the attacks, throwing and dumping it, along with the Eldegoss coming in, and Sleek also finally being KO'd. It's a done deal. It's a coffin being closed. The Unite being used from Dodrio at this point is like, let's just dump everything that we have on our moveset and just throw X contribution afoot.
That's the triple trample, and Dodrio, the next factor that is missing for in the very final match between X Contribution as well as Hyderabad Hydras has come to an end, and we can actually see particularly what is the verdict and the scoreline that sells up this PO3. It is going home with Hyderabad Hydras for sure, but look at the difference. It's 879 and 250, while Dodrio scoring the maximum amount of goals if you just see Mewtwo with 288 score he has done from his end. He's got 2 KOs, 6 assists to his team, and that's how they played. But hats off to Kai, the Tyranitar factor. He played it brilliantly. He is the one deserving of that MVP title. With 146 score, he has done 9 KOs and 7 assists from his end. And a great work to Mr. Mime as well as Eldegoss as well.
Kudos to the entire team from Hyderabad
Yeah.
Hydras. We thought there'll not be a big switch up, but they actually made a big switch up of giving away the Pokemons that their teammates earlier played, and they just exchanged it. The Tyranitar was being played from Levi, and Kai was always sitting on the Mew. And I thought that they will not give up the Mew. They did. They bring in other Pokemons and they play so very well. All their fights, you could see, they always had an upper hand. Regieleki was taken once in between from X contribution, but that was just once, and gave them a slight boost of a couple of goals, that's all. But completely under control from there forward was Hyderabad Hydras. Clipius, he did put up a 40 goal, but unfortunately he did not wait for a couple of seconds. If he did, he would have gotten a chance to double that to 80, and then maybe we would have seen the scoreline get immediately closer, or even, as I mentioned, on top of it. But kudos to the entire Hyderabad Hydras team. More than the chaos, I'm talking about the assist. You saw everybody is at 6, 7, 10 assists coming in from every player. So everybody in all the fights that they took forth, everybody contributed. And Kai played a major role. 107,000 damage dealt on with the Tyranitar was just insane coming in from his end. And Professor, even though on the Azumarill we have seen 1 lakh in the previous matchup, it was not there this time.
We can see there were something differences at this point, and yes, we were hoping for a bit of change. We got that change and we got the results accordingly, the Rodrio factor. But yes, Kai, the way he played the Tyranitar, it was exceptional. You can see the amount of damage he have dealt and the amount of damage he has taken. But overall, the performance, it all went towards the side of Hyderabad Hydras. They choked up in the second match, but they did a brilliant comeback in the very third match to seal off this BO3. And we can actually see it is a very good end towards this match. But yes, a very well played game to X contribution as well. Becoming that underdog team, they still managed to put up a brilliant pressure and a brilliant contest against Hyderabad Hydras.
Yes, we did, but we are not done with today's matches. There was just 2 more. We still have 4 more to go. 6 in total in terms of the matches in best of 3s. But right now, time to take a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. We are back after seeing two brilliant matches. One, yes, was a quick storm coming in on the South Zone end, but immediately Hyderabad Hydras from East Zone representing, they turned tides around in their favor. The first match they did win, but the second one, X Contribution, were not happy with it. They revenge seek it, get that victory, but after that, Hyderabad Hydras make a little of a change and they get that victory in their favor, Necros. And I'm looking forward to more such action happening here in Pokemon Unite India Open today.
We are about to see some more actions because as you are seeing in this small span of break, you are seeing the names that are being popped up. It's going to be Ryzen Esports versus Stand and 5, and it's going to be the zonal finals of West Zone. We've seen South Zone, we have seen East Zone, but it's now time for the West to just come on the stage because Ryzen Esports and Stand and 5, for me, both are new teams that we're going to see some new faces for sure. But at this point, I'm really seeing, can we get some more surprises from their end?
I'm looking forward to. Teams are showing us that they are able to change Pokemons and give it up to their teammates of what they played in maybe the two matches of the BO3, and the third one, an immediate switch up coming through, which topples, or I would say which opens up new horizons for the teams to kind of function on. So right now, West Zone coming in for the third match here in the zonal finals. All these teams, again, for all the viewers to let you guys know, we are getting back into these teams jumping it up and going to the national playoffs. That's what they're hungry for. That's what they're looking forward to, where they can fight with India's top teams and call themselves the champions, not only here in the India Open 2022, but also get a chance to represent. This might be for them in terms of one of the best fights that they put forward, because the prize as well as the title is going to be huge.
Well, definitely that huge title is already on the stake, as well as the bragging rights for sure. And all the teams advancing from the zonal finals will be going for the national playoffs as well. And with that, the entire procedure and the schedule will be getting notified through you. But in this case, we are seeking for those other regions. Now, as we talk about the West Zone, it's going to pop up. But standing by, I will not choose our prediction. We cannot actually give up before seeing that match for sure. But yes, we are looking forward to this much more surprises that we are about to see. We have seen some outstanding performance from the underdog teams, and let's see some more of it.
Oh, yes. Zonal finals have given us an idea of what we can expect, both in terms of relentless fights coming through and never give up attitudes, as well as the storms coming through with a quick close up of a 2-0. So, we are going to be expecting many such matches, but right now, let's jump into the West Zone matchup where the Pokemon selection in front of us.
Well, as we can see there, I'm quite a bit of surprised. We are seeing a Duraludon from the side of like Ryu, if you talk about, like I believe it's Ryzen Esports. They have taken a Duraludon. I'm a bit surprised to see that. But yet, let's just see what they do have, what strategies do they have upon their sleeves as of now, because I'm really looking forward to what is coming up next at this point.
With these picks coming through, yes, we have to see the final locks, and it has happened coming in from Player as well as Regret with the Mammothine as well as Sylveon. But on the other end, you can see no speedsters here. There is the supporters coming in and as well as the defenders, but Azumarill is out coming in from Miraka, and I'm gonna be loving Azumarill, but still in terms of damage is something that I'm expecting. But Duraludon can be annoying, especially with that entire huge circumference that it takes up. It just slows down every Pokemon, and if your teammates are available for Duraludon, they're going to be doing a lot of damage, and easy chaos can be picked up here, Necros.
Well, that's quite sure because according to the new meta and the new Pokemon swaps or the rosters that we're seeing usually in each and every match, it's a kind of different pick. I would just see from their
Yes.
end. And well, if you actually see, they are new stars. They are the aspiring esports athletes of this Pokemon Unite game. Standing 5 days on Ryzen Esports, the new rosters, the new changes, the new Pokemons are on the go. While Standing 5, they are trying to just stick to the basics of the meta that is going on. We can see that Ryzen Esports, they have come up with some new strategies going for that. They've got a Mammothine, they've got a Duraludon, and this time, let's see what they do have. There's a Chansey as well, on the side of Standing 5 as well. But now, the first matchup will actually give us an idea of what and which team is capable of what caliber.
Ryzen right now did get goal, or it is just 4 and 5. Now 9. but it's just Azumarill Miraka who we spoke about who's doing the damage. On the other end, it is Stand in 5 who are constantly trying to push up, get goals in. They pushed it to 18, but Miraka, understanding that being an all-rounder, has the chance of doing a lot in terms of damage and also taking the damage, is doing good. Getting a couple of goals in and then backing it. Right now, it is going to be a tough one here, both to Regret as well as Clear, because there's, on the other end, Squirtle, yes, will evolve to Blastoise, but who is being helped with the Snorlax. So Snorlax can stop things and do a lot in terms of damage if the Storm comes in, but look at that, that's what I said, defend. He's defending his teammate as well as the cold zone, and the bottom lane push is not at all working for Ryzen. Top lane, wow, they're just destroying. Got a 2 KO streak as soon as the Duraludon is there, and Ryzen Esports take the lead.
Well, you can actually see some more surprises coming up from their side. The Squirtle, he's just trying to back off those players in the bottom lane, not to let them come very close to the goal. But Miraka, as you get to see, as usually Azumarill with a chance to start getting the small it's very small form. We just get to see we're just trying to get the things on the track, but where the top lane is completely being dominated, and you have to just say they're doing pretty well. Larvitar won't stand a chance for a very long period of time, but well, it has evolved to a Pupitar, but still small evolution. But Azumarill and Chansey still have better control of that case, but there are multiple KOs that are happening. But Ryzen Esports, they are down to 2, but maybe one of those players, that is Mamoswine, will be coming back again after having a standout.
The slam was so crucial to take down the Duraludon, and now it opens a little bit of the horizon and gets for Stand in 5, but Azumarill is still alive, able to do so much damage, irrespective that you have a Blissey is not at all working out here for Stand in 5. And I feel like with Blissey, I'm not understanding why it's left alone to go ahead. Now yes, as you mentioned, the Pupitar is still going to be there trying to fight it out, but at this stage, it cannot take up a lot of damage, withstand it and survive, and that's what Ryzen Esports are taking advantage of. They find the first KO on the Blissey. Now they're targeting both Greninja as well as the Pupitar. They've both low, no berries available, and Pupitar goes down. Now Miraka, he's also about to go down. Brilliant stars being used from Greninja, but Duraludon Ryu, he needs to find a way to get out, but oh, did he find? No, actually he didn't. The Greninja just runs away. I thought because I saw a Pokeball over there, maybe another KO happened. It actually did.
Well, it was a chance, but with that same flow, when you just talk about, we see a Wartortle still wandering around in the bottom lane. You will get those objectives small wild Pokemon in the field. With the top lane, there is a test that we have to look into, as a Regieleki has been spawned. Sylveon will be there to just get the chance to goals, but while the other players of Ryzen Esports are much more determined in securing the Regieleki and all the see up. There is a chance to steal that Regieleki, but won't be successful in that case. By while Wartortle, anyhow, when he manages to defend the full tower in the bottom 7 pretty well, but yes, they get Duraludon with those beautiful moves, will get some good amount of damage. Azumarill will be shutting off, but Chansey is still trying to defend his full tower. It's a big stack coming up from the side of Ryzen Esports.
Ryzen, they're able to completely control and also command what they want, and very soon the top second goal zone will also be destroyed. Wait, 1-1, there are players who had a couple of more that they gained, and finally Eldegoss closing that goal zone up, giving them more space to fight with. Now Sylveon is on a 1v1 here with water, but because of the berry, he'll be able to regain health again, but same berry is being taken and stolen, I would say, this time, coming in from Ryzen Esports. Sylveon, but look at this block, they want to keep it to a 1v1. That block was only enough for some time. Back with the rush coming in. Mamoswine still not Mamoswine, Pillowswine, but still held there to help out the Sylveon, and all the players just regroup, and now it's a bottom lane chaotic fight happening. Miraka leading the charge, trying to push back the players with the Tyranitar is here. I'm looking forward to the Duraludon using the flash cannon, but before that could happen, the Mamoswine has walled, and now it is just rushing with its tusk to eliminate players. Even the Greninja is alive with the Starch, it's trying to push. It's not working out. A brilliant block to push to the Flux. but only a couple of players got pushed. Everybody else is concentrating and putting down goals. Greninja on the other end went to the opposite end, but Sylveon was keeping a guard, and because of it, Greninja could not put any goal and will be KO'd as well as he was trying to make his way back. It's only Tyranitar who respawned and he's back. On the other end, it is the Snorlax right now trying to hold it guard. They are getting a KO streak right now. Eldegoss will just be trying to hold it out. Pudding trying to buy time for his teammate, but he knows it's not going to be happening, especially with the block being pulled out. It's going to be very tough. Goal zone being bursted and Pudding is making a run, and Mamoswine needs to help. The Icicle Spear comes down and Icicle Crash helps them out.
Well, with that flow, as you talk about, we are seeing some more pretty action coming inside of Ryzen Esports. We thought of a good surprise, and they are delivering it pretty well. As the Duraludon, he was marching and he was creating some much more chances, and which was quite something to be praised of. But at this point of time, I really believe with Baraka, again, it was very confident as it seems. But well, that was Baraka is going with the Duraludon. Will be just going and securing the Brazilian, but with that revolving ruin, again Duraludon is trying to make the difference with his Ignite move. But at the meantime, Azumarill also shuts down, we can say, the Tyranitar, but for now, it's just the game. There is less than 1 more minute for the Rayquaza to spawn up, but now I believe all the players will be determined to go for the bottom lane and get their objective done for their side.
Yeah, get the goal, burst one of the goal zones, and look at this again with the Icicle Crash coming through, making sure nobody gets it. They get the bottom lane goal zone also destroyed, and their main intention right now with this happening is farming for the Unite. With just less than a minute left, they want to get everything that is possible. With the Registeel, they get a little bit of an attack boost here, and fighting it with them will be even more difficult. But look at what Player makes, immediate decision coming in. He understands that they all have to run in somewhere close to the top and the mid lane where the Rayquaza will be spawning. They're regrouping. They're not giving any individual fights, not overextending, and Ryzen Esports playing it very cautiously in this last few final stretch moments.
Well, they have to play pretty well because their difference is not that big. There is only 94 points difference that we get to see. And Rayquaza, you never know which team's favor it will actually land up. There is just less than 30 more seconds to go for Rayquaza to spawn up, and that will be one of those game-changing points. But as you can see, stand and 5, they already have a complete feeling set up in the mid lane. And they are quite prepared for Rayquaza to come up. While if we talk about Ryzen Esports, they're hiding in those bushes. They're just waiting for the right moment. There can be much more tactics. In the previous time, we used to get to see that when the other team, the opposing team, anyhow very low HP, you get to see another team stealing it. But this time, it's all going down. The multiple unit teams are clashing in the central part. There are multiple KOs as Greninja has been completely shut down. Azumarill will be getting taken down from the side of Ryzen Esports. The central area, the mid lane, is completely congested. Both the teams clashing among each other.
They're buying time, and Eldegoss is doing a brilliant job helping their teammate out along with the support being provided. And look at what Duraludon does. With the early revolving ruin coming through, did so much damage to everybody, bought time for Ryzen Esports to fight out, and now it gives their team an advantage to fight with Rayquaza. But Greninja wants to steal it, and he does! And this shield that the team gains will give them an advantage, but they make sure that he immediately falls. He does get a 2 KO streak, but regret with an immediate exchange along with the Azumarill coming through. They get the KO in, so no goals being put from stand in 5. They've been blocked. Blackwater, he's still pushing right now, but Mamoswine coming in, breaking the shield off at least the Blastoise. Blissey as well loses the shield that they gained from the Rayquaza, and they're going in for the goal. They will be able to stop this time because the Rayquaza advantage is no more alive for stand in 5. What a play immediately coming in from Ryzen Esports to exchange this blow.
Well, you have to say this big blow, which could have been their X Factor, that Ryzen Esports might fall off in the final moment. They barely, not barely, but they brilliantly managed to secure that defense. Three KOs they have already taken down, and you can see there are still 94 more points difference that are popping up. They won't let anybody to come across and get the goals done. While you can get Snorlax, he's waiting. Baraka, he wanted to go for a goal, but there is Greninja who is stopping, but Duraludon, he manages to put some more goals. 331 to 81 on the board as anyhow Ryzen Esports manages to secure the victory, because though there is a 2 KO streak coming from the side of Greninja, the Rayquaza factor did not stand a chance against Ryzen Esports, and Stand and 5 will just be standing in their position as Ryzen Esports take this match's victory into their pocket and lead this BO3 with 1-0.
Oh my god, unbelievable what just happened. This is why we say you just keep it going. Greninja was the only one there to steal. And what did they do? They immediately punished Greninja for using a shuriken or anything else that he kind of threw right to the Rayquaza while he was barely surviving, and made sure that that entire Rayquaza advantage is bursted like a bubble itself. You saw players who were pushing bottom lane, both of them had that shield advantage. If they got to the goal zone and started putting that goal down, that shield as well as the boost little of that Rayquaza would have helped them to get that goal in. But before they could enter, did so much damage that they just broke it into pieces. And Ryzen Esports still stand tall. What a matchup, and showing us the capability that Rayquaza, Regieleki, Regirock, anything that you take, it doesn't matter. We as a team will stand and break you.
Well, that's what Ryzen Esports came up from. Just starting off with some different roster, picking up some different out of meta Pokemons, they managed to come up with a brilliant result that nobody can actually desire of. At first, they were in a questionable position from our end as well, because we just thought that they are choosing Duraludon, they're just choosing some more Pokemons which is not getting commonly used at this point. But yes, they came up with the results, they showed us that what they are capable of, and look who is the MVP. It's Ryu, the Duraludon that we were talking about. 165 score he has done from his end, 13 KOs and 11 assists. Can you just see this, Lucifer?
Oh my god, brilliant play. I was worried. And Duraludon is annoying. He might be an attacker, but he is an insane attacker. It's not easy also to play him. If you don't learn him well and play it out well for your team, it's easy for you also to be eliminated. And look at the damage, 1,06,000. Miraka as well. This is what I said. Azumarill has a chance of getting 1 lakh damage in, and here 93,000. As well as taken damage, Miraka is 71,000. On the other end, Tyranitar, as we saw the previous matchup as well in the East Zone, 1 lakh 1,000 damage was dealt. And again, Greninja as well. Brilliant play coming in. But in terms of taking damage, it was only the Blissey who took 95,000 damage, but unable to retaliate enough. And I think they were targeting at all times when we paid close attention. First, that Miraka was always hitting was Blissey. Understanding that Blissey, just like how they have pudding on Eldegoss, Blissey will be able to help their teammate out, survive further longer, especially with the Tyranitar and Blastoise. Made sure they punished constantly that Blissey and KO'd that Blissey.
Well, each and every time, any of those Pokemon from the side of Standing 5 wanted to go on a rampage mode, they were eventually shut down by the players of Ryzen Esports on that very instance. They were just going so well. Eventually, when you talk about, you have to play, praise Blackwater for from the very starting phase, being a Squirtle form, he just managed to just slow down Sylveon in the bottom lane by a solo play. Like, it's really tough for a solo player to just defend his goal by himself, but he managed to do it pretty well. But yes, kudos to the team of Ryzen 5 for putting up some brilliant performance and showcasing their skills in this first match of this brilliant BO3, and we're seeking to see some more action from their side as well. But we'll see what is going to come up in the second match. Is Standing 5 looking forward to make some roster changes or come up with some new Pokemon and some strategies, or Ryzen 5 also might have some new changes and some new strategies popping up on their sleeves?
Yeah, now that they've understood how they're playing around with Duraludon doing so much damage and also keeping Azumarill on the other check. You see, at certain times they make sure that both Miraka as well as Duraludon Ryu play in different lanes, because they want both of them to do damage consecutively and constantly and push them back one after another. And when things are looking like it's bad and going south, what they do is they group them together, and most of the times it has always worked that the revolving ruin coming in the unite move, and then Miraka also jumping in at the right time, doing so much damage together. They just consecutively get KOs after KOs, and they just give them the upper hand. And that's what has happened in the last Rayquaza fight as well. They did get the upper hand, but the timing of respawning back, that also as an advantage Stand-in 5 got, and Greninja came back in. But it was not enough. As you said, yes, we might end up seeing a little bit change in those Pokemon selections coming through, but I feel like if you've shown us little of this Duraludon, I feel like there's a lot more Necros hidden coming in from Ryzen Esports.
Well, you have got a surprise in the very first match, and we can actually expect some more surprises coming up in the next match as well. Because I really believe that Ryzen Esports, the way they stopped that Rayquaza factor happening from against them, I really see that they don't want to get this thing done to the very last match. They want to shut the things off in the very second match. They want to go for a 2-0 for sure. But if they are willing to go for a 2-0, I don't think Standing 5 would easily let them do it, because they do have to come up with a comeback. Otherwise, it will be all done for the zone finals for them.
Ah, right now every team it's looking tough, and also at certain times feeling that they might just be moving out today, because this is zonal finals again. For all the viewers, to remind you, it's a do or die situation. There is nothing from here that you have a safety net to fall into, so every team is giving it their all, but they're also at certain points getting surprised. And because this is a MOBA game, as we said, it's about the right fight that you take. It is not that every fight works out in your favor, but if you make the decision of a right fight, push together as a team, it'll work out in your favor. And one of these, I would say, 12 teams that we are seeing right now, we have just 6 teams. They're making the right decisions happen. But let's quickly jump into the Pokemon selection screen, as I also invite Raider back here on the desk.
Well, happy to be here right now, and thank you for that warm welcome. Meanwhile, we are going to witness once again the selections coming up from the teams Ryzen Esports and the respective team. But Ryzen Esports, the way they were able to recover some beautiful points in the previous match was absolutely amazing. But right now, as you all can see, Ashwak is coming up with some good Pokemons of his own. Snorlax has been appointed. Apart from that, once again, more and more good selections are coming up. Well, guys, on the other corner, if we talk about Dural Dawn, well, once again, Rio is going to be there appointing it and eventually performing the way we want to see. On the other corner, let's see how these people are actually going to perform, how the point system is something which is going to cover up for them. Meanwhile, the clash, the carnage is something we will witness quite soon.
Well, for sure, I'm really looking forward to the second match, which will be popping up. But yes, I do have some questions in my mind. That's I really believe that's for sure that we are going to witness a Duraludon again coming up from the side of Ryzen for
Right.
esports. I really believe, because they will try to stick to that same strategy, or might be the winning factor that they actually prevailed over. But yes, there is the match coming up. There is a bit change from the side of Standing 5. We got a Snorlax coming up instead of probably any one player. I'm missing it out, but for sure this time there are no more changes for the side of Ryzen for the same to the same particular Pokemon pick. But now let's talk about player who will just trying to get Chansey out of scoring. That should be even popping up as well. As we will talk about, there may be some chances that we are seeing a bit more like aggressive attack from the side of Standing from this time, because they're looking for to go with some good goals. But on the top lane, you can see that the goals are being put up and scores are being done. Well, as in like Merrill, he will have to back off from that position, because there are multiple clashes that they are facing at this point.
I mean, definitely the damage that the Standing 5 was trying to dish on that particular guy, he had to fall back, and yes, he did. On the other corner, when it comes to KO, well, there we go, another beautiful KO coming up. I believe good guy from the Standing 5 are taken down. That's a huge KO coming up. Ryzen Esports finally backs out 38 points, and I think they're going to come down from more scores. For sure, 43 points is what the team Ryzen Esports is standing at. Team Standing 5, to say they are actually having only 7. On the other corner, if we talk about those particular people coming from Standing 5, they're just trying to level best to defend, but still getting KO'd.
And that's the factor that's happening as of now. But right now, we do still have a lead at this point. Duraludon is still making the difference, while Pupitar just going for those goals. He has scored what he wanted, but I don't think Duraludon will let him go this easily. But with that 2 KO streak, Ryu again is starting off with a very, very deadly note. That is not a great sign for Standing 5, because they have actually been demolished by that Duraludon factor in the previous match. And the way Ryzen Esports are playing in this match, and the way they have started, I'm really looking forward that they are willing to finish these things off with a 2-0 on the board.
Well, indeed, I guess 2-0 can be completed for Ryzen Esports. They will be able to move on to the next stage, and eventually this is the match where Standing 5 might actually stand tall and eventually bring back the glory for the team and maybe equalize the score. At this moment, Ryzen Esports with 64 points and Standing 5 4 points of their own. And trying to get the money goes 5 to the favor. Snorlax is there on the other corner. Well, I'm about to go for the knockouts, but still, people have to actually fall back. But look at that, Endgame was already farming in that particular corner. They're all tiny bushes, but on the other corner, the Sheik comes in, two good KOs coming up, and now they have to actually go ahead and go to the
Well, we have to see what they're willing to, but it's it's a 3 kill KO streak going up from side of Duraludon. Also manages to put some scores on the board for his team, but it's Green Ninja popping up like alongside War Turtle, but he will be just backing off just to get some berries to heal himself up. But yes, it's a complete head-on fight. As Zonal won't be standing a chance against Green Ninja this time. He will be completely getting knocked out at this point. Talk about standing 5, we are willing to put some good scores on the board and we will be doing it precisely, but it's Reggie Steel, I believe, in the bottom lane can get the objective done. Now Duraludon will be advancing towards the side of Reggie because that's going to play a very important role for the side of Ryzen Esports as well.
Well, they have to be pretty much decisive about the fact that how they're going to perform and how they're going to build the points from their corner. Storms on the other corner manages to go for some wild Pokemons on the other corner for Taco Blackwater. He's going to repatch himself and bring back the aggression that is actually demanded, and but meanwhile connecting the energy as well. So definitely it is a little bit more difficult for Team 5 to stand tall at this point, because if the Ryzen Esports, they are having some kind of deficiency in the scores. Duraludon is also there. Look at the damage being dished out. Oh, that's a total chaos coming up, but still Ryzen Esports is able to actually deliver a lot of damage, and look at that, the way they are actually coming up with chaos is absolutely amazing.
Well, at this point, if you talk about it, just going on a rampage, 3 players who have been completely shut down at that point. As Nuril is still trying to go for some more goals, but Reggie Steel might have a chance to go in favor of Ryzen Esports as well. The scores are already up, and I don't think Standing 5 will have a good chance to go up at this point. But yes, there is a big stack coming up from the side of Ryzen Esports in the top lane. They have managed to get Regieleki in their favor, but now it's the time for Standing 5 to defend their goal against Regieleki, because they don't want him to get into that particular position. While Ryzen Esports, they will have the focus on the bottom lane for some time, because they're willing to get some more scores in their favor, but there's still 30 more seconds for Registeel or Regirock to spawn up in this case.
Well, at this moment, Team Ryzen Esports, they are actually having dominance. They are actually having the fight in their particular favor, but moving up ahead for talk about Storm, this is going to be a little bit more difficult for this guy. He wants to fall back, he wants to retaliate to his particular phase where he can actually try to maybe strategize a new kind of attacking formation. But on the other corner, that Tyranitar was able to actually have some kind of decent shots on the other corner. Let's talk about Miraka. Well, the damage is there for sure. This guy has to fall back, otherwise he is not part of the
That's for sure, and with this flow, with 193 points, they're all up ahead with 93 points difference. But yes, there are some more KOs that are happening. Well, we talk about Blissey, has to come up with those cleanup moves. Duraludon shuts him down again. Blastoise will be in the back of him. He's got a 2 KO streak. This time, challenging Duraludon up on head-to-head will be very much, I would say, challenging with its Reggie eyes, as you can get to see. Regret and player from the side of Ryzen Esports will try to speed it off, but yeah, Snorlax comes up, but there is a bit of chance, but Mamoswine shuts him down, and Snorlax this time will be getting targeted, while Sylveon will be advancing towards the goal side. Maybe will have a focus with Mamoswine back to the den, trying to defend off the tower and not to let anybody score, while we get to see that Unite move is coming up inside of Duraludon, but with one and all flow. Green Ninja has been shut down. Mamoswine is also trying to defend it, and as you talk about, Tyranitar is also being completely knocked out.
Well, indeed, quite a few people have been taken down at this moment, but eventually they are going to start it off once again. Let's see how the carnage is going to form. At this moment, we have to remember that Team Stallion 5 is already losing their 2 goal zones. So, Ryzen Esports, they are standing a little bit more at the comfortable point. On the other corner, if we talk about the top lane, look at that. The Pokemon's coming from Stallion 5, but trying to push forward, and that's going to be Tyranitar coming up. But Duraludon, once again, comes up with a good attack from there.
Well. At this point, you got to say that now this time Regieleki going in the favor of Ryzen Esports, and it's 2 times that we are seeing that Ryzen Esports, they are more into those objectives. Securing those objectives is the main motive, but now they're not being able to stand out against Regieleki. While we just talked about Snorlax, so just trying with the body slam to try to just get them away from this Regieleki factor, but still, one by one, Eldegoss will be also getting picked off, and I don't think Duraludon will be also having a chance. But yes, there are 2 big knockouts that Ryzen Esports they have faced for now, but on the other hand, Sylveon as well as Mamoswine manages to put some score on the board for their team while they are advancing Regilicki will be stopped up by Blackwater on the top lane, while the others, they're still into the focus for just going in the bottom lane objective and secure it for their good.
Well, they have to go ahead and secure it so that they can eventually bring back the score chart in their favor. But at this time, it is going to go more depleted. So Zeritor is going to back some wild Pokemons and Hero's Energy, which is required at this point, if I'm not wrong. Player is actually going to be there farming at the position. On the other corner, the mid lane is very much getting occupied by the team as the second time that the coming in the type of vicinity as well. Some more shots, some more decons. The Girox is actually going to be there. They are trying their level with possibly taking out.
The final stretch.
Do have the possibility, but with that, the Rayquaza, the main legendary Pokemon that everybody sees and looks up to, has already come towards the middle lane. But now it's the time Miraka and the other players of Ryzen Esports. The previous match, they could not actually get the hold of Rayquaza, while Standing 5 they managed to secure it. But this time, if Standing 5 gets Rayquaza, they have to focus on getting the scores done. But if you talk about it's the revolving ruin coming up from the side of Duraludon, anyhow manages to get some more knockouts, maybe this time favor, but still the Rayquaza is still not the one factor that they're seeking. But Duraludon shuts up the Tyranitar at this point, while Mamoswine is just going on a rampage, will try to get another one, but Rainiger gets knocked out. It's the second 2 KO streak coming up from the side of Duraludon, while Mamoswine is still with the assist, and it's a 3 kill KO streak coming up from the side of Duraludon as Ryzen Esports to march up to the central spot to get the hold of Rayquaza, while I really believe that Blackwater is really looking forward to steal Rayquaza at this point, but I don't think they will have a chance as Ryzen Esports is stacking up Rayquaza. They will get the Rayquaza, and now it's the time that they have to go for those goals, because the difference is not that huge, but they have to make it quite big.
But indeed, the difference has to be optimized at this moment. If it's not possible, I believe Fan 5 might be able to get the campsite from that particular perspective. But right now, look at the way Team Fan 5 is just trying to retaliate, but they are unable to do so. Down has been summoned, but the shots coming from the not maneuvering at that moment. But on the other corner, Ryzen Esports with 443 points is looking quite strong. Stand 5 with only 300 score in the favor. They have to go ahead and gain more than 150 points to actually win this particular game.
Well, definitely this is the big factor. Well, Azumarill, as you talk about, he also goes for a 2 kill KO streak. It's 443, almost 143 points difference in the last 10 seconds. And I don't think in this position Standing 5 is going to make it up, and it will be going in the favor of Ryzen Esports with a down to 2-0 scoreline. It's a 2-0 on the board, but a better game has been played by the side of Ryzen Esports, surprising up with their picks from winning this BO3 with a 2-0 score. It was indeed a very good try from the side of Standing 5 to bounce back, but they were not even close enough to get things on the track. There was 143 points difference, but huge applause to Mamoswine for putting up 14 assists from his end, and same goes for Eldegoss for putting 17 assists from his end and 130 score. You gotta see the top 3 performance, but kudos for the MVP of this player from side of Ryzen Esports. It's going to be a player with a total of 85 rating from his side.
Well, indeed, the beautiful damage that this guy has actually pretty much dished out is absolutely amazing. Apart from that, when it comes to Team Stand 5, they were actually trying their level best to stand it a bit more proudly and gain a few more points. But eventually, at the last few seconds, the last few minutes to be precise, Ryzen Esports was able to bag out a lot of damage and eventually dish out a lot of carnage. And just like that, was able to win this one. And they are victorious at this moment. They are moving up to the next phase because now they have got the 2-0 score in their favor in the best of 3.
Well, for sure, as we just speak, there is a 2-0 score, and with that, Ryzen Esports will be sealing off the deal. But when you talk about the difference that actually made the factor, at the very starting phase, Ryzen Esports, they did have the entire lead for the very good amount of time. Yes, the lead was not that huge, we can actually say about that, but when it went a bit huge, it was the factor before the Rayquaza fight, before the final stretch, but after, when they had secured the Rayquaza, it was all over for the side of Standing 5, because in the very starting phase, they couldn't even deliver a good amount of scores. They were not being allowed to score the goals, and neither to secure those objectives. But yes, an all-round performance coming from the side of Ryzen Esports. They secure all the objectives, they secure all the score, they secure all the knockouts, and yes, they are the winners of this West Zone.
Well, all of a sudden, I believe at the marker of 9 minutes, Ryzen Esports was able to capsize a lot of points, close to 150 points in their favor. And at that moment, eventually, it was pretty much declared that if Team Stand 5 is unable to gain a lot more point as they were needed to, they are going to lose this one. And that's exactly what happened. 300 to 443, that is the score. With a gap of 143 points, Team Ryzen Esports completely demolished every single hope that Team Standing 5 was having to stand tall in the next phase.
Well, Ryzen 5 just perished everything. But if you talk about Rantar coming up from the side of 94,411 damage he has dealt, and when it comes down to the side of Duraludon from the side of Ryzen Esports, 1,11,676 the amount of damage he has dealt. But well, with that flow, even Miraka got 69,030. They have taken the damage from their side. 88,073 from the side of Blissey, from the side of Standing 5 as well. But more or less, it was an all round performance from both the ends. But yes, the better game, the better standing, the better cooperation and coordination that what we have seen is from the side of Ryzen Esports, and they have actually made it up to their side.
Well, I believe yes, of course. The I guess synergy, the amount of let's say support that actually came from the back end was absolutely amazing for Team Ryzen Esports. That is the only thing which actually messed around for Team Stand and Five. Otherwise, I believe it was a beautiful win coming from that particular team. So definitely, I guess Team San and Fi have to deliver more and more synergy, and maybe more and more new strategies have to be used by the particular team. So definitely there is something to learn from this particular situation. But now moving up to the allies, once again we are going to get that brief, let's say, moment once again getting left for. But at this moment, eventually, you can already see that the scores were not that different. There was not that of a huge difference or a buffer between both of the teams at the initial stage.
For sure, and at this point, when we talk about 69-49 was the score and very starting phase. They were getting the KOs. Kudos to the team. They were defending their own goals very pretty nicely, as we talk about. But from there, one after another, the things were getting messed up. Kudos to Duraludon. The moment he actually used his Unite move, it was very precise and getting each and every time securing those agility was also a key factor that played for the side of Ryzen Esports. But yes, one after another, they got what they wanted, they got what they were seeking for. But yes, with that, it's time for some more big outcomes to look after. As Ryzen Esports, they were marching quite well. Stan and 5, they were also ready. Now it's the time that we will be looking forward, because I have to say, Ryzen Esports played a better game in the entire match. There was not even a single chance, Raider, that we can just say that this moment they choked a bit.
Well, indeed, Standard 5 from the start, they were the score chasers, and eventually the score setters were Ryzen Esports. They were able to set a lot of, let's say, boundaries for Team Standard 5 to actually cover up. And down the corner, when it came to the clash, I believe Memos Point was something which actually helped a lot.
Yeah, that's for sure. And with that, one after another, this BO3 or West Zone Finals. The Zone Finals is just going on. We have finished off with 3 games as of now, but there's still 3 more games that we are about to witness. The other 3 zones are still yet to be covered, but what is coming up next? There are pretty plenty amount of surprises. We have seen some pro teams coming up against some new aspiring teams, those who are really seeking up to this Pokemon Unite genre. They're coming into the game, they're coming into the world of MOBA, and they're really doing pretty well. But as they will be advancing by each and every stage, they will face the difficulty level getting more advanced and more huge as what they have faced in the starting phases. But as of now, as we are down to this part, we have seen 2 matches going completely on a one-sided way, while one match, which was in the E-Zone finals, that went a bit dicey in both the cases. But then now it's a time for the North Zone, where Pride officials will be taking up against Team Jupiter. I really believe that Pride officials is one of those established pro teams of this side of Pokemon Unite of the Indian region, but I really wonder what Team Jupiter is already having up on their sleeves.
Well, definitely we have to check it out that how Team Jupiter is going to capture on Pride Official, or is it going to be a vice versa situation where Pride Official might be able to back this whole 2-0 scenario into their favor, or is it going to be a dicey battle like Hyderabad Hydras and X Contribution had, where in the start it was Hyderabad Hydras dominating, and eventually X Contribution caught up to them in the second one, and after that Hyderabad Hydras once again came back with a glorified fight in their favor in the last match. So is it going to be that type of game where Pride Official is going to, let's say, tussle around with the 1-0 score, and then 1-1 will actually happen, and then 2-1 is going to be there, or is this going to be a clear cut win? That's what we have to witness right now, because this is the fight coming from North Zone. So definitely a lot of anticipation is actually there.
For sure, we are really looking forward to the next game because in the central zone, if we talk about it, it's FS Esports as well from their end. So there are two more zones which are yet to be, three more zones to be honest, which are yet to be covered up. But we will be looking forward to each and every factor that we are seeking. We have seen a surprise coming up from side of West Zone. If you just talk about now, it's a time for the Central Zone and the North Zone as well. And I'm really hoping to see some more, combinations or some new roster changes because yes, that's the main factor. That's the main factor that we're going to see. Theo Sky ruins the same map, and when you talk about the Pokemon selection, they are actually going up with the same meta. There are no more surprises as of now, but well, there's still two more picks that we are yet to see. That's a Tyranitar coming up, but at the same moment, I really believe that's a complete meta-wise pick we can actually get to see from both the ends.
Well, definitely going to be a tough one at this moment. If we talk about Pasha, he's going to pick up Mr. Mime. Izumaral is there. Tyranitar is going to be there. Blissey is there from the corner of, from the blue corner to be precise. When it comes to the orange corner, you're once again going to see all of those Pokemon coming up. So definitely, guys, it's going to be a risky one. But right now, it's going to be Sam riding this through.
Yeah, brilliant matchup coming in. I'm looking forward to what's packing up next here, Raider, because we are having a great time, right, in terms of what these
Yeah.
teams are cooking up. So I'm looking forward to how it kind of unfolds. We have seen three
Definitely.
zonal qualifiers. We are now going to see the next three happening right now. We have seen the Pokemons come through. I mean, we are loving it, irrespective of whether the Pokemons kind of are unpredictable, certain times not seen in the meta. Teams are making it work, and I think keeping all the others kind of wondering how can this meta work, is this Pokemon still running? It's just the teams finding that synergy in and still pushing through it. They're finding their victories, and we saw
Exactly.
a clean two sweep as well previously.
Well, indeed we did, but eventually it's not zone. We have to check out that is it going to be a possible one from
Hmm.
coming from Pride officials or Jupiter may be able to capsize from the start. We have to check it out eventually. In the start of this battle, we were able to actually concise one thing that the team which is actually aggressive is doing a lot of actually heavy lifting. Apart from
Hmm.
that, the team being aggressive, they have to be strategic as well. That whenever the defense is demanded, they are able to actually defend their goal zones as well. But right now, I believe we are going to move on to the first match of this particular BO3, and there we go. On the orange corner, we are going to witness Team Jupiter, and once again, they are going to back out the four scores, and Fight Official is coming up with the
Joystick right now is just finding the closest goal zone wild Pokemon and just trying to take away the Eos energy, but still it's going to be Chansey who's going to be snatching it. But in the meantime, Scyther took some fight in between, lost a lot in terms of the health, and now immediately trying to help out Chansey. Yes, they both will be able to back off, and the top lane not given control on either ends of the teams.
Well, at this moment, the controllers are coming up, but definitely the fights are coming up. They are coming up and trying to devour the wild Pokemon so that they can gain the Eos energy. But look at that. Two good guys from Team Pride officials just trying to be sneaky and trying to farm in those grasses. Whenever the attack comes in, they will be able to deliver a beautiful performance.
Yeah, they're letting their Scyther right now fight, gain all these Eos energies and experiences and find the chaos, and it is working out. And immediately as they realize they've got an advantage, a brilliant screen coming through, and then they get a double KO at the top lane, get a lot of goals in, and jump up to 57 goals.
Well, 57, 59, the score is still rising from Team Jupiter's corner, but eventually we all know that the damage which will come in the last few minutes is going to be the most crucial one. But at this moment, you can already see we are waiting for the chaos coming up. But let's see how the game is going to fall out. If I talk about Mr. Mime, Joystick over to be precise, he's just trying to fall back into the power a bit more. On the other corner, Blissey is just trying to be quite aggressive on him.
Mine being a supporter can take a lot of damage, and that's the reason
Yeah.
he was trying to get closer to them, get them to his end. But right now you can see it is finally Sizer that we are going to be seeing from both the ends. Both are very close in terms of level. Sasuke a little bit ahead being level 6, but on the Ruben wanted to snatch that wild Pokemon's experience and Eos energy but was not successful. Therefore Rigo had to back off, get back to his goal zone and fight with the wild Pokemon near his goal.
Once again, as you all can see, they are just trying their best to defend the gold zones and meanwhile also trying to actually score a bit. Look at that. Once again, Theos is actually being the one who is trying to farm. Azumarill is the Pokemon that this guy is particularly trying to use for, and eventually Mr. Mime is actually there in the right corner as well. But the goals are coming up. 83 score. First goal zone has been delivered, and I believe it was
Oh my god, look at this. Sasuke is like he's chasing. He doesn't care that his teammate put up a barrier so that they can back off. He's like, I'm still going to be chasing. A similar barrier comes here to deny Team Jupiter the bottom lane. It's a 3-man push coming in where they've, yes, pushed them out and got a couple of goals in, which pushes the scoreline a little bit closer. But the Mime from the top lane has immediately switched lanes, came to the bottom, and this Pride officials realize, and they switch lanes as well. So right now in the top, it's just the two Sizers trying to hold it off, and it looks like Team Jupiter Sizer is just waiting for somebody to sneakily grab that Reggie Eliki, but they're all concentrated on this Reggie Rock trying to fight it out. Unite also coming in so early from this Tyranitar. Does he get it, or then is it somebody else taking it away? Tyranitar exchange goes through, and the KO comes for Pride Official and a TKO streak. The bottom lane control completely rained from Pride Officials and jump up to a score of 130.
Well, now we are talking. So, Pride officials, they are coming back with some carnage, but on the other corner, look at the beautiful damage that is actually there. And Sizer versus Sizer, a beautiful attack here. Well, who is going to get the KO on the backboard? But Mr. Mime is actually there as a supporter, is also coming up with some good goals. But now the KO comes in once again. One Sizer has been taken down on the other corner with this Goyo. Well, he's also on the backboard. Let's see how they go to deliver in this particular fight with Reggie.
Just needed one support. Sizer was about to go down from Pride Officials.
Yeah.
But that one support which came in, it just helped out. Now they're trying to buy themselves time where they can push this Reggie Eliki back, but it's not working out because the Pride Officials force is just too goddamn good, and they get control of the goal zone with Reggie Eliki, get the goal zone destroyed as well. Team Jupiter have lost 2 goal zones, whereas Pride Officials, only 1.
Indeed, and that is something which is going to put up a lot of pressure on Team Jupiter at this point. But let's see how Jupiter is going to capitalize on that particular perspective. On the other corner, Tyranitar is trying to leverage us to gain some good AOS energy. Well, if we talk about Bacha, Mr. Mime trying to farm out and is being very vigilant about the perspective that from where the push can actually come from. I believe he is in the lower lane, in the bottom lane, I believe.
He was trying to hide in the tall grasses, but in the meantime, action is happening at the legendary pit. And finally, they decide that it's not an action that Team Jupiter want to take, because Team Jupiter, anytime that they're taking a fight on, they're doing only damage but not getting the chaos, because of which you can see Pride Officials 212. And Pride Officials are picking the right fight. 9 seconds to go, and Team Jupiter realize now they're going to be trying to fight with the Reggie, and Team Jupiter have positioned, but there are already 4 people who have started jumping on the Reggie.
Man, look at that. Chaos is already coming out on the
Oh, the Unite.
This is also coming up in the targeting area. Look at that. Mr. Man also gets converted out of it, but there is going to be a beautiful domination coming up from Jupiter. Well, they are, of course, trying to level this to gain a lot of points at this moment, but now they have to get those wins, those energy.
Fox Wild on Tyranitar is being insane and being helped with Chansey. You can see that healing coming into play, so they have to deal with Chansey as soon as possible. About to go down, and now they can eliminate the Tyranitar. And you can see now Fox Wild, he's trying to run away. He understands that there is no more chance to fight. But Ruben, he's like, let that action all happen. I'll jump my own, I'll play my own game and get that top lane a goal. And now the Reggie Eliki is back. So the top lane immediately can be switched for Pride Officials to get that Reggie Eliki. And Chansey and Tyranitar, while a Zeher is already there.
Well, that's pretty much important to actually gain the points and actually get the goal zones in your favor at this moment. As you can see, Jupiter is already lacking behind with only 3 goal zones left, out of which I guess we can really be destroyed very soon. On the other corner, moving up ahead, the flash coming up. Look at the goals being given. Jupiter back on 93 points. Oh, it's 133 for now, 152. The scores are rising a bit by bit, but eventually still not enough to capsize with the Team Pride Official.
Good try coming in here from Team Jupiter to force the bottom, but Pride Officials paying attention to which is more important, the Reggie Eliki. They get that Reggie Eliki before Mime could find a way to snatch it, and Mime found none of his teammates to help him out. And look at that, the Mime has now respawned, yes. Tyranitar trying to deny this Reggie Eliki, but what is happening from Pride Officials, they understand that that is what they will do, especially with just 3 minutes there. They just try to hold it off, try to farm, level up better than Team Jupiter, because they understand the goal is right now close. And also with 2 goal zones destroyed, it makes the space being gained up a little easier, as well as having the jump pad from the base. It makes them deny a big goal, and especially now with Tyranitar from officials and having 50 AOS energy, that will take a long time to goal, and that's the reason they're waiting it out. But right now they're thinking of picking up this Reggie. It's going to be a Reggie Ice right now, but there is already the opponent. Mime comes up with a barrier, but there's a barrier coming in from Bacha as well, which prevents them from coming any further. And now Mime's responsibility previous time also was to deny them from getting close to the Reggie, and this time also he's doing the same thing. And look at this, Pride Officials, easy Reggie Ice for them.
Once again, they're getting the advantage of this particular fight, and Mr. Mime working for this particular team is absolutely on point. The way he's actually putting up the barriers, the way he's trying to defend his team is absolutely on point. But now Joystick joystick over actually is trying his level best to pull this in. On the other corner, look at it. The final stretch has been coming up, and Deklasa is going to get number soon enough.
Oh, Unite coming in from all frontiers. It looks like Team Jupiter are just being boiled and broken down into pieces. Tyranitar was surviving. Now it's all up to Ash with his Petal Dance. He's doing damage, but in the meantime, look at what Pride officials are concentrating on. They know it's Rayquaza that they have to be concentrating on. But I'm wondering if Ash has a Seed Bomb here. He is trying to play with the Petal Dance, but he didn't have anything to fight in range, not even the Solar Beam, and they will be getting the Rayquaza. Now all Ash is trying to do is deny this Rayquaza advantage. Chansey, he's getting caught in this fight. He's caught in getting in this dilemma. And yes, in the meantime, it's only 2 of their players, but the other 3 players, they're pushed into the goal zone. They rake it up and push it up to 540 goals. And Team Jupiter, they've lost anything that they could have done, denied them from happening, and oh my god, Bacha is not at all stopping. Same goes for the Tyranitar, 2 KO streak for him as well.
Well, the damage is already done, and now we can see that 560 kills right now. The side of the is locking that off with Jupiter. They are just trying to deflect any more damage details, but at this moment, the goal zone is not looking that precise. Look at that, 618 score coming up. Once again, a lot of rushes there. The Petal Dance comes
They
in,
don't
but
care.
not well.
They're standing right in the goal zone, destroying them one after another. Fox proving who's the better Tyranitar, and look at them. They can spawn back to their base and they can protect their goal zones. They're like, if we are here right facing them against each other, we do a lot in terms of damage, and they're lower in terms of the level. We are the ones who are going to be coming on top. And look at this, Joystick is being chased by that Azumarill, who's on level 14, whereas Joystick was sitting at level 11. And now they have found one strategy. They just sit at the goal zone, try to deny it as much as possible, but it's not working. Eldegoss and Tyranitar, it is a good combo in terms of doing damage, but they're pushing them back, using the barriers coming through. And look at them, they're forced back into the base, and they're constantly going on top of it.
No, man. But finally, Pride official with a pride moment for them backs out this beautiful match in their favor, and this is how they are going to start it off quite well. And eventually, this is the aggression we were looking up to. Pride official from the start, they were not as decisive as they were in the second of this second half of this particular match. But eventually, Rubin, with the, let's say, right amount of damage, right amount of point, and right amount of score that he has dished out was absolutely amazing. On the other corner, the rating goes in the favor of Tyranitar. That's Fox Wild with 89 is going to be the merit for him.
Brilliant play coming in. Great try, especially
Mhm.
from Team Jupiter. As you rightly said, the first half looked good, but the second half, it's just like they'd given up on the driver's seat. There was nothing that
Yeah.
could have been done. And Pride officials playing so well with objectives, Raider. Both
Mhm.
top lane and bottom lane, all of them were only taken by Pride officials. And their supporter, who was being played from Bacha, Mime, such a good use of that barrier.
Mhm.
His only objective, buy time. My teammates are on a fight with the legendary Pokemons. I'll buy time.
Yeah.
Barrier.
Yeah.
Done.
Indeed. And that actually helped a lot, no doubt in that. Eventually, they were
Yes.
able to get those Regis and eventually Regies as well. Apart from that, moving up ahead, if we talk about the scorecards, as you all can see, a beautiful victory, a much needed victory coming from Team Pride officials. But now they have to be consistent in the next upcoming match, because if they are able to be consistent, they are easily going to move up to the next stage of this tournament, which is not going to get eased off. It is easily going to get more and more difficult as they're going to move forward. But eventually, this is how the esports barrier goes on. On the other corner, when it comes to the battle ladder, as you all can see, AJ Kun, that is the guy who was able to actually dish out a lot of recovery. But apart from that, the damage taken was way too high for him as well.
Foxwild just went wild indeed. One lakh
Hmm.
42,000. Till now, the max that we saw was one
I
lakh
believe one
eleven
lakh five
thousand.
thousand.
7,000 as I remember. I
Oh,
think
okay.
11,000. But 1,42,000. He just
Hmm.
blew everything off the charts. And on
Yeah.
top of it, Azumarill helping him out with 75,000 damage taken as well as 51,000 damage dealt. And look at what Blissey had to do. Just support. That was the same thing as we saw
Yeah.
from the opponent end. They were trying to hold it with Eldegoss as well as the Tyranitar. Here it was the Blissey and Tyranitar. And Fox
Hmm.
played it so well with Blissey, made sure that Blissey survived as long as he was alive, and that's the reason Team Jupiter were only able to get the bottom lane control when they were able to
Yeah.
first KO Blissey, which is Imps, and then take on Foxwild. It never happened the other way around. They were never able to take down Foxwild first and then go to Imps. Such a brilliant setup and a play coming in from Pride of Officials.
Well, definitely a huge comeback coming from this particular team. Pride official in the start, they were a little bit shaky for the first 5 minutes, but eventually in the last 5 minutes, they were able to capsize a lot. And eventually, you can see that there is a score difference of close to 400 points, if I'm not wrong. But
Hmm.
that is absolutely something which is going to be quite crucial for them. But moving up ahead, I'm looking forward to see what will happen in the second one. Is it going to be again a consistent performance coming from Team Pride official, or is it going to be a match where just like Hyderabad Hydras, Pride official is going to lose, and maybe Jupiter is going to capsize. Jupiter is going to rise in the leaderboard, and the scorecard will be of 1-1. But would love to see what happens.
Yeah, Team Jupiter have the capability, but it's just the setup. You saw so many times Ash survived on the Venusaur.
Hmm.
Rightly so, he has chance of healing himself, which he was doing along with the petal dance coming through. But one thing he had to kind of play was in terms of doing damage. He also does a lot in terms of damage, and having the petal dance, he can run around. But yes, he was doing damage. Now again, I cannot blame him because he was not adding more. While he was trying to add, his teammates were being taken down, and how much more can you ask from the Venusaur
Precisely.
alone being the attacker? So I think that's where it kind of affected for Team Jupiter, but still they have the right mindset. You saw Sasuke on that Sizer. As soon as both Ruben and Sasuke, both of them evolved to Sizer, both of them
Hmm.
knew they had a very equal fight. But it is just that the support coming in the last second
Yeah,
helped
precisely.
Ruben over there to get the top lane control, whereas Sasuke was KO'd. And that is the reason we keep talking about it. You pick the fight, but you know what is going to be happening next. You kind of predict. It is literally
Mhm.
like a game of chess where you've pre-thought the move a couple of steps ahead already from your opponent, but you need to make sure that they execute as well.
Well, definitely, I guess picking up a fight is not a very, let's say, difficult job. But eventually, finding out that particular fight in your favor
Hmm.
is something which is going to be quite difficult for the teams, and that's exactly what happened. Mr. Mime, as a supporter, when it came to that Saita, it was absolutely on point, and that support was able to help him a lot in getting that KO. And I guess these kind of moments were the one which helped Pride official to back this victory in the favor.
Yeah, Pride officials right now, yes, they've gotten the first of the Bayer 3, but there's still two more. If it goes the
Yeah.
long journey, we'll wait for it. But right now, let's jump into the second one. If Team Jupiter will be able to make a comeback, Foxwild, he's more than
All
happy to
right.
play it. He's gonna keep that Tyranitar along with Ems on the Chansey and the entire team. There is no change coming in. Theos as well on the
Exactly.
Azumarill.
Well, of course, yeah, there is no changes coming from this particular team. But right now, if I talk about the changes, well, Jupiter is for sure coming up with some changes. I believe Ash 99. Okay, he is once again changing his Pokemon, and now it's going to be Venusaur. Apart from that, we have got Eldegoss, and then Tyranitar is also there. Let's see what joystick over is going to go for, because in the previous match, I believe he was using Mr. Mime.
Yes, it is going to be very crucial. It is the same lineup coming through, no changes coming in the Pokemon, even from Team Jupiter. So
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Joystick should be still playing the Mime. A double supporter setup, again, it can be great, but it can also kind of not be that great, which
Mm-hmm.
can fall flat on the faces. I mean, again, Mime had an era where as a solo fighter, as a solo Pokemon could do a lot in terms of damage, and even I kind of took advantage of it because it is just overpowered. You right now they're using the barrier and confusion ray meta, but previously, for me at least, but also some games that I did see, they used to use the power swap as well as the um I forgot what the other one is. I keep constantly using it, but yeah, along with that confusion ray, they use the other one, the psychic move, which is called psychic itself. I'm a little bit confused at this point, looking at so many moves that is there. But yes, that setup where you can kind of hit with power swap either with your teammates or directly connect it with the opponent and then use your secondary move, which directly keeps circling around them and keeps hitting them constantly and does so much in terms of damage that even if they're trying to run away, at last they'll be kind of concussed and they'll be for a second at least left there, and immediately your teammate can help it out. And this right now is not the case. They've kind of nerfed Mime, and that's the reason you see they play Mime as a supporter rather than the
Yeah.
forefront charged leader who does the damage.
Well, that's great eventually, because Mr. Mime is able to provide a lot of support. Apart from that, I guess the another shift that is coming up from the particular team, Jupiter is actually going to be the swapping, or should I say replacement, of Ninetales as well. So yeah, Ninetales, I believe, if I'm not wrong, is going to come in this particular match along
He
with the
didn't.
rosters of, let's.
He picked up the Venusaur at the last minute. I mean, he toyed around with
Oh yeah,
us.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly,
he
exactly,
selected
exactly.
Venusaur at the last again. I mean,
Yeah,
playing with us,
yeah, yeah.
no, certain times.
And I got played, I guess. So yeah, Venezuela is for sure going to come in. So definitely we have to see that how the impact is going to be there. Apart from that, if we talk about Pride Official, well, they are actually having the same roster. They are having the same Pokemons that they were actually having in the first one.
Mhm.
So they have got the results. I believe they are easily going to bet on that. So definitely, I believe we have to check out how Pride Official is going to work around the way. And is it going to be a shaky start as they had in the first match, or is it going to be a straight up go ahead and bang the whole match out in their favor? We have to check it out.
Sure, we would want to figure out if Pride officials will have a great start
Yeah.
right into the goal zone from the get go of the base, or it's going to be the other way around. Jupiter find
Hmm.
their way in, because I still have belief that Jupiter had a good game, but it's just that they did not figure out how to push forward and especially getting separated. But right now, we'll jump into the quick highlights before we jump into the match itself, and you can see this rumble and chaos happening. That barrier was so better coming in, and you saw how much it blocked the players from Team Jupiter. They were using their moves, but most of them were not connecting at all. They were all missing, and because of which Pride Official did not lose a lot in terms of their HP.
Well, in the initial moments, the way we actually saw Pride Official performing was not that great, but eventually at the last few seconds, the way they were capsizing was absolutely on point. Once again, we are going to witness a Pokemon selections time period, and as you can see, the roster for Team Jupiter is actually going to be pretty much, for Team Pride Official to be precise, is going to be pretty much same. Tyranitar, Scyther, Blissey, Mr. Mime, and apart from that, I believe that's going to be Ismail. But on the other corner, if we talk about the Team Jupiter, okay, there is a change. Okay, there is
Okay.
no change
For
once
a
again.
second, again,
Yeah.
they're trying to bait us here, Raider. I thought, okay, Gradient, which can kind of right now run around as a defender, yes,
Hmm.
can take damage, do damage, and also have a quick chance to run away.
Yeah.
It's not going to be the case. We are going to be see the same setups that both the teams had in terms of their Pokemons. The meta that they kind of played in the previous first BO3 is the same one. So even Stevens standing foot off, face off is what they're challenging now, without changing anything or without having any confusion. Yes, a confusion ray is available with Mime, but no other confusions.
So yeah, guys, with I guess this kind of rosters, the performance is going to be pretty much same. But eventually, in this one, the support system from Team Jupiter is something which we have to watch out for. How they're going to support their teammates, how they're going to support the attackers and the all-rounders as well. Apart from that, when it comes to Team Pride Official, they've got the same OG roster which they were using in the first one. Now the match has been started. Once again, the attacking formation is going to come in, and let's see who's going to tank the first pick point.
Bottom lane, Azumarill as well as Mime, Bacha and Theo. Top lane
Yeah.
completely given to Ruben. Whereas the other two, Tyranitar as well as Chansey, playing together, they're farming at the mid jungle. But look at what Bacha is doing. He's
Oh.
like, I want to go for a goal. Theos is just there for support. They're trying to stop it from happening, but both of them managed to score goals each, and now they're trying to run back. Theos is because he's the all-rounder. He's the one who he damaged a lot. He is, and Mime helps out so that he can back off. But look at what Mime is doing. Playing in the tall grasses, wanting to take away that experience point, comes out with a fake out. And I think, yes, he does snatch that experience as well as Eos energy.
Well, he's pretty much sneaky, no doubt in that. But you, on the other corner, if you talk about Team Pride Official, they're starting it off once again. Little bit more shaky. They are not that dominant, but you can say yes, of course, they're trying to be on the enemy territory, trying to outperform them, trying to actually get the points. Isomel once again gets attacked quite a bit. But on the other corner, still is actually having a lot of damage as you all can see. But now he's going to go ahead on the bottom lane of the trying to attack them.
In the bottom lane, it's been guarded by two, but in the top,
Yeah.
it's a three-man push coming in. Now
Oh.
it's all up to Chansey as well as the Scyther to stop it out, but it's not possible because they have fewer goals. But look at the damage that they're doing. Yes, one berry was recovered, but look at them. They're pushing to the flux zone and trying to fight it out. Eventually, they'll be pushed so further that they would have to be worried about their health, and they don't come back because of that. The top lane is right now under complete control of Team Jupiter, and with 56 goals, they're not stopping. They push it to 61.
Yeah.
And Sasuke this time, he is sworn revenge. He wants to take down Ruben, this time making sure he has no support, and he's brought him down to super low, 6 versus level 4, and he's trying to do it. But look at this, he's also in the meantime trying to go for a goal, gets another goal right in the faces of Ruben, and he's just backing off, trying to go for another wild Pokemon fight as he's farming.
Oh man, indeed, a lot of beautiful stuns coming from Sasuke. On the other corner, if we talk about Blissey and this particular Pokemon, that's going to be Foxman, trying his level best to perform. On the other corner, Joystick once again comes up with Mr. Mind, trying to actually perform. Pasha on the other corner also has the same kind of abilities. Look at the damage that is actually getting dished. Pasha has to fall back. He's trying his level best to go back on the back foot side. I don't think so it's going to be a possible task. The KO is going to come for sure, and there we go. The KO coming from Team Jupiter is looking quite strong. Blissey on the other corner is going to fall back.
Right now, with the advantage for Team Jupiter, how well they are playing spread across the map is just too good, Ryder. And when they pick the fight, they're very calculative. They don't go for a head-on fight where they have a disadvantage. Now, even with the wild Pokemon, you can see Suzuki understands there is a chance, but what his intention is to try to snatch away the wild Pokemon's experience, but he extended a little bit too much, understanding that he had to play a little bit closer to his goal zone. Did not happen. His basic stack, not having the range, he had to go closer, and now he's given up at least the top lane control for some time. But thankfully, Team Jupiter on the top lane did not have a lot of goals to put on. They've equalized the score, that's all at max.
But right now, I guess Friday Official is coming up with a lead of 2 points. There's a photo of 2 points, but on the other corner, Red League is actually getting attacked. Look at that. Friday Official is trying to capitalize on that movement. KO comes in with the beautiful Eldegos once again. Zeher is not coming up on the corner, but Zeher goes the way. Team Jupiter is trying to perform. It's looking quite good, but still, Friday Official is the one who is trying to just deflect every attack that is coming from Jupiter. But right now, well, I believe this goal zone is about to go in the hands of
It is, but look at the top. It's already scored with 137 from Pride Officials because of the Regialiki. They're not paying attention to the goal zones or the lanes, which is very high priority. With Regialiki losing it, you give up an easy goaling stance, and that's what is happening. After that, they've done goaling on the top. Immediate they TP back to the base, and from there on jump to the bottom lane. And with bottom lane being pushed, they're constantly getting KOs and KOs and KOs. One Tyranitar KO is dealt, but they already have a 3 KO streak, and the Tyranitar is also about to be KO'd with a Chansey going on, a 4 KO streak happening with that Sizer coming in. And Ruben, right now, he'll be pumped because earlier he was 2 levels down. Now he's a level up, and he's about to level up to level 10 double digits. He already has Unite now.
Yeah, indeed. He has got the Unite, but he's going to do it very wisely with the time demands. The battle dance comes in once again, finding the wild Pokemons coming from Team Jupiter, but the score is not looking that decent for Team Jupiter. They're lacking behind with close to 114 points, so that is something they have to work on. On the other corner, if we talk about use, this is going to be the Zonal. Once again gets spotted. He was trying to be sneaky, but he gets spotted.
Does not matter right now. It looks like Pride Official, one thing that they wanted was a mistake that Team Jupiter did, trying to fight with the Regirock, and now that's all. They know what they have to do next. Mime is already holding Regieliki spawn, while bottom lane is being guarded from Pride Officials, making sure they don't lose control of it. Team Jupiter are waiting for when the rotation happens that Pride Officials start pushing up top lane, but I think Wild as well as Bacha, these 2 Pokemons are enough to take control of Regieliki, and look at what they're doing again, stacking up for Reggie. I don't understand Team Jupiter's tactics or choices here. They get a couple of goals in, but losing a Regieliki compared to getting a bottom lane is not a good choice. They get the first KO in. There's still damage being done from the Azumarill as he's trying to run away, with Chansey helping him out as a distraction. They destroy the goal zone on bottom, but look at the top. Regieliki has been taken. They're forcing the matter on hands, pushing the top lane, getting control of it with Regieliki, but a quick TP from their end as well. This time to deny the Regieliki from pushing through, but Tyranitar, he's not letting it go. He uses his Unite move, trying to make sure he finds one KO. He's looking forward to it, but the other end as well, the Tyranitar does not let him go for easy. Gets that KO in, and Regieliki is stopped. As well as Team Jupiter is losing players. They might be getting something for themselves, but they're losing players on both the ends.
But meanwhile, now it comes to Reggie Seal. This is the team in the Spider Official, which is trying to be dominant on the critical perspective. And yes, they bag it out. Moving up ahead, let's see how their performance is going to build them at this moment. If we talk about Pasha, some beautiful strategies are actually coming up from this guy's corner as well. If we talk about the Scyther, let's see how he's going to perform. 204 points is what Team Pride Official is looking up to. Team Jupiter is having 177. Now they are going to just slowly but steadily catch up some good EOS energy so that they can bank it out in the goal zones. But let's see what happens, because 3 minutes and 20 seconds is all what we have got. Bacha trying to be quite decisive. If we talk about the Azumarill, he's trying to actually go in the top corner, if I'm not wrong.
Right now, Team Jupiter, all they're wishing is to guard their goal zones rather than going for a fight, because they've understood that if they lose another goal zone, this fight will swing in the favor of Pride of Futures at any moment. They will have control in position. Jupiter fighting with wild Pokemon, farming right now because they understand with 50 seconds to go there will be Rayquaza spawning and they need a hell lot of Unite being dumped on Pride Officials if they want to win this. But in the meantime, Pride Official, what are they doing? They're isolating players on the bottom one after another. They've already found one KO. They're chasing Joystick right now, and Sasuke is also worried. Somehow they managed to run back into their hole, get their health fulfilled, but Theo's on the other end is not there just for the fight. He's also there to go get the goal, and the top lane gets breached, gold, and now they're running back to Regieliki. Look at how quick they are, and their IGL is doing a pretty damn great job. And with just less 20 seconds to go, they will be getting this Regieliki and then trying to push forth towards this, I would say, top second zone and trying to goal it as well if possible.
Wow, the way this particular team Pride Official is trying to perform is absolutely on. But when it comes to Team Jupiter, they're just trying to run back and eventually guard their particular goal zone. But is it going to be a possible task? I don't think so. At this moment, look at the damage that is going to get done. But once again, another beautiful goal zone once again getting in the favor of team known as Pride Official. But the final shots is coming up, and now Rayquaza is actually going to get someone. And let's see how the Unites are going to work out. Look at the damage coming up in this moment. Team Pride Official staying trying to dominate. Quite a few knockouts are coming up from Team Competitors, but still the knockouts are now in the favor of Team Pride Official.
Oh, it's a 2v1 situation here. Two of them are low, but it's Tyranitar versus Tyranitar, and that Tyranitar, which had better health, which is going to be wild, gets the advantage. You see, Jupiter with their Unites and the amount of damage that they did get the upper hand. But Tyranitar, he came out like he was an unknown chapter, did so much damage and returned that streak and took one advantage on top of it, made it a 3 KO streak.
Now, I guess if I talk about him, the Blissey is just trying to wait, but on the other corner, Joystick over is just trying to dish out some damages, but apart from that, side that comes in once again, the Quadra has not been demolished. Sasuke is just trying to do the destruction, go ahead and then eye on it, but Unites once again comes in. Look at the beautiful damage getting dealt out. At this moment, the chaos coming from known as
Oh yes, they're isolating the fights again, separating the players from playing together. The barrier coming in, make sure Ash is stuck in the tall grasses and he is KO'd. And right now, it is going to be a big wrench and a demolition of Rayquaza as well, as he'll be wiped. Everybody gets the shield and a boost in terms of goaling, and that's the reason Theos is looking forward to the AOS energy. He already spent 14 and put a goal of 24. He's looking forward to putting a lot more. Badsha with 100 of his own, making sure he clears the bottom lane, and the only thing that is left is the base goal zone, where it is being rushed, dashed and destroyed upon.
The destruction is for real at this moment. 584 points coming from there, and 10 more seconds to go. I believe this is another beautiful match. Pride of Hydras is going to go and back out once again with a beautiful 2-0 score being received for the team.
It's done. Pride Official have complete control of it. There is no way that Team Jupiter could have done anything. Again, great start, but not making the right decisions of which objective they wanted to pick. One choice they took to take down Regirock, whereas they gave up Regieliki. Now, I understand it is a decision where it gives you a little bit of boost on defense or health or maybe even attack, depending on which you get spawned at the bottom objective. But Regieliki is better. We will talk about it, but right now, scorecard. This time,
Well, as we can, yeah.
Wild hasn't done a lot, but look at Ims with 12 assists coming in from his end, which is more than
Amazing.
enough.
Amazing. Definitely, it is absolutely amazing at this point. But eventually, if I talk about Sad Legion from that particular corner, he was also able to dish out a few amount of damage at this moment. But once again, the same thing actually got repeated. That in the start, team particularly known as the Pride Official had a shaky start, but eventually after that 3.5 or 4 minute marker, they were able to capsize, and through that they were just beyond the roof.
It was the Regieliki decision. You can see her.
Yeah.
While this Regieliki was taken in the earlier minute when it was spawned, that time they all went for the Regirock decision fight. Team Jupiter, they fell over there. Here you can see again, Foxwell, he said, okay, I did destruction over in the previous matchup where I did get a lot of kills. Now he's like, I'll just look forward to getting a lot of goals. In 248 goals he got himself alone, whereas the entire team's goal is 504. We'll talk about damage as well in the battle data, and you can see previously it was 1,42,000. This time he's sitting at 85,000. I have no complaints. The team still won. The team played together, and especially in the last fight as well, Raider, in that 1v1 Tyranitar versus Tyranitar, it was Wild still winning the duel. So he's done his job.
Well, definitely, he has done his job. He has done it quite beautifully, and that is the reason why Team Pride Official is going to move on to the next phase, and we are
Yes.
going to witness another beautiful PO3 very soon. But eventually, guys, the carnage in this particular match was absolutely on point. The stakey start till the dominating end. Pride Official gave us a beautiful journey, to be precise.
Yeah, right now with the 4 matches done here, Raider, we are left with 2 more for the day. Interesting
Definitely.
set of fights we have seen. Out of the 4 we have seen, 4 teams are alive, but we just have
Mhm.
another 4 teams left. So 8 teams. Let's see who's going to be surviving. But this all after a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. Brilliant set of zonal qualification matches that we are seeing here. It is the zonal finals. We have seen 4 zones fight out against each other, and now with the last 2 zones left out, it is going to be an interesting one to decide our last 2 qualified teams from their respective zones, Raider.
Well, definitely, it's going to be absolutely amazing to watch out that which are those two teams, particularly which are going to move on. It's going to be Central Zone, if I'm not wrong, and after that, Northeast Zone is going to come for us. 4
Yes.
more teams, 2 more BO3s, I believe. There is a possibility that we are going to witness 6 more matches. But let's see
Yeah.
how it's all actually wind up, and eventually how the performance of these people or these Pokemons are going to wind up. What will be the selections and how they will actually implicate it? Because eventually, as we were talking about the previous match, the selections were on point, but when it
Mhm.
came to the support, Ride Official was absolutely on point in coming from that angle. They were able to synergize how their Pokemons are going to work for each other.
I agree. Brilliant play coming in from there. But right now, we'll be jumping into the Central Zonal Finals, where the Pokemon selection right in front of your screens. And toying with us with the recent release of Urshifu. I'm not too sure
Oh,
if he's going to be making that choice up. But on the other, we'll talk about the other Pokemons. And yes, I said
mm,
toying, baiting us.
mm.
Azumarill coming in, Snorlax from Pardesi, and Lynch coming in with the Mew. But on the other end, finally, yes, a Speedster. Thank God. I'm going to be just loving every game where I see a Speedster, and Doc coming with the Dodrio. With 2 all-rounders, it's going to be a Tyranitar as well as a Lucario, and with 2 supporters as well. So a double
Mhm.
all-rounder, double supporter, and 1 Speedster coming in. So I think Dodrio is going to be having a fun time.
Well, only if the synergy works right, only if the placement
Exactly.
works right. That is the main thing at this moment. I believe that is the main meta. So definitely, I guess they are actually going to gel with each other and maybe
Mhm.
perform exceptionally well. We have to see, is it going to be a 2-1 type of score, or is it going to be a straight up win for one particular team? So definitely, this
Yes.
central zone match is going to be very crucial for us to watch out and for these guys to actually perform because they are moving up to the grand stage of this Indian Open 2022 championship.
Yeah, it's a big stage, the champions title, and then to represent on a bigger stage. We see both the teams right now trying to fight out. FS Esports on the left on the purple corner and TGL on the right orange corner. But they see sneaking all the way, tiptoeing into their into their jungle, where
Mm-hmm.
he will be spotted because there's Dodrio as well as Eldegoss get spotted, and now they might be able to also find a kill. But look at this, the first goal coming in from TGL's and on the mime, Rex is now being pushed to the flux of TGL's side, where he's just taking up the berry and now just backing off. He's like, I've done my job, I don't care.
He's just completely falling from that arena and he is on FS Esports with 11 points. That's absolutely brilliant. When it comes to TGL, they've got it easy. Now 16 is the score for FS Esports and they are moving up to the levels. But TGL Esports from the orange corner, they are actually trying to be a bit more decisive from the start. But as we have seen in the past 4 BO3s that we can't actually judge at this moment, things can actually change it. And from new, the solar blaze is actually coming up.
Fluffy, it was a risky move, but he still survived with his teammate. And now with another solar beam coming through, Lynch is like, I'm going to be destroying you guys. But brilliant wall coming in the use of the screen coming in from Rex, which gives them the bottom lane control continuously. They keep going in, and with the wild Pokemons also, they're just immediately farming and then putting the goal on top of TGL side. TGL, a wrong decision being done from the mime to overextend, and then his teammate to push a little bit further. But look at this, Oscar quick. He wants to take down Rex, but Rex finds a gap because of the screen he used again and pushes himself back to his goal zone.
So definitely a crucial battle is actually upon us at this moment. The way these people are just trying to begin the points is absolutely on point. At this moment, having the top lane in their favor is actually going to be the main meta. But apart from that, look at that 49-24. The scorecard is still in the favor of the people.
Pro Gaming having a tough time because FS Esports immediately have adapted. Lucky with a brilliant confusion whip does push them backwards. For how long? That solar beam again being connected. So damn good. He puts up a screen and then a confusion ray as well. But Rex has the support of Lynch and they do survive. Now Doc, he had sneakily walked into the jungle of FS Esports. He is right now at level 6, but it's not that great. Cinderace on the FS Esports end is at level 7. And if Cinderace starts kicking in that fireball, it's going to burn this Dodrio alive, and that's what they need to watch out for. And Shrey is already doing that. They're taking control of the top lane. They're shooting that fireballs right in the faces of TGL side, and TGL are unable to stop it. They decided that they've gotten the goals in, and then right now they're backing off. Dodrio in the meantime quickly running to the top with 18 seconds left for Regieliki. They might look forward to it, but this is what I was worried about. With the fireballs coming in, he's there, as well as Azumaril being there. A slam might also come in, and Mew is also here with a solar beam. It looks like the entire team has decided to fight here and leave the Mews alone at the bottom lane.
Well, 91 score, FS Esports is trying to be as relevant as they can actually be on the other side. They're gaining the, let's say, chaos energy on the other corner. But about Hydras, back there, there we go. But the score coming from Team TGL, Luffy is the guy who's going to get some close to 5 points in their favor. That's good enough, but there is another chaos coming from
Dodrio, he thought he can again go walk into the jungle sneakily and farm. It did not work out. Lucario right now at level 8, he's the one who's leading the fight right now, doing a lot in terms of damage because everybody else is a little bit low. Dodrio respawns immediately, trying to take down this Azumaril. It's going to be super crucial, but Azumaril is not an easy Pokemon to deal with, and especially with Lynch helping out with that long-range solar beam coming through. Another KO is being found, and they're just doing damage back on top of each other continuously. And look at this, I thought maybe they'll go for the Regieliki, but this time we previously questioned why the Regi off the bottom that they're taking a fight on, why not the fight on Regieliki. TGL are unable to take the fight on Regieliki, and that's the reason Esports inside will get a buff boost by taking the Regirock or the Regiage, whatever is at bottom, and immediately then capitalize when needed on Regieliki. And as soon as TGL start trying to fight with Regieliki, all the players from Esports are jumping on top of that. 3 players were there, but right now it's just left to the 2 players, and with the Solar Beam and Azumaril shots coming in, they do get the Regieliki, and they also deal with the Lucario, who was on a better level, and they have gotten control. TGL losing everything. As soon as this Regi sits on this base, it will get destroyed, and yes, the first goal zone, make it the second for TGL's end, has been destroyed.
Well, at this moment, if I talk about Regieliki, well, he was able to actually dish out a lot of damage for Team Esports on the other corner TGL. Let's see how they're going to capsize. If I talk about Pardesi, this guy with the Snorlax is just trying to be the most decisive. He's the defender for the team. Let's see how this tank is going to perform, how this guy is going to get points in his favor.
He's literally walking around like a balloon. Wearing a water balloon also, which will keep him afloat, and he is keeping his team afloat. All he is doing is making sure he keeps taking damage as a tank, and then when needed his teammates are there to do damage. But Lucario, oh my god, that was a crazy shot coming. He takes down the Cinderace, but that's all he was able to, as immediately Scare answers back. But Lucario takes another one down as well before going out. In the meantime, exchange is coming through. Unfortunately, Dodrio is finding nothing. Like, it's just getting instantly KO'd. Now look at the Scare is just buying time one after another, doing them damage. There is a barrier which is being used so that TGL get a chance to goal, but Scare is not giving them a chance to score. They're still stuck at 16, and finally Eldigos gets that 28 goals in, and with that pushes closer to 100, but it's not 100 yet here, Raider.
100, but now it's 137. That's interesting. The scores now they're going to worry a little more because the way the scores are rising for Team TGL is absolutely amazing. The gaming is for sure trying to rise back in the leaderboard. Only the one when it comes to the time foundation. So look at that, 4 minutes have been 4 minutes are pretty much left at this moment. Now, still, I believe Team Esports is having their 4 goal zones in their favor. That's interesting. But on the other corner, if we talk about the scorecards, that is where Team Esports has to seriously rake up some good points in the game there. But on the other corner, really keep on focus, and look at that once again, just trying to devour him down. Maybe actually get this in the favor. But on the other corner, look at the Snorlax coming up once again, trying to dish out a lot of damage. But still, Regieliki goes in the favor of Team TGL.
Yes, it did. Cinderace wanted to put a wrench in that works with a brilliant kickball coming through, but it was not timed perfectly, because of which it didn't hit Regieliki at the last moment while it was about to die. Now they are going to try and defend the top lane, but look at the intention coming in from TGL. That was just a distraction. They want to destroy this bot from goal zone, and with the Unite coming in, yes, Esports are trying to buy time, but there is a surf also which came through to push them back, but it was not that great because the Esports end mine Unite move has done so much damage, and everybody is just capitalizing, and now Doc is trying to run away, but the attack from Mime follows him and takes him down, and a 4 KO streak. In terms of 4 of them also being eliminated, but a 3 KO streak was done from Esports.
Right now, if we talk about Pardesi, he has to fall back. He's actually putting up some shields, and now he's going to jump with that particular area, but only they're gonna
They're
get
not dead yet.
scared by the mine. Well, of course, once again, beautiful matchup coming up. If we're talking about Scare, let's see how it's going to build up the performance. Scare trying to move up as a knowledge Pokemon coming up for him. Let's see what happens. Eventually, he's going to gather some EOS energy with that, with the help of those wild Pokemons.
TCL were able to kind of get the Regieleki but find no value out of it. On the other hand, FS Esports slowly but steadily they've gotten themselves a 50 AOS energy lead. 7 seconds to go and everybody is looking forward to Unite. 3 people unite from TGL have their Unite, but on the other end it's only 2 who have Unite farmed up. So this Rayquaza fight is going to be super close and intense. Also, it's going to be interesting of how it functions. Right now, Unite's not being used from FS Esports side. On the other end, TGL still also waiting for their Unite as they're just using the utility. Solar Beams is the main Justice that is doing damage, and finally one Unite coming in front. Mind BC looking to be doing the damage, but Scare being sneaky. He's like, I know Rayquaza fight is going to be still delayed, so what I'll do is just go for the goal, get 100 for himself. Now yes, a couple of chaos were dealt on FS Esports, an immediate rampage on the Rayquaza is happening, and Scare is like, hello, I'm back. I'm not going to be letting you guys take this Rayquaza away from my team. He's also doing damage, and Cinderace, a brilliant shot again with a fireball kick coming through, gets his team the advantage of Rayquaza, and Mew follows up with a 2 KO streak.
Amazing. This is what we were waiting for, and now look at how the system is catching up. Solar beams are actually coming up, no doubt in that. They for talk about this guy, he's actually going to just go ahead and bounce back and get the goal in his favor. And look at that, 606 points coming from him. So this is absolutely ridiculous. I would love to see how this particular team pro gaming is going to evaluate, but look at that, they're about to set the barrier for them, quite high barrier to actually pass us on, because 726 points is not something you can actually make with.
I love the Snorlax on FS Esports. He's too good. He's like, I'm gonna body block you. You're going nowhere. You're not gonna chase my teammates at all. And he just stands there like a huge wall. And they're just stuck. They have to deal with Snorlax first and then figure a way through. And now somehow they figured their way through to push up further, get 1 goal just destroyed at the bottom. But that's all they'll get. They just have 15 seconds make it. And they have to score 700 goals. I'm being honest, like even though it's what, close to 200, even if they score 700 is the only way that they're going to be winning. In the next 5 seconds, not all of their players have 500 AOS energies. And also they're not getting a chance to score 50 each.
Quite an amazing stance coming from Team FS Esports. Now coming up to the scorecard, look at that, how a bumpy start came to a very dominating end, and eventually Scare is the guy who's going to get the highest merit in his favor. But when it comes to the assists, Lynch and Scare are pretty much getting there and moving head to head. If we talk about Rex, 9 assists coming from his corner as well. A beautiful job done in Duster, no doubt in that. But the only thing I'm actually worried about that how this whole consistency is going to carry out in the next match, because if we talk about Team Pro Gaming, in the start they were able to give a huge competition to this particular team known as FS Esports, but eventually in the last few minutes the way Team FS Esports capsized on that particular perspective was absolutely on point, and this is why this particular team is moving up with a score of 1-0.
And this is the first time I've seen a well balanced scoreboard coming through. You see, everybody has a triple digit score from FS Esports. Everybody played their part. Everybody knew that they had to take damage, do damage, and score. All these 3 checkboxes were filled from FS Esports. On the other hand, TGL, unfortunate. You could see they were trying to get a little bit breathe while they come above surface of the water level of FS Esports. But once they kind of got the Regieleki, but they did not play well with it. And
Definitely,
like it was read like a book.
exactly, I guess they had the chance and they were able to capsize on that Regieleki after the 6-minute marker, but eventually still they were unable to capsize on that particular task. That actually shows that how FS Esports is pretty much ready for everything that can actually happen at that same instance. And apart from that, they were the team, if I'm not wrong, who were able to get the Rayquaza also in their favor, and that is why they were able to dish out a lot of points and were able to score a lot of goals.
Shrey, smart, understanding that it's going to be very crucial to steal the Rayquaza, especially once that they had KO'd many of their opponents, but also their teammates were also low. What he did, being a ranged attacker, made sure that he's going to be able to kick his ball right when Rayquaza is super low. kicks that fireball across and gets that. And look at this again. This is why I love Azumarill. 1,02,000 damage. But on the other end, I was talking about Snorlax. Main reason, look at that. 81,000 is the damage that he took. He's like, I
Yeah.
am going to be standing here. You do whatever you want. I'm going to be standing for my team. You are going to
Yeah.
be hitting all the moves on me, not my teammates. And my teammates are going to recover and then hit you back even stronger.
And they did it quite
Yes.
beautifully, as you can see. That's absolutely amazing. On the other hand, Eldegoss from Team Throw Gaming was absolutely able to dish out a lot of sustainability, was absolutely on point. Apart from that, Cinderace did a beautiful job for this particular team, and eventually the impact was something which was pretty much mesmerizing. But moving up ahead, now it all dishes out to the next match. Is it going to be a 2-0? Or is it going to be once again those lengthy matches where we are going to witness two more matches for this best of
Mhm.
three? So definitely we have to check out that what happens at this point. But the only thing that actually worries me is the consistency of team FSC Sports. If they are able to be consistent,
Yes.
if they are able to be decisive about this match as well, it's going to be definitely easy for them to move on from the central zone.
Not only the consistency, I really like the decision making and the read that FSC Sports have at all times.
Okay.
When they understood that the top Regieleki, when it was spawned after the first 3-4 minutes, that nobody
Mhm.
went for the fight, they understood what let us do is let's get a boost, and that's where the entire team shifts to the bottom lane, fights with one of the Regis, gets the, I think, defensive or the health advantage, whatever it is, and then start moving into the bottom lane, get control of it, goal a couple of Eos energies there, and then back
Yeah.
into the top lane to get that Regieleki back in their favor. Such a brilliant play. And then when their opponent, which is Throw Gaming, take up the Regieleki once, they understand this is just a bait where they'll let the Regieleki push alone on the top and everybody
Yeah.
will go bottom. And it happened. And it was still again to come out on top was FSC Sports. And when they got that read and KO'd numerous of those players with
Yep.
Mime chiming in, that's where everything turned in their favor. FSC Sports got complete control, confidence of knowing what they want to do. And one more part was I said I love speedsters, but here Dodrio was denied of anything of any sorts.
Exactly, exactly. Dodio was not of, let's say, not an asset precisely for this
Hmm.
particular team, for this particular match as well. But right now, moving up ahead, I believe we are waiting for the next Pokemon selection time period where we are going to witness if it's again Dodrio once again getting used up or any other speedster coming up, or is it going to be attackers or all rounders or maybe supporters replacing that particular guy. So we have to check it out. And on the other corner, I believe the placements are something which is going to be quite important for these particular Pokemons.
Ooh, Doc, he changes. He's like, maybe Dodrio is not working. I'll go with a Zorark. Again, a very
Mhm.
nice psychic kind of ghosty character like we see Gengar and Absol, but needs to be played really well. Warlord on the other end, he's going to be switching on the Mime, and we are still waiting on Darkrai, but in the meantime, we'll jump into the side of FS Esports, and they have bought in Charizard along with Scare still playing the Azumarill, and Pardes is standing tall on the
Amazing.
Snorlax. Rex is going to be playing the Mime, and Lynch on the Mew and Darkrai. He's going to be coming in again, the same double supporter setup with the Eldegoss on the side of Team Throw Gaming.
I mean, amazing replacements, amazing, I guess, actually shifts are going to come in. And once again, Zorak is going to get chose so that these speedsters are something which is going to be quite crucial for our team through gaming. We have to check it out how these speedsters are going to become an asset for the team, or is it going
Hmm.
to be once again a situation where, like Dodrio, the Zorak is also going to become a liability for the team. So we have
Oh,
to check
yeah.
all those stuffs as well. Apart from that, Eldegoss, once again, like another beautiful utilization of an Pokemon coming from Team Throw Gaming. In the last one, actually, Eldegoss was one of those Pokemons which was able to dish out a lot of things in the favor of this particular team. But moving on, once again, the game gets started. As you can see, the clash is something which is going to be quite crucial. Once again, Mew Lynch is actually going to move forward, gathering some good Eos energy with those wild Pokemon.
I feel like Charizard is a little bit underrated in terms of it being used in the competitive circuit. And look at this, paying respect to each other. They're like, I know you're going for a goal. We will also go for a goal. Let's just put goals early on and then see what we'll do next. But there is still Larvitar who is waiting from TGL's end at their base. But Oscar, I don't understand this chase. There is one more Pokemon which could have done damage if Lynch played together. But on top, we're seeing FS Esports again. Pardes. He's just like taking damage. He's literally like a balloon or a proper rubber. You throw anything at it, it'll bounce back. It might hurt it, but it's not enough to take it down. That's what Pardes is doing. And now with Scare coming back, look at the amount of damage Eldegoss got. And immediately Eldegoss had to back off. Luffy had to protect. Whereas Eldegoss should be the one protecting Luffy here, but it went the other way around because of the lower
Yeah.
level.
Well, definitely at this moment they have to actually gather the synergy and meanwhile level up the defense as well. Apart from that, if we talk about the scorecards, as you can see, FS Esports from the start, they're just trying to go for the goals. Manu is actually working for them. Trey Richari is actually coming up with some good lanes in the zone, but not really from a side where that was Zeher, if I'm not wrong, but gets knocked out.
Lucario does get one on Charmeleon, who did evolve. Still waiting for the Charizard, his flamethrower coming through, and his fire pit as well. But right
Yeah.
now, it is still FS Esports in terms of leading the goal. They have 48, 40 more compared to what TGL have.
Definitely a huge impact coming from Team FS Esports, no doubt in that. But only the corner when it comes to Luffy, well, this guy is just trying to go for the wild Pokemons and gather the ES energy, which is pretty much crucial at this moment. Zorak is actually another beautiful speed surge, which is pretty much quite important at this moment. But let's see how he's going to build the scores from that particular angle. On the other corner, it's a my versus my fight coming up. Let's see what happens. Look at the shield coming up, and that's absolutely amazing. On the other corner, Smallix gets taken down.
Scare is able to put a goal, and then they're trying to chase him. Scare, yes, he's trying to run with all his moves. He's making sure getting some distance, and he'll be able to. But right now, level are not that great from any side. And look at this. Mime, he thought he was in a 1v1, a barrier coming in, a confusion ray. He uses his light screen, but Lynch comes in with a solar beam. Immediate KO.
Oh man, this is absolutely amazing. 71 points coming from FS Esports, a beautiful job on that side. But the KO comes in, that was absolutely amazing. Mew with those blasting fights is absolutely amazing. On the other corner, Peter goes Scare, going to farm, going to wait, going to no longer, but going to see the damage is still coming up. He's going to get those experience points. Apart from that, another KO coming from Zorak's corner. That's absolutely amazing. A mine from Team FS Esports gets taken down.
Doc finally able to answer something with the feature that he has played. It's only one KO. There's still a goal difference that they have to look forward to. It is something that they have to find a way to counter. But look at this confusion ray coming through from the opponent end of the mine. It is doing a lot in terms of damage, and Lynch as well, playing from his goal zone, he's able to dish out a lot in terms of damage. Pardesi again, still being the wall, and Zorak misses his attack. Now, with the Regirock spawn, they're immediately trying to fight with the Regirock, and FS Esports are like, you fight, we have Mew, who's ready with the solar beam, you bring him very close, and Pardesi is keeping an eye. And when it's time, we'll try to snatch this off, and the solar beam hits. Was that a snatch?
Man.
Oh, it was a snatch coming in from Snorlax, not the Mew, but still a snatch which works. But on the other end, TGL, they did not get at least Regirock, but they get the Regieliki. I wonder how. I did not pay attention. Maybe the Lucario was there to help them.
Well, definitely, they are finding a battle which is absolutely precise coming up on the other corner. Because Shay coming back and forth with a good wild Pokemon in EOS energy, and that's absolutely amazing. Let's see how Shay is going to move on. The double digit Pokemon is already done. And that's for the blue corner. Link on the other corner. Mew is something which is pretty much important for the team known as FS Esports. Well, on the other corner, we talk about the solar beam. Once again gets appointed. Is it damage done and dusted? I don't think so. I guess the damage is affected. On the other corner, 128 points coming from the FS Esports. They're still impacting a lot of damage, but on the other corner, Pardesi with a beautiful slam manages to once again dish out a lot of damage.
The only intention from FS Esports at this point is just push them back. Don't give them a chance. And it is working out. That's all they need. But with the Fire Pit and Charizard, with the Unite coming in, the Sisyphus Blast, he gets the Lucario along with Mime helping out with a 2 KO streak to follow it up. And now they're looking on to take down the opponent Mime as well. Zorak here, he needs to find a way to at least eliminate Trey, but it is not happening, especially with the Fire Put right on the goal zone. It's making life even more difficult for Pro Gaming to hold anything. The Solar Beam hits 3 of the players, drops them to so low, but because they're in the goal zone, somehow they're trying to hold it off. But right now, FS Esports, they understand they're the one on the disadvantage, especially with Pardesi trying to block all of it. He's the one who's super low, but he's still able to manage to run away, and now he's trying to regroup. Mime is there to help him out, and Eldigos trying to follow right back, but it's not going to be enough. Mime comes in with a surf, pushes both of them back, and Pardesi survives. He does not die. No KO here at all from FS Esports end. Oh, finally.
Exactly. He was actually trying to bail out and maybe bail out from that particular KO for a long period of time. But he gets the taste of the KO. On the other one, Charizard is just trying to be quite chaotic, but still, now it's 1-1 particular percentage. One goal being taken down from the corner of Team FS Esports, and same goes for TGL as well. On this corner, is going to be the target for this particular guy known as Zeher. Let's see how he's going to perform. Definitely, he's trying to go aggressive. Definitely, he's trying to go ahead and eventually get the situation of the zone. Yes, of course, I believe that thing is actually going to be in the favor, and yeah, there we go. Now, Vigiliki is going to help our Team FS Esports to dish out the damage, which is much more needed at this moment, because FaZe Esports, after having the lead, they just want to be as dominant as it is possible.
Tyranitar, because he was there, he will be able to deny Rajiliki from walking in, along with Zorak coming in, but it's Azumarill he's trying to fight. Zorak will be immediately crushed. Tyranitar will be taken ablaze and taken to a trip outworld with that Charizard's ultimate Unite coming move, and now they have entire control of the top lane, and they even destroy the second goal zone, and Lucario is stuck. Zorak respawns, but he's again jumping into his death. Finally they decide to back off, but look at this, he's like, "Come, you just go back.
Tough, bro.
Lynch should just go. You shouldn't get anything to deny him." But finally, he runs away with the surf coming in. Pardesi as well gives them space. They understand that the goal zone is not near, and they let them take it. But look at this, gets caught off guard. Shrey doesn't matter because he's a Charizard. He'll fly his way out.
Well, at this moment, eventually, if we talk about Warlord, he has to just fall back and eventually gather the Chaos energy and move on. Develop himself if it is possible. On the other corner, if we talk about Pardesi, now he's going to jump up and go ahead on the top lane and move up from that particular arena so that he can deflect. But as we can see in the map, that on the bottom lane, the fights are actually coming up quite brutally.
I don't know why TGL are concentrating on the bottom lane. We have seen rare presence of them on the top lane, because of which
Yeah.
they lost the goal zone to Regieliki. Even though they came down, then you saw Charizard timed it perfectly. Fire Bit coming in, Unite with the Seismic Blast coming through. He was able to take down 2 players. Right now, they are still forcing the matter on hands, trying to push in the bottom lane. But finally, they see on the slightest edge that the clock is at 20 seconds to the final stretch. And look at what is happening here. I was thought 2 players, but it's 3 players slowly stacking up and getting closer and closer. But there is Mime who's pushing mid lane, but he has no idea. They've crossed over. They will let the Rayquaza being taken over with 4 seconds on the clock. 4 people will use the player boost where they can goal and get a score close to 300 right now. Damn, 577. Rayquaza was taken, but it doesn't matter. Can they score 300 here is going to be the question.
Definitely. That's the question we want to get an answer for at this moment. If we talk about Denver, he's trying to move on the bottom lane. If we talk about Luffy, he's actually going to go and able to gather the points. 316 points coming from Team TGL. Yes, definitely they are coming a bit close to the scorecard. But yeah, they are able to get deflected from the corners of beautifully they are coming up with some good damages, and eventually the KO is something which we all are waiting for right now. On the other one, if we talk about Oscar, comes up with the beautiful damages. He's going to gather the from that wild Pokemon at the stage. On the other corner, that's Blue coming up and trying to boost himself on the other corner. Let's see how Warlord is going to perform. Tanator once again on the back foot. 464 is the score. There is a gap of more than 100 points. 1 minute more to go. Well, we have to check it out what's possible at this point.
Luffy is like, please move away from here. Go somewhere else. Guard the other goal zone, and it didn't happen. And Luffy, he had to move away. Right now, he's just trying to farm, get a little bit better. And when his entire team tries to rush, maybe finds an opening, but it is not happening.
Oh,
A 3-man
Solar
hold at the bottom lane and a solar beam to push them back. And Pardes is also making his way. And look at the Stray immediately understand that there can be a mid push as well coming through. So he wants to help out Scare, and he's right now guarding in the jungle.
Well, definitely, I guess a brilliant strategy coming from this particular guy, but now he's going to pop out and give some good damages. But he knows that the mid lane is something which is which has to be actually in the cover. But on the other corner, the way we're going to bit on damage has been the job. But once again, the score can actually turn out quite bad for the team. But let's see how this whole decision goes on. 502 is the right amount of, let's say, score coming from TGL Esports. FS Esports, they have to go ahead and gather good points.
They have to find a way to score a couple. They did reach 500. Can they push it even further? Even if they get 20, they can get to 40. Yes, they get the 40 goal in. Can they get another one? Is the question, but it was not allowed. 546 was FS Esports. TGL got a 40 in. This is going to be a close and a tough decision here. FS Esports fighting to win. On the other hand, TGL fighting to survive. And it is going to be FS Esports. What a close battle being bought from TGL. They make sure Luffy waits, survives for the longest near their base goal zone, and all the Pokemons as they respawn push the bottom lane. Still didn't work.
Definitely a brilliant strategy coming from Team TGL, no doubt on that. This one was a very close match indeed, the closest that we have seen in the first 5 BO3s to be precise. But definitely a beautiful stance being created by Team TGL, but they were lacking behind with close to, let's say, 20-25 points. And that's the only thing which actually is going to push them out of this whole tournament. That's a sad loss for this particular team.
I mean, FS Esports would have actually lost the second BO3, If they didn't
Exactly.
make that move of hiding in the tall grasses, a three-man goal
Definitely.
boosting chance that they took when the Rayquaza spawned, if they didn't do that,
Mm.
if that goal assist was not there, I mean, maybe there would have been a chance that TGL would have pushed it to the third one. Because look at this.
Yeah.
This jump happened. As soon as Rayquaza spawned, they understood they will have chance to score double. They
Mm-hmm.
scored that double. But Rayquaza's advantage, TGL did make complete use of it. But unfortunately, nobody blocked the base goal zone.
But don't you think so, Sam, that eventually, if those three guys were not going to move on to that particular area of Team TGL, if they were actually going to fight it for for Rayquaza in the mid lane,
Hmm.
then things might actually would have been in the
Exactly.
favor of Team FS Esports as well. So yeah, again the speculations are there.
Yeah, there can be. I mean,
Yeah.
we can discuss, but looking at how TGL fought in the last, I just gave them the benefit of the doubt. But again, as you rightly said, FS
Okay.
Esports were completely under control. I
Hmm.
mean, that would have been just a thought, but FS Esports, you saw what they were able to do. Even though they were losing
Definitely.
goal zones in the last one because if TGL got the Rayquaza, it still didn't
Hmm.
matter. They were the ones who knew who were going to be winning it out.
Oh man, a close battle coming between FSC Sports versus TGL, but the score is clear as day that FSC Sports is going to move on to the next phase and eventually TGL is going to bid favorable for us. But right now they have quite a few things to learn from this particular battle. On the other corner, when it comes to the score details, as you can see, Rex is going to be the guy with the highest amount of merit in his favor, and definitely he did a beautiful job. But I believe in this particular matchup, TGL was this close to winning this one in their favor.
Hmm. And you can see in like the levels as well as the goals being done from FS Esports, it's not as well spread around their teammates like we saw in the first one. This one was a tough battle for them. And when it was tough, what did they do? They played it smart. And I think bringing in the Charizard, it was a little bit of a disadvantage earlier because we know he
Hmm.
might be a little bit of a all-rounder, but you cannot rely on him because he's also squishy if he gets caught in players in multiple Pokemons. So earlier when he was the Charmander, Charmeleon, he was getting squished, but later when became a Charizard and had the Unite at all the right times, he won the battle for his team.
Well, definitely at the moment it was needed a lot. Eventually, Charizard and his teammates were able to actually dish out that particular damage in the favor, and that was something which was pretty much on point. But
Hmm.
moving up ahead, I'm actually waiting for the next zone. That's going to be Northeast Zone, if I'm not wrong. Well, their
Yes.
Pokemon selection and their Carnage, that's what we have to witness because another set of BO3 is what is going to come up in the near future.
It might be the last, but it is not the least of the actions that you will be seeing here in Pokemon Unite India Open. Brilliant five best of threes in the zonal finals to qualify all the way from like south. We started, we have finished out north, we finished central as well, we have cleared east and west as well, gotten our winners five. We are still looking forward to one more who will be jumping to the national playoffs. But before that, a quick glimpse of the highlights of what we just witnessed, where FS Esports fumbled, but then they regained everything that they wanted.
I mean, if I'm not wrong, Memphis Esports from the start they were having a decent, let's say, strategy from the corner. They were having decent amount of points in their favor, but eventually at the last few moments, things were not in their favor a lot. Look at that. TGL had 17 points, but then 34 came in. 120 from Team FS Esports. They were able to capsize quite a bit, but eventually, slowly but surely, Team TGL was able to gain a lot of points. But Charizard with those Unite for Pokemon Unite, I guess, kind of moves was absolutely on point in terms of giving the damages, but still FSC Sports wasn't able to capitalize. It was at that moment from the top lane when they were quite sneaky. That actually was the moment where the game actually got lost.
Ryzen slam. I was calling him blast because he was a blast over there whenever he was dealing it. But the main thing that I feel like, yes, as you mentioned, they were having a decent lead and an advantage. But what happened from TGL's end was they were certain times forced to take individual duels. But again, in the last, you see, as a team, they fought. Luffy was the only one surviving, so they told him, "You just survive, wait out." But what we will be doing is, we'll once we are all respawned, we'll start pushing together from the bottom lane, and then you immediately try to jump as a distraction. Even if you get KO'd, we'll try to start getting goals in, and that's what they did. They did get the goals in, but it was just not enough to push it to 570, and they got stuck at 550. Unfortunate, but that does tell us, right? This is the reason that I like love MOBA, and especially how Pokemon Unite is made, is that at any point, whether you have a Rayquaza, whether you don't have a Rayquaza, if you have a strategy in mind as a team, if you execute it, you will always have a chance to make a comeback, and that's what right now TGL, even though they might be out, they proved us that they still had a chance, and next time they're going to be making sure they refine that comeback scenario and they immediately snatch this position and move ahead.
Well, definitely, I guess that is something which is going to be quite crucial for them in the upcoming battles. But right now, they have to bid us farewell. They have to learn some new strategies and eventually come back a little bit more stronger because they were strong, not enough to actually beat out that particular team. But look at that. A quick recap for you guys. South Zone, it was team Zeher, which actually came back with a beautiful victory. Hyderabad Hydras coming from East Zone. West Zone, it was Ryzen Esports. From North Zone, it was Pride Official. From Central Zone, it was FS Esports. But now it's a battle between Northeast Zone, and the teams which are going to come in front of us is going to be Sixuppermoon versus Team Conclusion. Well, that's a decent ironic name coming up as we are going to see the conclusion of this day as well.
Sixuppermoon versus Conclusion, and as you said, smart name. And maybe it was like stars aligned that they are the ones who are going to be concluding the day as well, and also moving or not moving ahead. So it's up to them to also decide their fate. A very interesting fight here in the northeast zone. And again, we did say great effort being put from all the teams here in the zonal finals, whoever have been right now moved out, disqualified. But on the other end, there are other teams who never came to this, as I would say, position or like the finals or this level of the competition. They were eliminated very early on here, Raider. But I still want to give credits to them because they have put in their efforts and time, fought it out, and tried to push forward. But yes, there were, as I said, on the couple of given days, better teams that they had to look forward to, and those teams took control and reign of it. But right now, it's the last match of the day, the last best of three. And again, just like Urshifu Illusion, don't play an illusion with us. Along with illusion, even Koshima, Sableye, not happening. But there is Serena coming, and she's going to be stomping and kicking, throwing blunt forces right on the faces of their opponents. So they need to watch out for it.
Well, definitely. Serena is something, some of those amazing Pokemons which can be quite amazing because it's an all rounder. So, definitely, that damage can be there from the particular corner. Apart from that, if I talk about Illusion OP, well, he's just changing the Pokemons. He's just messing around with us. But at this moment, I believe Mew is going to be the one which might actually go home with his performance.
Reorg is going to be playing in with none other than the Mamoswine, but Azumarill is being the standard meta that
Hmm.
every team always keeps, because as we saw,
Yeah.
it does so much damage and is also able to kind of distract their opponents and like divert the attention towards that Pokemon so that they can do something of their own. And at certain times, if that distraction is not enough, if Azumarill needs to chime in the battle, no better than it can take both damage and deal damage at the same time, which is more than enough. And if you have not leveled up enough to fight with that Azumarill, in an instant you will be KO'd. So be wary of Azumarill, and that has been the case from every team that we have till date. I would say this entire day that we have witnessed.
Well, Sam, I would love to ask you that how Gardevoir can actually become an asset for the teams because if I'm not wrong, that's team coming from Team Sixuppermoon, which is actually going to use that particular Pokemon.
Now, Gardevoir is a ranged attacker. They have to
Okay.
make sure she plays back. If she goes in the forefront and is like caught in aggression while Conclusion
Mm-hmm.
is trying to do damage, she's going to be
Mm-hmm.
squished. She's a very squishy Pokemon. So that's the reason. If you
Okay.
want to make use of the psychic abilities and the range she has, you need to make sure all her Cell Shock coming through, the Psy Shock coming through is used at the right time and in range, because Psy Shock, especially being a move which consecutively hits back to back. It's like one button and it hits you twice or thrice, which does so much damage. But right now, we'll talk about the action happening on our screen. It's Sixuppermoon who have gotten the initial lead here, but not that great to talk about because Conclusion, they're catching up. They're at 23.
Well, definitely. They've got the 23 points in the favor already. 1 minute is about to go down to dust. On the other side, if we talk about Surge, this Pokemon is trying to just gather the wild Pokemons in their particular favor. But there is a knockout coming up. That's interesting. In the start, we have got a knockout.
Early KOs is not great because you give up
Mhm.
experience points for the opponent, and they need to be wary about it. Right now, snatching experience points is what Conclusion, two players, Blissey as well as the Bulbasaur, were looking forward to. Eventually going to be Venusaur, but it's not happening. The bottom lane good in control coming in from conclusion, but on the other end, I feel like the top lane it is being forced and they're trying to get the position. And again, wild Pokemon being found, and Chansey is playing really well with his Bulbasaur, not giving them chance. Mime in the other end, Koshima is hiding in the bushes, waiting for when Surge and the Bulbasaur together try to push up.
They're just waiting for the right moment to actually dish out that particular kind of damage, but the score is still looking bit difficult for Sixuppermoon as well. Conclusion they are still rising a bit. But conclusion obviously going to continue forward. Another kill coming from the Hyderabad spawner. That's absolutely amazing. Beautiful damage getting dished down on the corner production with there. Oh, destroying it once again gives us something.
Slam coming in, and look at this, it's 8 minutes and you already see the first goal zone being destroyed. Sixuppermoon coming in with not 6 Pokemon but 5, but all of them brilliant cuts coming through as they're destroying and ravaging through them. And you can see just now you asked about the Gardevoir, and they're making use of the range and making sure that attacks, whether it is going to be a complete KO of the wild Pokemon or just farming, it's working out. But now Serena chasing Blissey right now, and Blissey unable to help her teammate Bulbasaur gets KO'd as alongside the Bulbasaur as well. There's Piloswine who's here, but Piloswine is just getting pushed with a side shot coming through. And now, as I said, you can see Gardevoir went a little bit closer. Thankfully, the damage was taken from her teammate, survives, but a 3 KO streak. Gardevoir reigning supreme with that side shot coming through and looking unstoppable as she's taking on the wild Pokemons as well and farming and leveling herself up.
Well, they've already got the top lane first goal zone and eventually bottom lane first place zone as well from these conclusions. That's absolutely amazing. On the other corner, Reggie Rock is about to go down that hand with that rider. That's going to be as well. And you get the damage coming up. And now, this particular guy is actually going to be in the favor of this particular team. So let's see how Sixuppermoon is going to cherish that favor and maybe retaliate with the kind of, let's say, consistency that on the other corner in the top lane, if I'm not wrong. Once again, the Reggie is also in the favor of team Sixuppermoon.
Sixuppermoon are pushing on all 4 fronts. Right now, Conclusion think it's a top lane battle happening, but Azumarill from the bottom lane is pushing through their jungle and is going to be catching them off guard, taking them one after another. And the Gardevoir also with the psychic abilities coming in, and the Unite also being used and taking Chant Blissey right on their goal zone. Make it Piloswine as well. Azumarill also will go down from Conclusion. A 3 KO streak again, twice being pulled from this Gardevoir. She's playing insane at this point. Man, oh man, I was about to comment Cyan, but right now Illusion OP, too goddamn OP.
Indeed, he's absolutely overpowering everybody who's coming up in front of this particular guy. But on the other corner, Mr. Mime, let's see how this guy is going to perform. He's actually at the level 9 on the other corner for Dinosaur is actually another beautiful Pokemon which was able to give out a lot of damage. But let's see how this particular Pokemon is going to help him out on the other corner because of the Pure. He's going to repatch himself so that he's ready for the next wave of attacks.
Back to the base, and there he's going to be taking a trip to the top lane. But right now, many of the players from Sixuppermoon are looking forward to a bottom lane push. 2 players are going to be on top, and also I feel like I call them the tank Pokemons, which is going to be Serena as well as with him Snorlax. And now Piloswine trying to flank them, gets caught, and again it's going to be Gardevoir with the Side Shock coming through and then immediately doing damage. But in the meantime also gets a chance to again use the Unite move. But Venusaur with the Petal Dance I thought will be able to do a lot. No, says Gardevoir, and the entire team of Sixuppermoon gets another 2 KO streak along with Azumarill and Serena picking 1 each, and the goal is right now at 282, and we still have 5 more minutes of the game, and Death Rider back here to take up a Reggie. This time it's going to be a Reggie steal. In the meantime, top lane battle is not finished. Koishima a little bit stuck here as even the Serena gets damaged a lot, but look at what they let Science get his goal in. They're like, okay, that Snorlax is just too annoying, let him do whatever he wants.
And actually you can see that the score is actually rising a lot. 295 points coming from the team Sixuppermoon, and this kind of score streak is actually going to put them in. But on the other corner, the Snorlax gets taken down, but once again Venusaur I believe is actually coming up with some good KOs. KOs actually coming up. That's brilliant. Conclusion finally is lining up as well. This is how the damage is actually going to be a bit more severe for Conclusion. Let's see how the Gardevoir is going to perform for the team. There we go. KO streak 4. That's amazing.
And she's not stopping. She's looking to taking down this Mammoth right now. Most probably yes is going to be the answer as he sends out shots. Trying to run now right now. The side shot needs to connect, but Icicle Spear helps him separate, and yes it does. does not get a streak, but nonetheless gets the KO. 295 right now, and immediately they're jumping on top of Regieliki, which is going to be a quick snatch. And with the block coming through, nobody can push and try to steal that Regieliki. And the Gardevoir is not stopping, looking for another KO. Gets on Tyranitar as the team is pushing all the other players on the top lane. And Blissey also gets demolished along with Venusaur to be followed up. A 2 KO streak right now, and Mamoswine being held with the barrier. Another side shot comes through. A destruction spree here. Mamoswine looking forward to running in the other direction, but they're not letting him, putting another barrier. Finally, him also being KO'd as the top second goal zone is destroyed. And the Unite as well. I've seen thrice that this Gardevoir has already used the Unite and is looking still unstoppable. Again, the Tyranitar respawns back into the hands of the Gardevoir and looking forward to another KO, being assisted with the Gardevoir this time. But Azumarill, this is just looking ultimate destruction from Sixuppermoon.
Is this the last match for the day?
Yes.
The last match for the day? But you can see that already the excitement, the carnage that is coming from these particular teams is absolutely amazing. Sixuppermoon is actually taking the competition up a notch, and that's absolutely amazing. On the other corner, on the bottom lane, if I'm not wrong, or is it Rayquaza they are waiting for?
The Gardevoir is at level 15, whereas the others are still scrabbling their way to level 12. Oh my god, Sixuppermoon. Now with 10 seconds to go, they will most probably look forward to closing on none other than Rayquaza very soon. But look at Azumarill, what he's doing. He's going to be waiting for the next 3 seconds. Oh wait, doesn't even need to wait. This clock will run out and he'll still be able to go. Oh wait, at the last second on the other end, Death Rider will be stopped. But in the meantime, KO is already been found on Venusaur. Now it's all up to the Gardevoir, but Gardevoir is running because they're trying to go for a close combat, which is not great for Gardevoir. And as soon as Gardevoir gets space, look at the Shy Shock coming in along with a lot more damage and utility. Finally, they will be again going for a clean KO sweep. Back to a 2 KO streak. Somebody stop this monstrous Gardevoir, which is looking unstoppable at this point. And a quick snatch of this Rayquaza before Rayquaza could do anything. Not more than the 2 moves, and that Rayquaza has been taken, and everybody's going to be running. Sixuppermoon most probably jumping to a score of 600 or 700 after all these goals. But conclusion, want to put a stop to it. They're all waiting in the base, as well as the second goal zone, which is still there.
Well, at this moment, it's a total demolition coming from this particular team. 761 points above the player in the favor. And look at that.
Oh, kick!
Oh man, look at that. Look at that. The way they are performing is absolutely on point, and nothing is happening the way this particular team picks up on others than to go for the Gardevoir, Azumarill, and the other Pokémon. They are actually being quite synergized. And apart from that, knowledge is having its own
Serena destroys them right at their base, and they're not stopping. Serena might have retreated, but everybody else is like, we're going to be keeping you at bay. We're going to make sure that you die. But look at this, as I mentioned, Gardevoir finally being KO'd, will be sent back to the base. But in vain. There's just 20 seconds. It'll at least take them another 15 seconds to run all the way to their base. Yes, the bottom goal zone is a little bit unguarded at this point, and Death Rider is there. He's being chased, but he will be able to stop them because Rayquaza advantage, conclusion don't have. It was Sixuppermoon who had the advantage, and now Gardevoir is already here. So before they could get the goal in, wait, actually they're getting the goal in, and also goal assist. They're trying to goal and get through it. There is a stop coming through, but I don't think where they were at 100 to get to a position of 700, conclusion have no chance. They might have pushed till 200, but that's all.
Well, that's all they have to stop at that. Look at that, how a beautiful start.
Not even 200.
Beautiful dominance coming up, and that is absolutely amazing.
Oh
There is a gap of
my.
approximately 500 points, bro.
What? I don't care about the gap in between the goals. Illusion OP 19 KOs along with 14 assists.
Assists.
19 KO individually and also 14 assists.
Ah. This is the game changer moment.
The
coming from
Pokemon
Elimination.
might look
That's
all
amazing.
cute and nice. Behind that cute, nice face is just a devastating beast.
Amazing, dude, amazing. In the starting, let's say, I believe approximately at 1 minute and 45 seconds marker, the scores were pretty much close to each other. But at that exact moment, when it came to the 2 minute marker, look at the jump that these guys I were able to actually showcase. After 3.5 minutes, they were able to get the rigidity, if I'm not wrong. And apart from that, once again on the 4th minute, they were able to touch up to 281 points. Then on the 6th minute, I believe from 4th to 6th minute, I guess on between these 2 to 4 minutes, there were not a lot of jump in terms of score. And after that, after the 8 minute marker, 8.5 minute marker, look at the straight up jump that team, particularly known as Sixuppermoon, delivered.
I mean, they never gave the chance. The Gardevoir coming in with that constant side shock was able to do so much in terms of damage. I want to see the battle data. We have seen 1 lakh 42. I want to see Illusion OP if that Pokemon crossed that. Illusion OP, literally that. I was about to comment Science. Science on the top lane while he was using the block. You see, he has 16 assists as well. Oh, Illusion OP is so close to the benchmark 1 lakh 23. 20 more thousand would have reached, but we still have
Mhm.
another game to go, Raider.
Precisely. We have to see. Well, only another game, I believe. If there is a
Yeah,
comeback coming from conclusion esports, what happens then?
yeah, looking at this way, I'm not too sure if there is a conclusion where we can make a third game, but it's
Yeah,
up to
that is
them
also.
to push it all the way. But looking at how Illusion OP is mastered Gardevoir, that's the name I want to give it. Mastered Gardevoir here. It's going to be a tough one to battle and push it to the third match.
Well, definitely. The impact is something which is going to be mesmerizing at this moment. Would love to see how, once again, the Gardevoir might actually help the team Six Upper
Hmm.
Moon, or is it going to be some kind of other changes coming up from their rosters? I don't think so. The changes are needed, but eventually, we don't know what the calls are going to be there from the IGLs. Apart from that, when it comes to team which is at the back foot, it's going to be conclusion. Their conclusion is that they have to rake up some points, otherwise, it's all going to go out of their hands. They are in the zonal finals. They have to move out to the nationals. Can they actually be possible? Can they actually deliver the fight in their favor or not? That is something we have to witness.
Yeah, we have to wait and watch. Right now, it is the last best of three for the day for the zonal finals as well. And from tomorrow, we are going to be seeing the national playoffs kickoff, where we are going to be seeing top of the top teams from regions as well as from India fight off for a chance to become the champions here in the India Open 2022 and grab the biggest chunk of the prize of 11 lakh 25,000 out of 22.5 lakhs. Such a big title at stake, prize at stake, and we are going to be getting our top 12 teams as well as we move ahead. But for that to happen, whether it's conclusion or six upper moon, it is this last or second last BO3 that we are seeing right now is going to give us the decision. I mean,
Well, definitely.
I can see the smirk on your face as well. We are unable to kind of give them the benefit of the doubt that they will even have a chance to push it to the third match of the best of three. But where there is hope and also belief, you still can make it happen. Go for it, conclusion.
But honestly speaking, Sam, the dominance that actually that Gardevoir showcased
Yeah.
was something which we never saw in the
And
first five BO3s. So
for
that is something which is making me worry as well.
and for you
Yeah.
also to ask me in the start of the game, how do you think it can be an asset? She proved how I can be an asset in
Yeah,
game. Literally showed us how to play Gardevoir and master it. And now
indeed, man, indeed.
running for it conclusion, they're just making all the changes that they can. And Reorg with the Mammothsman could not do anything, so he's coming to stomp with the much Garchomp. And with the Venusaur coming through, a double supporter again as well. But let's see if they can pull some wonders with none other than
Illusion.
Greninja. But on Koishima, Hoopa. This was a meta which was like long back, like a couple of months ago. But right now, I've
Okay.
rarely seen Hoopa coming into picture. But illusion, as you said, playing with our minds, making it an illusion, playing it as a bait, and it feels like it is Dodrio.
Yeah.
Wow. From a ranged attacker to a speedster right now. Looking forward to wreckage in this last or maybe the second last game of the day.
Well, I guess this could be the match where we are going to see how Spitzer can be an asset for the team. Because in the
Maybe.
previous match, we saw Spitzers like even Zorak was unable to capsize on the prior fight, and even
Yes.
Dodorio, which actually came in the fifth match, if I'm not wrong, were unable to capsize on the particular fight. So definitely, this could be the match where players like Illusion OP can showcase that how
Hmm.
a right Pokemon can actually be used in the right way.
Let's jump into the match itself and see what best these teams are going to bring here for the day. Koopa coming into the picture now again. They will have a lot of chances to teleport around. That is the benefit that they get with this Hoopa. They can switch lanes super fast, attack super fast, and conclusion, if they're not ready for it, they will get taken. Right now, it is conclusion's decision of what they will do. But look at what Eldegoss is doing. Oh, this is gonna hurt. They're denying this farm in the opponent's jungle. Now, Larvitar immediately is going to be looking forward to going in and getting the goal done, but on the other end, Garchomp still needs to evolve. But look at this, both the end, Sixuppermoon and Conclusion, they're exchanging goals, they're exchanging chaos energy at this point, because this is the start. But this hold coming in with the Hoopa, I'm still waiting for how this game will eventually play out.
Well, definitely we have to check it out how that whole holding and eventually point system is going to develop for Team Sixuppermoon, because right now, if we talk about Conclusion, they are at a lead. Conclusion is actually farming and eventually getting controlled by Pokemon. Chaos Energy, and apart from that, getting the Qs done. Oh, Dodorio, that means once again, I believe this particular guy, the Division is coming back. Level is 5 for the gets the KO coming in from his corner. Score is going to be 1. And with 47 amazing points, Sixuppermoon is once again leading the charge. But now I guess we'll have to see how Dodorio kind of messes up the team. Look at that, the shots are there, but still he's going to just run away.
And look at that lane switcher coming through already. If somebody wants to switch lane, there's a teleporter ready in the first goal zone itself. It will put them to the top lane, and then immediately they can move around and try to fight it out. But it's gone for now. But in the meantime, Sefi, yes, is leveling up, but is still level 5. On the other end, Dodrio is running everywhere, doing damage, getting the goals in. Koishima, being the supporter, knows they can take a lot in terms of damage and trying to fight with the opponent supporter as well. That's the Surge, which is going to be a Blissey. It's just exchange of blows at this point and just buying time. Blissey should be able to get the goal in because it's just 5. It's not easy to stop it, but look at Illusion. He wants to take on this mime. That's why he's waiting for the right opportunity. He's calling in his teammates as well. And look at how close they're coming. Oh, he puts up a teleporter which will directly TP him back to the base. But Dodio is like, not needed right now. We'll use it some other time.
Well, definitely. Dojo, Illusion OP, that's a deadly combination coming up. Let's see how the whole situation goes on for this particular team. That is again is absolutely on. Another KO coming from that particular corner. But it is a KO coming from Team Conclusion as well.
Now, one thing I can understand with the Hoopa coming in is they're waiting for the Unite move. But right now, we have to see how they will kind of function and get more goals. Yes, they've equalized the balance. 106, 105 from both the ends. Only one goal zone has been lost from Conclusion, so they're not out of the battle. They have to be looking forward to getting a lot more. And also, wild Pokemons, they're able to take it. But look at where Dodrio is. Dodrio is fighting with the Blissey in their jungle. But right now, will be swarmed with the players of Conclusion. Does get the KO on that jungle, and now is just trying to run. Make fast, make haste over there with Hoopa trying to help. Hoopa this time might put down the teleporter, but still is like, you just needed to help me out over there to buy myself space, and that is bought. But look at what Dodrio is doing. He's not backed off, still fighting in their jungle, still farming all the creatures that is there, the wild Pokemon. And now, even though the Garchomp is leveled up in the top lane, the fight with Azumarill, it's not working out. A brilliant move was used, but it was not enough to get that KO. But in the meantime, Greninja gets a 2 KO streak for himself, and that is very crucial. Greninja is an attacker, can do a lot in terms of damage with the Shuriken coming out. And that's the reason, as soon as the Shurikens are out, and he's throwing it out right in the face of the opponent, he gets the Regieleki, as well as the top first goal zone being boosted. And Conclusion getting the lead.
With this, the comeback from Conclusion is coming up, no doubt in that for sure. The comeback is absolutely on point. Apart from that, the teleporter once again gets summoned. But the thing is that when Illusion OP chose the particular Pokemon which is known as Rosario, so I thought that this could be an overtime commitment coming up from the particular corner. But eventually, the amount of knockouts that this guy is particularly getting is absolutely on point. On the other corner, it's Reggie Ice which is coming up, looking to get the favor. On the other corner, that's Spanish out, gets taken on. Okay, was about to go down.
Now as things are followed up, the Greninja is looking super good coming in from set 3. Previously could not do a lot, but now he's doing so much in damage, and Illusion OP unable to do anything. And look at them, they're just capitalizing on all the goals. When they destroyed one on the top, now they destroy one on the bottom. Whereas Sixuppermoon, they've gotten nothing for themselves, and Sri immediately teleports back to base. From there, immediately will go back to farming, and from there will jump out with level 12 or level 13 the next time that he meets his opponent of Sixuppermoon.
Now they're going to move on the top lane, and eventually they're going to capture the area, because they know there is a possibility that they might actually, the enemy might actually come from that arena. They know already starting out from the top lane. There are 2 or 3 Pokemon trying to swarm up in that area and maybe actually form up their kind of alliance and eventually push forward. And yes, of course, from the top lane they are trying to push forward, but let's see, is it going to be a possibility coming up? As you all can see, the attacking formation is something which is going to be quite crucial, and 4 Pokemon from the Conclusion are also here right now, but the knockouts are something we all are eager to wait for. And look at that, Koishima on the other corner trying his level best to maybe maneuver the fight in their favor. On the other corner, Dotrio is also trying his level best to be one of those amazing speedsters which can easily turn the tides. But still, the score is not in the favor of Team Sixuppermoon, and that is something which is making me worry. And is it a possibility where Team Conclusion is going to rise, and eventually we will get the conclusion as 1-1, and maybe watch out for the next?
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be a 1-1. I mean, giving it their all, conclusion throwing everything that they have, especially with Busy assisting them, and Venusaur coming in with the pedal dance. And look at them, they're isolating everybody. Tyranitar gets isolated, gets the fight in, and now Hoopa, unfortunate, thought could do a lot, gets KO'd as well. Back-to-back KOs coming in, 3 Pokemons being denied, and quickly trying to take on this Regieleki. Yes, 2 players are pushing up the Eldegoss as well as Ephemeral, but they're a little bit too further away from dealing any kind of damage because they're not the ranged attackers. They have to back off, wait it out, and let the Regieleki push to them and deny the Regieleki from getting to the goal zone. But look at what Conclusion is doing. That is just the fake that they're selling. They're trying to get hold of all the other wild Pokemon, rake up their Unite, and then go for a 4 frontier push at the bottom lane. But Dodrio is very up close to Venusaur. If he doesn't take up the battle at the right moment, he might be caught off guard. He's going to be catching up to the Mine, who has 40 AO's energies at this point. But look at what Free is doing. He's just fighting with the Regi Eyes, making sure his teammates are able to quickly regain health and boost themselves up.
Oh, smart, beautiful shot. But on the other corner, look at that. The upper corner is pretty much held by this particular team. Team Uppermoon is moving forward. Let's see how they score is going to get equalized. 168 points coming from Team Sixuppermoon. And it is absolutely a close battle. That's what the addition time of this actually central is. But 2 minutes and 55 seconds to go. In just 50 seconds, we are going to see that how Rayquaza can actually turn the tides in the favor of respective team. So let's see what happens. Eventually, at this moment, Sixuppermoon is trying to be a little bit more sneaky, a little bit more let's say docile about their kind of, let's say, stance.
Now, in terms of at least level, Conclusion have a little bit of an upper hand. Unite's
Mm-hmm.
almost ready from both the ends of all the Pokemons. Blissey is the only one missing from Conclusion's end, but there is a difference of 10 goals. Now, this Rayquaza is going to be the decision maker here, Raider. Whoever gets the
Yeah.
Rayquaza is the team which is going to be winning this. Whether it's Conclusion, whether it's Sixuppermoon. One thing that Sixuppermoon can do with his Dodrio is go for a steal when the Rayquaza is super low, and that's the reason Illusion OP needs to survive. Hoopa, who's playing in the tall grass, is a little bit way behind than Conclusion is. He's just waiting for the right opportunities to send the players from Conclusion back away, or at least his teammates back to the base where they can heal themselves up and quickly jump into the hyperspace hole and get back to Rayquaza fight. And it is going to be Sixuppermoon who are going to be jumping for the first fight, but in the meantime sneakily getting a goal in his Death Rider. He will get the early 100 here, but where does the Rayquaza go? It's going to be very crucial. Unite coming through and just blasting the players one after another from Sixuppermoon, and this Rayquaza, I think it's gone for. Death Rider, yes, he's here. He might be able to deny the Venusaur from getting this, but still Illusion OP has his Unite. It's all about the timing. Everybody is hitting it. Illusion OP waiting for the right moment to hit that Unite. He uses it a little bit earlier, because of which he does get 1 KO, but he'll be immediately trying to survive. He's somehow trying to run away, barely surviving right now. Eldegoss running right now, and Dodrio, yes, will be able to steal this Rayquaza, and with this, it's a done game. There's no chance that I feel like Conclusion will be able to do anything. Sefri with the Water Shuriken coming through, trying to do some damage, trying to make sure that Sixuppermoon don't get to the goal zone, trying to prevent that from happening, but it is not. Garchomp with a brilliant move, tries to deny Tyranitar, but Tyranitar, as soon as he steps in, because of the Rayquaza shield coming through and also the boost, gets that goal in, and with that we cross 368. And look at its Conclusion, they're not sending anybody to go to the goal zones because they understand they have to protect their own, because they cannot let that goal difference be huge, but it is going huge. 468 right now, and after putting goals, they're back into the bases. This is the advantage of having the hyperspace. And look at this Koishima coming with a Unite, and now he'll be doing a lot more in terms of destruction. This is the best advantage when you have a Hoopa, and especially have the Unite at the last battle. You will be able to do so much in terms of damage, get KOs for your team, and that's what he's doing. Unfortunately, KOs are not working out because there's immediate retaliation coming here, Raider. Nonetheless, Sixuppermoon, what they had to do, get the goals in, get a difference. They've done it, and with just less than 5 seconds left, it is their game, and they are the ones walking to the next stage here in the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022.
Well, definitely. It's looking quite clear at this moment that Sixuppermoon is going to move forward from the stages. Uppermoon, a brilliant job done and dusted from the corner particularly, but right now let's talk about the scorecard. As you can see in the starting few seconds, starting few minutes to be precise, the score was not in the favor of team known as Sixuppermoon, but eventually Sixuppermoon, with that particular kind of, let's say, Rayquaza in the favor, with the help of Dodorio, with the help of Illusion, if I'm not wrong, the game changed quite a bit.
Very crucial. I mean, very 13 chaos with Surge also playing a very crucial part with 16 assists, Prophet with 11 of his own, Rorg with the Garchomp coming through. Did not get chaos but was effective in terms of helping his teammate out in terms of doing damage, and the Venusaur coming through with 14 assists as well. So brilliant fight until we saw the Rayquaza, but Death
Yeah.
Rider, right? I think he's the game changer. He went for the goal and then he came back and then he bought his teammates time to respawn, and also Dodrio buying some time. With the Unite move, takes down Garchomp, immediately runs back, creates space for himself, and when the Rayquaza was super low, stole it from right under their noses and got Sixuppermoon the victory.
A beautiful indeed victory, which was much needed to be precise at this moment. Eventually, after that conclusion, despite of giving that strong competition in the first few minutes, till the 4 minute 4 minute marker, if I'm not wrong, there was a strong sense of competition coming up from team conclusion. But eventually, after that 4 minute and 4 minute and let's say 15 seconds, the game actually got changed quite a bit, and then it was Team Six Upper Moon, which is completely changing the tides in their favor.
Yeah, you can see nobody from Six Upper Moon have like brilliant chaos coming through or assists
Yeah.
because they were denied at all points. Kashima, one thing had to be done was make sure that his teammates have chances, run back with a hyperspace hole, or try to do some amount of damage of his own. Did, and also came up with 8 assists. But on the other end, when it was needed, fight till the survival. And that top lane push before Rayquaza spawned, all of them pushed, destroyed the top lane goal zone was also very crucial. I think conclusion, who had their game in like the complete 6th gear, 7th gear, whatever you want to, completely on high gear, shouldn't have put a break on it. They should have kept going right on the faces of Six Upper Moon if they wanted this victory. At around the 6 or 7 minute mark, they put a stop to their high gear. They decided to
Yeah.
play it a little bit slow, because of which Sixuppermoon got a chance to push together as a team on the top lane, get one goal zone destroyed at the top lane, equalize the score around 160, 170 along with them, and then just get this victory for themselves. If that equalization did not happen, Death Rider, even if he would have scored, I don't think they would have kind of been able to win it all out, because again the score difference is just 400 from 170 or something. So that could have been caught up if conclusion kept their high gear going, the engines rolling, and destruction ongoing.
Well, definitely that is something which could have been actually possible. But eventually, if we talk about Illusion OP, that guy, he actually changed the game in the first match as well, and he was
Yeah.
the one who actually changed the game in the
Yes.
second one as well, because he was the one who sneakily got up to the Rayquaza and eventually maneuvered it in the favor of Team Six Upper Moon, and that was the moment. Eventually, we knew as a caster, we knew that yes, of course, this is the round which is going to go in the favor of Team Six Upper Moon, and with this particular kind of dominance, a beautiful indeed impact done and dusted by Illusion OP for the team.
We saw the Dodrio coming earlier today here, Raider, where I spoke about that we should be seeing a lot of steals, but the opponent did not give that Dodrio a chance at all. But here,
Yeah.
again, same scenario being repeated. The Dodrio did not get a right chance, was always getting KO'd. And we saw Illusion OP having trouble and even finding the proper chaos. Found a couple, but it was not enough. But as you rightly said, when he needed to do the damage, when he needed to chime in and chip in the battle, he chipped in at the right second to find his team an upper hand. And that's where everything started to turn around. Six Upper Moon until then were just firefighting, trying to control the aggression that came through. And you saw Greninja from conclusion's end was level 15. So a brilliant play was done from their end, but it was still not enough.
Well, definitely it was not enough at that exact moment, but eventually the way Illusion OP capsized the critical fight, look at that. This was the moment where I guess things were actually going bonkers. The fight was absolutely on point eventually, and slowly but surely, what happened? It was this particular guy, Rodrigo, coming from the corner of Illusion OP, and that's how the game got changed. Koishima with that Hoopa ultimate Unite move, to be precise, was absolutely on point in the way they were using their kind of skills, and I guess the carnage was absolutely on point. But right now, we have
Yes.
to wait and see what happens tomorrow, because something fresh is going to cook in that page as well.
Exactly. Now we have seen the best of the best teams from every zone, 6 zone, fight against each other. The two
Yeah.
top teams who were there, and out of which we've trickled down to only the top 6 teams from each zone: north, east, west, south, central, as well as northeast. But they will have to face tomorrow on bigger giants. And why are they facing them against? Is because of this big prize pool where the champions will get 11 lakh 25,000. But still, Raider, there are other
Hmm.
prizes for the runner up, second runner up. Until top 8, there are prizes.
Well, definitely. As you can see, runner-up is going to get blessed with 5.25 lakhs rupees. And apart from that, when it comes to the third position, 3 lakh rupees is going to get rewarded. Apart from that, fourth position, 1.5 lakh rupees. Apart from that, fifth and sixth position will get these teams particularly 50,000 rupees each. And seventh, eighth position also is going to get 25,000 rupees each. So definitely a huge split of prize pool is there for these giants. But definitely the performance is something which is going to be quite crucial. This competition is not going to get easier at any time soon.
It will not. You saw this is zonal finals, and this
Yeah.
itself, the competition was so goddamn tough. And imagine, Raider, when we jump
Hmm.
into the national playoffs, which is going to be starting from tomorrow. So you're not going to be having to wait a long time. Yes, you have to wait until we again get at 5 p.m. IST in the evening, but you know what you are kind of going to be expecting. And especially for the
Definitely.
fans who are looking out and rooting for their regional teams who have qualified here and will be jumping to the national playoffs, it is going to be a tough one, but you have to keep up the support for them.
Well, definitely, guys, you have to go ahead, support the stream, support the teams as well. Apart from that, give your predictions, give your analysis of the everything, whatever you're actually running from this particular scenario, and make sure to actually dive down in this community as well. Because if I'm not wrong, Pokemon Unite is actually a game which will leave you boggling in your mind as well.
Oh yes, I mean, very interesting one, and also for all the viewers, start grinding. This is your chance. You do
Definitely,
not want to
definitely.
miss out. And again, as I started earlier today, as I said, this might be the end of the year, but it does not mean that's an end for a grind. You keep grinding, you get to bigger positions, and you make sure you get that chance to become champions, not only in India, but on the international stages as well. But for today, it is time to say goodbye. This is going to be me, Lucifer, along with Raider, on behalf of Necros as well, saying good night, take care, have a great time, and grind for Pokemon Unite.
Grind.
Until next time, see you. That is going to be tomorrow.